you wait with me? I give you everything you desire. Looking in your eyes, nowhere to hide is sweet. Your desire. Dancing for your fantasy. infatuated with me. I give you everything you desire. Looking in your eyes, nowhere to hide is sweet. Your desire. Bring or then, as you wish. Here I am, dancing for your fantasy. Live in me, give you dancing for your fantasy. Live in me, give you everything.
What is going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, the 22nd of December, 2025. This is NCCTV coming at you live from the Amami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it feels to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be in the not too distant cyber future. How is everybody, by the way? General public is trying to figure out who the co-conspirators are. We got some more information about that from COFFEEZILLA, and it seems to contradict what the Trump administration has been saying, right? What they've claimed, in that there was no other crime. Epstein only trafficked for himself and no one else, and everybody in the pictures could at least at the very most be accused of being in bad taste, of having bad friends, but nothing more, right? There's so many innocent people involved in that fake world, as Trump said on his Fox News interview, which then got cut. The very same kind of thing. The very same kind of thing that he is suing media companies over. Like, if they cut, who paid him for cutting a bit, like Kamala's interview, right? I think it was the 60 Minutes. Yeah, it was CBS. CBS actually paid out for that, right? But somehow Fox News, hiding Trump's complicity with the the criminals involved with Epstein, at the very least. Anyway, that's me being generous. That's me assuming that Trump's not one of the criminals doing crimes with Epstein. I realized, chat, that I've got the light behind me is like kind of pointed at you, so I'm gonna try to keep my shoulder up. I don't know if hopefully this isn't bothering anybody to have my posture slightly askew, but the alternative is that I blind you with lights and you end up revved up like a deuce, just another runner in the night. That's a unfathomable fate, chat. Unfathomable fate. You saw this video, General. What do you think, General Public? Blind you? What, with science? Oh no, I'm going to, if I even move a little bit, I will. It's like it'll come out of my armpit. You know what I mean? If I move, like, that's when you get blinded.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Alas, poor Rudyard. I knew him, Irene, a fellow of infinite jest, of most excellent fancy. He hath borne me on his brain 1,000 times.
Davy, are you the first one in this chat to make the alas poor Rudyard reference? I feel I'm kind of surprised. It seems like I mean, it's not like the lowest hanging fruit, but yeah, there it is, alas poor Rudyard. Yeah, going on Tim Pool. Now, this isn't his first rodeo, apparently, on Tim Pool. Apparently, he's not been on before. And don't get too excited, because Rudyard's not coming on to, the Tim Pool. I don't know. Tim Pool is just having a I guess he has a lot of hosts, right? In fact, there's a lot that we've been missing from Tim Pool by only caring about videos with Tim Pool actually in them. There's a lot that we've totally missed out on, right? Apparently, there was a discussion about what was it again, chat? The infiltration of wokeism into metal, punk, and something else culture, goth culture. Yeah, apparently metal, punk, and goth used to be apolitical spaces back in the day. And this wokeism, this woke mind virus has been screwing the bag on that. Speaking of screwing the bag, I realize I don't have a butterfly goal yet. Screwing the bag kind of sounds like something different, chat. Did you know that for the first, like for the first, I don't know how many years after, I'm just saying this to remind you to go and give my post on Blue Sky a like, but some of you may know that tweets on Blue Sky are called skeets. And that, you know, might sound like a neutral word. I don't know. I assumed it was the first time I heard it. I was like, oh, skeet. Why are people saying skeet, skeet, skeet? Oh, well, it's just a silly word. It's just people being silly. I didn't realize what that meant. I didn't realize that it was a verb and what it described until later, after I'd said it a few times and felt embarrassed. Anyway, how are we going to celebrate? We're going to put a butterfly, which I think we got last time, into my hair. There we go. Hopefully yeah, 2 hours is a good amount of time, sure. And then switching into live chat, which you should too. If you're not in live chat, you don't know what you're missing or who you're missing, right? We don't know which of our regulars, like which of the characters in the NCC Chatter cinematic universe are or are not included in so-called top chat, which really I would question the whole validity of that description of the default chat on what I'm saying, chat, is if you switch into live chat, you'll see more chatters, potentially more chats at the very least. But there we go. There's a few things I have to do always to start up the stream. And we'll be ready. But yeah, we got a lot to talk about when it comes to Epstein. I kind of, I told you I would give you an Epstein stream a little while ago. And then I took one more day off than I really meant to. It's fine. It doesn't look blinding. I should get a cat and a cat bed. Oh my God, you're so right. Yeah. A cat and a cat bed in the corner would be perfect. What do you think, chat? Right back here? Perfect place for a cat. I don't know though. Technically this building is not for pets. There's some cats outside that like live in that live in the security booth, like, right? But not in the building proper, I guess. To the windows, to the walls. Quack, duck quacks down the balls. Twitch's verse chat, verse like worse. The cat should have a top hat and a waistcoat. Yeah, plausible deniability, they call that, right? No, I was actually thinking, if I could get a pet, right? And keep it on my on my balcony, then I might be able to keep the pigeons from pooping over there, because they love there's something like the pigeons love my balcony, right? And I was thinking if there was some kind of like louder bird that I could get, like a bird that's louder than pigeons, that would scare them, because like pigeons, like, you know, they're a little bit annoying, like they make like a very loud like coo noise, but if it was like an abrasive kind of bird sound, do you know, do we know any abrasive bird sounds, chat? Like what kind of bird can produce an abrasive sound, the kind of sound that would scare off pigeons? The natural predator. Although it lives in an aqueous environment. Jeff loved to take pics, and I can't lie, some of them would make a great album cover. You thought I was French? Wait, what? You should position yourself in front of the light, bright enough to white out the camera whenever you move. Spears of light lance around your edges to blind all. I mean, that sounds like, what would that be, like absolute Irene? Chat, what would I be in the absolute environment if I was the absolute universe character? I don't even want to know, chat. What would absolute Irene, would she be like so late that she's never there or something? I don't know. Like, what would the absolute, I'm not, can some comics knower explain to me how the absolute universe works and what I would be there? I'm sure I'd be like some fearsome demoness of some kind. Oh, you were talking to Quaximus, of course. Oh, and Quaximus is now speaking German, yeah. Kind of an abrasive language, you might say. Almost like the duck of languages, if there were such a thing. What would be the, oh my god, chat, now this discourse is rotten. Oh, speaking of discourse, all right. I've been getting some requests from certain viewers to cover more discourse. What do I mean by that? I mean like stuff that, like, I don't know, somebody makes a video on TikTok and everybody talks about it. That kind of stuff. I just want to, I would love to diversify my content to some extent, right? Absolute Irene would just be living in the USA. How does that work? Or maybe I would have left the planet. Ein Schweinbaba? Was ist das? Was bedeutet... But no, it just reminds me of that song, you know that song like, I'm your only friend, I'm not your only friend, but I'm a little glowing friend, but really I'm not actually your friend, but I am. I think it's about a bird. Schweinebaba means a pig farmer? I've never been to the countryside in Germany. Trump's still dragging his feet? No, it's worse than that, Sai. It's worse than that. It's worse than that. The FBI actually meant to put out 7 folders of files, right? And yes, 7 folders of files are what you'll find on their website. But you know that whole thing where, you know, you look at one file folder and it's like, you know, I don't know, doj.fbi.doj.gov/files/whatever/folder1, and then you go to folder 2 and it says /folder_2. You go to folder 3 and it's folder_3. So, you know, if you go along with that pattern, right, there's 7 file folders that you can click on via hyperlink. But what if you were to manually enter into the URL folder_8? Well, COFFEEZILLA did that. COFFEEZILLA did just that. And we're about to see what he found, right? In folder_8. Absolute Universe is just your life, but everything goes wrong because it's fueled by negative energy? Oh my god. Whoa. I'd probably be married, right? I would definitely be married in that world. But to who? That's the question. Maybe the CEO of Buc-ee's. That's a possibility. Maybe I got, in the absolute universe, I got so enamored with Buc-ee's that I moved to Texas and I married the CEO, and just so I could get free beaver nuggets, honestly. That's the absolute Irene. And she's a country music singer. She dresses like Loretta Lynn and she sings like old, like classic era country tunes, whatever those are. Like it started with Jolene, but then she just kept going. And before she knew it, she was like learning about like all kinds of, I married Charlie Kirk. There we go. Wait, am I the Turning Point USA CEO then? I married Charlie Kirk and I'm the grieving widow. Well, who am I lusting after in that universe? I didn't realize that's what the absolute universe was. I was thinking like, I don't know. Like it was like Batman, but more Batman. But then again, they are kind of formed. A lot of them, like Batman is somewhat formed by what went wrong in his life. I mean, that's the biggest characteristic. That's the biggest like plot driver in Batman, right? Is like the death of his parents at the hands of the Joker, depending on the universe that you're in. I married Charlie Kirk. That's amazing. Where did I meet Charlie Kirk, though? That's my question. In the absolute universe, Charlie is alive. Oh, because you're a skateboarder and I kickflipped the bullet away? Absolute Martian Manhunter is the only cool one because he has a stand and a stand as in like Infrared Haas. Wait, I married Infrared Haas in the universe? Yes, the sequins. I got the sequence in the absolute universe for sure. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, like maybe even go back further to the stream where God, what the fuck was that stream? I think I was reacting to Vosh and he was talking about somebody going full hog. Like, what's the actual phrase? You go full something? It's not full hog, right? Whole hog, right? It's like a phrase. You can go whole hog on something, and that's kind of like what the absolute universe is, like whole hog on negativity from the sounds of it, right? But like Vosh said full hog, and he didn't mean like full hog like as in like hogs like Trump MAGA voters, right? He was just saying, like, he was trying to say whole hog, and I got obsessed with it. I was like, full hog. I just imagined it's like I had a past life where I was some chick on Hee Haw, and my whole catchphrase was full hog, and just like, you know, super country like that, you know, but Hee Haw country. So maybe it's absolute country. I don't know. And he's like my side piece. Oh, that would be the side piece. Yeah, I forgot about, I introduced the idea of the side piece. Yeah, we weren't talking about who would be my husband. Yeah, whole hog is kind of like balls deep. I mean, that's what, yeah, that would be like the JoJo's, you know, Stone Ocean equivalent of that, maybe. Absolute universe, Irene would marry Vosh. In the wow, that would have ruined the timeline. In the absolute universe, does Vosh meet my parents? Is that what we're dealing with here? Absolute universe Vosh orbiters would all hate him. And I would be the only one defending him, but maybe he'd be like, maybe I could change him in the absolute universe. Yeah, I mean, that would be, yeah, like a very, very much a universe gone wrong. But anyway, we got a lot ahead of us today. We're at 10% on the bonus goal. If we get to 100% by the end of it, we've got some bonus content that we can tap into, like Tap the Rockies. Tabula Pasta, that is a 5-stream watch streak. Just to say, letting us know that Tacoma wept. Yeah, it did indeed. Keys were jangled, Tacoma wept, and Vosh cried. Because he missed Tacoma too. When he what is it that when he deleted his Grindr account or when he deleted his Hinge or something? I forgot to say you're a skateboarder because you're at a polycule with Tim Pool, as well as and Tim Pool actually manages to teach me to skate. Oh wow, as Charlie and Vosh. Jesus Christ, that is quite the polycule. That is, what is going on? Oh, what a good track. I was about to stop this chat, but check this out. I'm here for this. It's like we're playing copyright roulette. Tacoma Wept would be a great username. I'm pretty sure it already is. Oh, isn't Jodio a much better name for Jonathan Dio than Giorno? I liked Giorno because, like, well, look, in Japanese, Davi, it's Haruno. Wait, what is it? It's like, I can't remember. Haruno. Anyway, it like there's a version, there's a Japanese version and there's an Italian version. Haruno Shiobana is his name in Japanese. But yeah, Jodio, I didn't actually get that. I just thought it was like I don't know what I thought they were doing. I actually, you know what? I thought it was a musical reference, right? Isn't there like a R&B act from the 90s called Jodio? Or am I like mixing up two actual acts, like R&B acts from the 90s? This is kind of sick. In the absolute universe, Irene would come from an extremely conservative family and is 8 feet tall. Damn it, I'm already too tall already, Fallen Gemini. I've been told I was tall, and I think it's right. It's not just like the average height is what for women is like 5'5". I am like at least 2.5 inches more than that. Casey and Jojo is the name of that. It's not called Jodio. Wait, wasn't there another? No, Jodeci. Wait, are you telling me, Narwhal, that I mixed up Casey and Jojo and Jodeci and put them together and was like, yeah, I think it was called Jodio. I think it was this group called Jodio. They were great singers and they made your heart like close. I mean, it's well, I mean, it's, you know, close enough not for jazz. People like, I hate the phrase close enough for jazz because it feels like the implication is that jazz musicians are like throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And it's just like, you kind of have to understand you got to understand music in a whole nother way to really play jazz. I feel like it's harder than like to even understand how to you know, play like the culture of, yeah, it's like something you have to be a part of and learn, whereas like, you know, classical, you can just get lessons. Don't you think so? Anyway, it's an unfair term. But yeah, I'm already too tall, apparently. I don't know. It means Giorgio in Italian, from what I know, like G-I-O. Wait, not like H. John's? Wait, H. John's album? Yeah, jazz is hard. Part 10. Jodeci? Wait, there is, wait, okay, let's see, wait. Part 6, Jolene, oh my god, wait, is this okay? No, this is, I don't know if Garud, I feel like this is one of these bands that, like, they would, like, if any band is gonna make their catalog, like, you know, non-copyright claim, it would be Garud, but I am not willing to chance that. There we go. That one though, Devil Summoner, I will chance. Okay, I'm making a joke. We're only at part 10. Oh, okay. Oh no, I had to count. Just see, yeah, because part 7 is Johnny and Johnny and guy with the teeth, and the steel balls. Zappelli. Wait, what is his name? The fuck is Zappelli's name? Oh my god, chat, this is about to come out. Part 7. Gyro, not Giorno. What the fuck is wrong with me? Of course his name is Gyro. There's a... Oh, you're crocheting a mad storm? Oh, okay. For a second, I thought you were saying you're crocheting at a mad storm, like that it's keeping the storm away. Oh, if only all these ghouls would be jailed forever. Look, if only people could just find out the real story behind this, right? There's something they don't want us to know, Emily, and I think we all recognize that. Johnny and Gyro love are my loving dirtbag yaoi boys. I mean, they are heavily shipped. And it's almost more like shit. It's one of those things where, you know, that maybe the non-shippers of that relationship are more in denial than. Either way, it's a very close relationship. But yeah, it's not even. I almost don't think it's even about the people, just the people that were involved in Epstein. It is about how Epstein world works, and therefore how our world works. The underlying reality, the top of the, you know, social, economic, whatever you want to say, hierarchy, right, is utterly fucking corrupt, and we're being ruled by these assholes. And they're making life objectively worse and worse, and there seems like nothing we can do about it, right? It really does tie into almost every modern frustration out there. But yeah, if we could only, you know, have justice in this case, that the people that got out of that because they were rich would actually see their day in court, rather than it just being brushed away like it always is. I think, though, if we take the lesson from this and realize first of all, that any attempt to redirect us at marginalized people as some sorts of, you know, controlling, you know, masters of society, doing things behind the scenes, or that, like, I don't know, politicians care more about they, them than they do about we, us, or whatever. I mean, I think there's a larger lesson here. Have you seen the document about Franklin Credit Union pedo ring? I have not, Coral Pal. Wow. This is the perfect music. I feel like Epstein would like this music, chat. I feel like his ghost is in the room with... Oh no, chat. Oh no. It does feel like Bachelor, like, what is it, like Bachelor pad music? Like the whole, like, what is that, like, this kind of calls back to the, I don't know, these would be like the wealthy, the children of wealth of the 50s, kind of. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Emily says flatten the hierarchies create all abuse, including sexual. That's where it's, yeah, that's where it all, that's how it's able to happen, right in front of our eyes in some cases. Like, these aren't private people, most of them. I mean, some of them are just wealthy people, right, that don't have like a huge public profile, but most of them do have, you know, like, I mean, Noam Chomsky is in there. Did Bachelor dudes in the 60s, did they ruin, like, they ruined like a whole era of Brazilian music, I feel like, by associating it under the rubric of Bachelor pad music, right? Like it adds a cultural context to the works of Jobim that is to hell with our favorites too. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Gnome is not somebody I've ever invested a lot of. Yeah, thank you, Narwhal. We are at 10. That's correct. We are at 10. But yeah, definitely none of the Democrats are worth defending either. Davy Clip was right. So right that you got suppressed by the stream elements stream alert, which would normally have gone like, Davy says, well, he was a CIA asset. I mean, I feel like him selling Israel air defense systems to Russia to funnel money into Afghanistan hit squads. And Jeff had the worst taste in music, mostly pop. Oh, wait, we do. You're right. Oh, wow. So it's not even like my guilty. You're telling me that my guilty pleasures. Actually, no, I won't say that yet. You said pop music. I was about to say my guilty pleasures are not on Epstein's playlist, which is available. What, like it's on Spotify? Like we actually have a Spotify for Jeffrey? Irene Trevino says pop isn't bad. Christian basic rock is just blah bland. Pop is good. I like millennial music. Christian rock, I think, suffers from being a commercial for God. If you really think about music, right, it can do various things, and yes, one of them is advertise. But if your music advertises, it's basically a commercial, right? Can you imagine having a song that is like trying to convince you to, I don't know, read Karl Marx? Even that's not like a, adopt, believe in this philosophy. It's just like a read this, right? But if it was music that was like literally like become a, join my, adopt my political philosophy, right? Obviously, that's not a good song. Even if you agree, even if the political philosophy, the closest thing I can think of, and it's another band that I feel like they should or would, or like if my parasocial knowledge of the members of the band tells me that they might be giants, would like not copyright claim me if I played one of their songs, but most likely they would, or their music, their label would, or whatever. But they've got a song called "The Communists Have the Music." And it's not, and even that, which is like, implying that the music, the art, the soul, the heart and soul is, is in communism, right? Over other political ideologies of the 20th century, right? Even with that, it's not like, so fucking be a communist already, you dummy. Fucking join up. Sign up at the They Might Be Giants. But yeah, Christian music, it's basically like a commercial for God. A song advertising Read Marx would be like sick. I mean, you're kind of right. Yeah, as I said it. Yeah, but not so much Taco Bell. What if it's both, Random 3PO? What if it's like they're using Marx to get you to go to Taco Bell? They're like, Marx didn't have a lot of money. He didn't eat super well, but if he did, he would want a Crunchwrap Supreme. And so that's why you owe it to the undying soul of Karl Marx to go and get yourself a Crunchwrap Supreme, because he never got to try this. Can I get a BOGO deal on God if I quote the ad? Yeah, it should be like at least a coupon, right? Where it's just like you can have God, but with I don't know, less tithes. How much tithe are you supposed to pay? How do tithes work? Read Marx, go to Taco Bell. We got like a new performative thing. Yeah, read Marx, go to Taco Bell, drink Baja Blast, right? There we go. and you strike up a conversation with somebody who is like, wow, who is that fucking hottie over there reading Marx, eating a crunch wrap, little avocado, you know, spilling on their shirt, and then seizing the means of Crunchwrap Supreme production. Well, that's what I was thinking of, Random 3PO. I had this idea the other day for sneaky communism. I mean, I really do have to, like, you know, work it out some more before it's ready for prime time, before it's ready for Substack, but I feel like we could kind of like sneakily seize the means, right? Like that kind of just like wait until capital turns its back and then just like surreptitiously go in and seize the means and then run these companies as parallel businesses, right? Every capitalist corporation has a parallel worker co-op that operates on opposite hours, almost like a shadow version of itself, right? And then the proceeds from like the lucrative bar business that, for instance, Shadow Taco Bell would earn, go to mutual aid, right? And we just get it to the point where there's like vigorous aid networks pumping small amounts of cash into the people that the cash has been squeezed out of, right? So that the working class is just like a little bit better off than the capitalist class like thinks we are, than the tech bros, you know, are assuming, and then they underestimate us, right? And that's when we win. Wait, so tithes are 10%? That's a lot. 10% of your income for tithes? Yeah, that's Wait, is that a thing? Seizing the means of Crunchwrap Supreme, or at the very least, right, the Shadow Taco Bell, maybe you could just make food for people. But then obviously, you know, the manager would be like, okay, why are we missing this many flour tortillas, this many corn tortillas? Here in mega church land of Texas, very common. It's crazy. They have these massive. Wait, are we talking about Buc-ee's? Anyway, chat, I am realizing that I've been jibber jabbing even at you for about an hour. We gotta get focused on goals here. We gotta get focused on content. I need to give you the COFFEEZILLA video, which just dropped. We'll try to catch up also on some of the discourse around the DOJ drops from last week, right? Remember last week we got drops from the House Dems, the House Oversight Dems, and then we got a bunch of drops from the DOJ itself, which ended up just being black squares.
Now Mark's music would create 1 billion right-wingers. If you basically bring your kid to a DSA meeting, you will create a farce. I remember getting so bored when my grandpa wouldn't shut up about Marx.
Yo, wait, I could see what you're saying. Okay, so you're saying that's how like little junior young Republicans are born, right? When you come at them with a corny Marxist appeal. Like, in other words, like, you know, so for instance, making your kid get a tattoo of the of like value equations would not be a great idea. I mean, if they ever debated Sunday though, that would be a major advantage, right? first thing Sunday asks you is for that equation. And if you could just be like, actually, President Sunday, I've got it tattooed, I think Sunday would be impressed. I think he'd just surrender. He'd be like, would you like my channel? I've got 2 of them. One of them is monetized though. No, let's not make Sunday give up another channel. He's been through enough already, chat. He's been through enough. Unlike other people in the space that are annoying me more and more by making people whose criticism of them I almost, you know, did a stream to push back on, making them strangely right in post. Alex Karp, his parents were progressive. Wait, why am I forgetting who Alex Karp is? Wait, that name is super familiar. I feel like we just covered Alex Karp. Oh yeah, this guy. Oh my God, why do I always forget his name? Yes, I know exactly who you're talking about. Okay, I'm gonna piss chat off if I keep on, if I keep this on loop, even though it's a very relaxing song. We've got a lot to do today. Stick with this for now. Yeah, the Palantir CEO. I was like, wait a minute, Alex Karp. Didn't we just talk about him? We did, I think. And why did he surrender his channel? I think he got fucked over, right? Remember, like, there's a bunch of people that either got demonetized or straight up banned for no good reason, right? YouTube, people think that YouTube has implemented a new AI moderation scheme, and that it's just kind of like, I mean, it sometimes, like, some applications of AI are massive failures, right? And like, just not even close, right? You would listen, you'd do better as YouTube throwing a dart at a dartboard of channels and banning the ones that you hit, right? That would yield you a better ratio of correct, appropriate, you know, moderation choices to screwing innocent people for no good reason than the current system, right? And it feels like Sunday, you know, was at the very start of this. President Sunday needs to stop attacking Irene. Wait, what do you, he doesn't talk about me, does he? This is the first time we've talked about him in I don't know how long. I'm guessing you're remembering from way back. Oh my God, what is that? Oh, I got a lime seed because I'm drinking lime coffee today. I got like addicted to this coffee, like cheap coffee with lime in it. The theory for Sunday is that it's an old stream where he talked about, oh, a certain mathematician, a certain former academic, let's just say. Lime coffee is really good. Second only to like lime coconut water. Wait, I learned how to say this. Namba Prowl Sai Manao. Coconut water with lime. Yes, I know how to. Yeah. Oh, chat. A weird thing happened. Okay, this is the last personal use I'll give you. Okay, for today, and then we'll jump into Epstein and more. I think we'll get to cover more than just Epstein today. I don't know. I just know that like the COFFEEZILLA thing is fairly short, and I just wanted to catch us all up with the House Dems oversight and the DOJ and the whole story where, you know, those pictures, the ones that included Donald Trump, a lot of them got redacted temporarily even after they'd put them out, right? You know, everything's redacted. Like, most of the stuff on there was just black pages, right? It was ridiculous. People made fun of that. And they also made fun of the fact that there was accidentally pictures of Donald Trump included in the DOJ drop. And when they became aware of it, apparently they took them down and then got shamed into picking them back up. How much lime is in it? Enough where it's really sour, but the only saving grace, Coral Pal, because that sounds like it would be gross, right? You can either get it with sugar, which I think most people do, but I get it with this, it's called konjac. I think it's like a jelly. They make it into like little bobas, right? Like, but instead of, it's not made out of tapioca, it's made out of konjac. And so that stuff is like slightly sweet. So the little bit of sugar in the konjac actually mixes with the coffee and makes it palatable. Mango smoothie right now, damn. But what it does is it just takes, like, you know, because this isn't like, you know, this isn't like the best coffee in the world. But it just kind of doesn't matter because it's got that, like, it's got that zang of lime on it, and it's cheap. So there we go. I'm trying to be smart here. Like, President Sunday has entire videos attacking Michael Burns and philosophy tubes. Oh, I'm glad he never made one attacking NCC. Oh wait, he kind of did. He kind of did. Didn't his one of his Tyler videos, right? Like, he's supposedly, I think he's just going over his debate with Tyler or something. But he spends the entire time just talking shit. AI has spawned the dumbest interns and juniors I've seen in my life. Kids can't create proper litigation analysis. Are you telling me they're giving you vibes-based litigation analysis, Davy? I mean, I've heard similar stories about programming, right? Old heads in the world of programming are shocked at the way that younger programmers, like, will you know, put out will put out something and then not even understand how it works because it's written by AI. The 60-minute stories, thank you. Yeah, we got to go over that too. Thank you so much, Emily. I almost forgot about that. I've been like looking. I've been trying to collect all the news today, but yes. Emily's talking about a story on CCOT, which I would have loved to see. I think, was it 60 Minutes that it was supposed to go up on? Obviously, CBS is enemy territory. CBS is government, you know, fucking propaganda at this point, right? It's owned by Ellison, staffed by people like Barry Weiss, and she's just able to do ridiculous shit. Like, the idea that, like, no fucking network head would appoint her as the face of CBS, and yet that's exactly what she's doing. And then they had a whole thing, interviews with people who'd been to CCOT, talking about one of the most gruesome, unambiguously authoritarian and just sick things that Donald Trump has done was to send victims of ICE to the CCOT gulag, to the prison that supposedly you don't get out of unless, you know, you're in a body bag, right? And this is how they've been running Honduras, right? This president's come in and said, I've got the answer to clean up all the crime in Honduras. And, like, on the surface, it looks like he is just, you know, running a bunch of people through kangaroo courts, getting them convicted, and then putting them in these torture prisons and never let them out. But in reality, right, some of the cartels are allowed to operate and really seem to have connections with the government, right? So, he's just made a deal, kind of with the criminals, and then locked up, probably some criminals, but in addition to a lot of innocent people. Anyway, 60 Minutes, I think, or CBS, was going to run with this story, and at the last minute they pulled it. And Barry Weiss's excuse was that this is not, that it's not ready yet, because she's got an interview with who is it? Fucking Stephen Miller. She wants to include a interview with Stephen Miller to kind of push back on any point that they might accidentally make, despite the fact that, like I said, they are highly compromised. Almost like having CBS be the ones that cover the story is you could almost look at it as a form of catch and kill. You could almost see it as that, right? Yeah, and the Honduran cartel leader that bragged about, I mean, he used words like, you know, I mean, like for all the Republicans hate it when somebody uses like a, you know, something that sounds like an anti-white slur. In this case, I think the word was gringo. But yeah, the Honduran cartel leader bragged about, we're gonna put the product, right? The product of the cartel up the gringos' nose. You would think that would be the kind of thing to rage bait conservatives, right? They don't give a fuck. If Trump says he is innocent, then he is innocent, right? If Trump says that he deserves, like, he's just normalized this. He's just, I mean, I've commuted every single Gen 6er, right? He is normal. Yeah, crime is legal again. Crime is legal. I can't do the Elon voice, but you can imagine. You can imagine. He isn't doing that. He just made the cartels, the cops. Oh my God, which is the oldest trick in the book. Yeah, that's just like a prison thing, right? You use the prison gangs, you know, like prison, like the prison the you know, the guards and warden, right? The people that run prisons have been caught before, basically using prison gangs to enforce their rules, right? Not, you know, not really dealing with the administration of the prison, but rather kind of outsourcing it to the prisoners, kind of like what Davi's describing Honduras as. And that's kind of like what we're doing with ICE, isn't it? Oh my God, chat, I gotta catch myself, and please catch me or like let me know if you catch me doing this, right? My brain is like a Pepe Sylvia board right now. I am connecting all sorts of things, some of which seem like they definitely should be connected and are really worrisome, but I don't know. I'm just in the mode of like connecting, you know, too many things. Like it's all starting to make sense. I know too much. This is what Mussolini did, the warlords in Afghanistan. And yeah, I'd say to a minor extent, right? You know, until I see different, at least, like the people that they're recruiting for ICE seem like they may be a lot of retreads from the like paramilitary hate groups of yesteryear. You're with me, yeah. We're ready to jump into conspiracy world. All right, but before we go to conspiracy world, there's one place we got to stop off. That is in bonus contentsville, as they call it, right? Because I program the first half of the show, and I got plenty of content for you today. Believe me, strongest content. But you get to program the second half, right? What do I mean by that? I mean that I've got a number of bonus content items up for vote for you right now in the poll. And these are them, and them are these. All right, so what do we have for today? We have Taylor Lorenz's social media addiction video. Actually, there's a few Taylor Lorenz videos that I feel like we need to catch up with, right? We got Adam McIntyre being threatened by H3. Apparently that was Tom. Anybody know Tom? Tom is, I think the official job of Tom is to get them ads to find people to sponsor H3. And Tom is saying some awful stuff about what he wants to do to Adam, which kind of resembles, like, I don't know, like a Homer Simpson trope or something. Anyway, we'll get into that. Adam's got a new video talking about that. and talk about the gaslighting that he's been getting both from YouTube and from Ethan about the fact that, yeah, somebody on the H3 crew just like talked about doing violence against Adam. So that's what's winning right now at 40%. In second place with 33%, we've got What's Under the Trump Ballroom. This is, I think, a fairly new channel, which it's like a TikTok creator who's trying to move on to YouTube, and they've done a bunch of research about the the corporations that donated to the Donald Trump ballroom thing. People assumed that this was like, they're gonna pay for the construction. This is how Trump is justifying this giant expenditure, is like, oh no, don't worry, these companies will pay for it. If you look at the names of the companies, if you look at what the companies do, they look an awful lot more like maybe companies that might have donated materials or labor to the facility that Trump is making. And I say facility because there's something more than a ballroom going in there, right? I mean, it's gonna be the truth about most of Washington, D.C. There's kind of like an underground layer, and certainly for the White House. But yeah, apparently something wicked this way comes when it comes to what's going on with that ballroom installation. There might be more going on there that meets the eye. So that's that video by a creator named, what is their name? Dre's Dossier. Am I saying this right? Is it Dre's Dossier? Anyway, so yeah, it's a conspiracy theory. I don't think she is saying this is exactly what's going on 100%. She's kind of saying like, this is a very interesting coincidence. Anyway, that's in second place. In third place, we've got our old pal Rudyard, our old friend. What if Alt Hist? Hopefully he's better now. He's taken down those videos that had us all so worried about, frankly, how he was doing, and is now being platformed by the likes of Tim Pool. That's right, he's on the Tim Pool show, not with Tim Pool, but I don't know, Tim Pool, like lately I've been noticing a lot of his content doesn't even include him anymore. I don't know if he's trying to do like a TYT network thing or what, but there's all these weird like, guests, or I don't know if they're, I don't know who they are, but like the weirdest thing I saw was somebody trying to expose the creeping wokeness in punk, metal, and goth, right? That wokeness was not associated with these subcultures previously, but it's sneaking in. It's trying to take over. And I mean, if have been a part of those subcultures, you kind of know that, for the most part, these are fairly progressive groups of people that are in these subcultures. So I mean, I don't know, they're kind of older subcultures. So maybe, what is it, like the Gen X has gotten more conservative. I don't think millennials haven't gotten conservative, right? Not yet. Hopefully not ever. Italian mob went legit via politicians purchase. I mean, speaking of which, Donald Trump, somebody that definitely had to have some involvement, considering what his business was in New York City, right? I mean, look, there's all kinds of rabbit holes we could go down here. I'm trusting you to keep me, yeah, Dre Dossier, yeah. So I thought it'd be interesting to take a look at that video. Obviously, it'd be interesting to catch up with our friend, What If Alt Hist, and see what kind of ridiculous shit he's spewing on the Tim Pool platform. And then we got Taylor Lorenz with her video about social media addiction. Remember, we watched the debate with Zach and Gavin that Taylor did, and kind of the frustration that was obviously being felt by both Taylor and by Gavin. And I was saying, I hope that Taylor puts out a video of this, because I feel like some of what she's saying, like, I just I'm not quite getting picking up all that she's putting down. So she's putting it down in the form of a video essay, and we can watch that video, that essay. That is tied for last place with What If Alt Hist on Tim Pool. That's where we are right now. Yeah, punk was always political. Yeah, it's absolute madness that they're saying, you know, punk's been infiltrated by wokeness. Being woke was always part of it, says Directive. But anyway, that's what we're doing today after the stream. I'm going to cover the Epstein thing with you. I might cover a few. I've got some video essays that have been kind of backing up in my files, in my queue. So we might get into some of that. Anybody heard of clavicula? Any clavicular not fans, I'm sure. Anybody heard of this? I think they're a TikToker named Clavicula. Anyway, Foreign Fridays covered that, and I thought it'd be nice to take a look at least a little bit of that. Yo, Buffy Geek, thank you for resubscribing for 6 months. That you've been subscribed for 47 months. That's a lot of months. Thank you so much. And Jellyfish back at ya. All right, so that gets us to what is it? 36. We're at 36 right now. This is the number that's important for bonus content. Like I say, I program the first half of the show, the first half of the stream. You get to program the fun half of the stream. So, and you do that by voting. So you can vote on YouTube in the poll there right now. Yeah, Adam McIntyre still ahead, although it's really close between Adam McIntyre and the Dre dossier video, What's Under Trump's Ballroom. So we'll see how that goes. The other thing that, you know, impacts on this is this meter right here, right? This is the bonus meter. If it gets to 100, then I stick around and I cover another bonus topic. I cover the top the top voted bonus topic with a little caveat, right? Because there's another way you can affect the poll as well, right? If it gets to 200, I cover the top 2, 300 the top 3, etc., etc., etc. So if you want to make the stream go longer, cover more topics, right? Then the things that make this number go up are super chats, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships to other people, if you support me on throne.com, right now I'm trying to stay ahead of the Windows 10 obsolescence to try to somehow be able to afford a new computer by the time mine just doesn't work anymore. So I don't know how long I have on that, but I guess we'll find out, right? But yeah, if you want to support me and help me hedge off that apocalypse of not being able to stream or having to stream from my laptop or whatever, then you can support me there on throne.com/nocommentchick. It also makes it go up if you become a Patreon, which, you know, if you do that at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out. I'm going to do those in a second, right? The other thing that makes the number go up is if you get a membership on Twitch, which you can do for free. If you have Prime, you can hook up your Amazon account to Twitch and it'll give you a free membership. Membership does have its privileges. Those are being able to rewind the VOD, which apparently not able to do if you don't have a sub on Twitch now. And the other thing is you get the emojis on Twitch. So yeah, you can do that for free, no cost to you. If you have Prime, you can also buy a sub for yourself if you want that. It does cost $6. Or if you gift subs to other people, that also makes this number go up. These are all the things that make this number go up. And if it goes up to 100, I stick around and cover the top voted topic. If it goes to 200, I cover etc., etc. I think you get the gist of it. I think you get the gist. The other thing that you can do if you want to is when you support the stream, regardless of, you know, how what in any of the ways that I just talked about, right? You can let me know in the chat where you want your donation to go, and I'll turn it into a percentage, and I'll actually add it to the score of the topics at the end of the stream. So you could actually push your favorite topic over the line, maybe make it win, just by letting me know in the chat which topic you support. You can also, if you feel like that's unfair and you're like, you know, it really should be about the vote, well, we've got one for you too. It's called Vox Populi. You're like, I believe in the voice of the people. So I'm going to put my donation towards keeping the poll pure and untainted, right? And then that'll make the bonus coming from donations count for less. So that's how it goes. Or if you really want to see me play some video games, which we need to do, chat, I need to figure out a time to actually play some more Soul Hackers, because I need it for my sanity. I need to enter into bizarre worlds of contrived strangeness, like what Atlas Gaming creates in their video games, right? In order to offset the insanity, the psychic damage that I'm taking every day as I make content about horrible people for you. So yeah, you could also say video game stream. Theoretically, every time that hits 100, I owe you a video game stream. Last time I did one, though, I feel like it was so short that I don't even want to count that. So I left the 100 points on. So technically, I owe you one, almost two video game streams. All right, so I think yeah, Vox is the anti-Citizens United way. That's definitely a parallel. Speaking of Patreons, all right. Everyone who supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. In fact, a fancy shout out, one might say. So let me read those off right now. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izymandias. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zara Xerix. With that being said, chat, I believe it's time to dive into the Epstein files. And please, like, if I get too conspiracy brained, pull me back, right? It's like Poltergeist, like that scene from Poltergeist, right? Where what is it, like she goes to like the other side, but they have like a rope tied around her, and when the ectoplasm monsters try to eat her, they like pull her back or something. I think it's something like that, chat. I think that's what I remember about Poltergeist. Either way, let's see what COFFEEZILLA has got for us today on the Epstein files. Oh, here it is. I've got it all queued up. And I'm going to try to hydrate a little bit too while we listen to what COFFEEZILLA is hitting us with today. COFFEEZILLA. All right.
The FBI just accidentally released 11,000 Jeffrey Epstein files that they hadn't publicly put out yet, but we got access to them. And at the end of this video, I'm gonna show you how to access them. Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail, and the guys at DropSite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files. And they got access.
Yeah, I looked at what they've got set up at Jmail. Chat, do you know what Jmail is? I don't think he's going to explain it, so let me just stop it here and explain to what we were talking about, right? What CPU have I got? I'll look for that in a second, Quaximus. So somebody's made a website which is basically a Gmail clone, right? Gmail, it's got the Google Drive, it's got, Gmail, it's got all the Google like products attached to it, right? They made a clone of, or a semi-clone, I don't know, I'm sure they're trying not to get sued, but like a similar website, let's just say, to what Google has, and except this one's called Jmail. And you go to it and you're logged in as Jeffrey Epstein. So in other words, it's all these files that have been released, right? All the emails, all the pictures, all the everything that have been released about Jeffrey Epstein, but it's in the form of like you're logged in as Jeffrey Epstein. You're in Epstein's account, right? And they call it Jmail/JDrive.
to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did. We've been looking through it. I want to go over some of it because I believe some of what we've seen directly contradicts the FBI's earlier statement that, oh, there's no evidence, or we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. That's what they told us, right? They said, we've already looked through the files. You don't need to see the files back in July. Of course, all the pressure has made them now start releasing some of this stuff. And we believe that this was slated for release, but remember, they weren't going to release all the files yet. They had to hold.
And look, chat, I would show you the site, but I'm pretty sure on the main page there's like a sex toy, like right off. I think YouTube would be okay with that, but I'm not sure about Twitch. We might get in trouble. Specific Windows 10 edition called oh, there's some I could get free security updates till 3032. Well, I've looked into, like, you know, there's also ways to, like, I don't know, like hack your computer, or like what is it called? Maximize or optimize or something. Like, you can overclock. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. There's like some way to overclock it where it works with, where you can use Windows 11, but people have said, like, I don't know, there's like a risk of you breaking your computer. No deep dive into conspiracy. Become one with the true crank inside yourself. That's what I need, Davi. That's probably the only thing. Oh, neat. So Quaximus has got a way to upgrade it. Anyway, let's see what CoffeeZilla's got. I really want to show you this freaking, let me see if I can open it and get it to show up without dildo. There's also a strap-on in this one, chat. Anyway, probably shouldn't have said that.
Some back. Well, we believe that these 11,000 files are part of what they held back, because clearly they aren't out, and clearly they were ready, because a lot of these are redacted. I mean, already you can see we found several files that were, once again, over 100 pages of redacted information. So it was all ready to be released. It's unclear why it wasn't. But let me caveat before we get into the material that this is a breaking story, and as such, I'm sure there's going to be some pieces of information that we are interpreting or trying to interpret live, and because of that, I want to warn you to withhold your judgment on some of this stuff until we get more evidence. I'm sure the president's going to be asked about some of this stuff. I'm sure Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, they're going to get asked about this because it is extremely damning, I think, what we see in some of this. Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff, because prior to this, remember that all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein.
Wait, are we talking about my processor or my processor or my motherboard?
And Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit. And we can see that of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida, served grand jury subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were served. 4 out of the 10 are outstanding with attempts having been made. What is a wealthy businessman in Ohio? A lead is being sent to CV, and the remaining 3 are currently out of pocket. This is stunning stuff. Previously, we did not know how many co-conspirators were suspected of, or I'm not aware of anything like that. And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later, because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top, and it says blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim, and I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redaction.
You gotta understand, I feel like there's something specific that the Trump DOJ said when they were talking about what they would redact, and it included some description of like politically oriented individuals or politically vulnerable individuals. I can't remember, but I feel like that's what they're using as a way of like as a justification for redacting Trump or anybody that they want to. Nobody overclocks anymore. It's all underclock. Damn, it's like all underboob too. That's the new meta.
Actions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has any...
Oh yeah, and I just remembered, chat. We got a Trump. I think Trump spoke about the files for the first time since this came out. So it's good timing that CoffeeZilla dropped the video, and I did this. Decided to cover this topic today because we got a Trump. We got Trump's thoughts on this as well.
Anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
But anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to blank and Brunel, that's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And then they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proof confirmation. But clearly, they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner. And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined.
Oh yeah, chat. So what year in the Biden administration was it in 2019? Oh yeah, it was 2 years before Biden took office. That's right. It would have been the Trump administration.
Prosecute, right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. You know, it's insane. Even over here.
Look, I don't want to take away too much attention from the video I'm reacting to here, but since people in chat have been trying to help me with this computer issue, the process, I'm not seeing I'm in the about your PC thing. The processor is an Intel Core i7 7700 with 3.60 gigahertz. That's what I'm dealing with. All right, back to the video.
Here we see that in one of the lawsuits.
Yeah, exactly. Directive 10 co-conspirators, right? And they've bit Bondi specifically, I guess would be the one, has made statements to the effect that there are no unindicted people. The guilty parties, Epstein, Maxwell, right? Prosecuted. There's no other investigations. That's the one, Quaximus. No other individuals need to be investigated. And here's the thing, right? That we're like wondering what happened to these co-conspirators, right? Sweetheart deal for Epstein combined with the apparent, dropping of any investigation against any of his anyone he might have been providing underage individuals for instance, right, is extremely suspicious. Yeah, nothing to investigate, exactly.
I believe this is with Maxwell. The government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule. And then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are two names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was an idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice, look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say, question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people asked, who's next? Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge, and we allege that there were conspirators involved. Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have done what he did without the assistance of others. And I can assure you that our investigation is moving forward, except I guess not. Against everyone except for Ghislaine Maxwell, it got killed. Like, Ghislaine Maxwell was the only one who faced justice, right? Except then she got moved to Club Fed, to this nice prison, right? And by the way, that a whole interesting interview we saw happen with Todd Blanche, which is Trump's former defense lawyer. So he got grilled on Meet the Press about his relationship. Like, why did Ghislaine Maxwell go to this nicer prison immediately afterwards? And while he declines to comment on it, he says something very interesting.
Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
So that's a Bureau of Prison security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. So every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to. But just let me talk about the security issue. At the time that I met Ms. Maxwell, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her. And the institution she was in, she was suffering numerous threats against her life. So the BOP is not only responsible for putting people in jail.
The fuck is she talking about? They pissed off everybody in that prison that she moved into. The only difference is it's like, you know, a lower security. It's a there used to be this phrase Club Fed. I don't know if there was an actual prison that this describes, if there was a particularly, like, you know, nice prison that, like, white collar criminals were put into, people with connections, right? You know, the wealthy, essentially. But yeah, this is what's pissing us off about the criminal justice system, is it's not the same for a wealthy person than it is for a poor person. And that's, you know, whether you're Epstein in the 2000s being, you know, prosecuted, getting a sweetheart deal, or you're Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, being put in a chat. Generally, there's no sex criminals, right, in these prisons, in like the prison like what Maxwell is going to. But yeah, it's a, you know, it's a summer camp, right? And the like, think about like Epstein's deal, right? He had what, like a work release? Like, his original sentence had him allowed to work. Okay, well, I'll have to, I don't know, somehow figure out what to do to see if I can get Windows 11 without breaking anything.
Making sure they stay in jail, but also for their.
Yeah, she wasn't. Yeah, she's got some kind of a exception, probably based on what Todd Blanche or the Trump administration.
Safety.
And also, look, if she does know anything, right? Trump being able to give her something nice, even just moving her to a nicer prison, right? That is. I mean, look, I'm not going to say this, that it is the legal term, but it smells like witness tampering to an uneducated, non-bar approved, non-JD having individual such as myself, right? It seems like that would be the sort of thing that would, you know, fall under the rubric of witness tampering, right? That, you know, you've now, you know, the witness owes you a favor. Or the potential witness, and yeah, I think she's been exposed as like lying, right? I think she got caught lying in the original case, and you know, she's definitely said some things, I believe, to Todd Blanche that were disproved by other evidence.
All right, so he's like, yeah, that's crazy. No, I'm not going to talk about that. But every decision lands on my desk. I mean, eventually he goes on to say that, oh, she was in so much danger. We were worried about her safety as a prisoner. I just got to say, there's a lot of concern about Ghislaine Maxwell. All of a sudden, I don't know where that came from. There's not a lot of concern about these conspirators that I guess we've swept under the rug, that we don't care about anymore since 2019. I guess we knew about them and didn't care. And what's even more concerning is our president also seems concerned with the wrong people. Like, while Todd Blanche is concerned about Ghislaine Maxwell's safety and well-being, you've got Trump concerned about the people who are going to be unfairly implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein files, rather than worrying about how to catch the people that we obviously let go through the cracks.
The victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, you know, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me, too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago.
Now, I'll be honest, he gets off track from here, but the point he was making is that those poor, innocent, bankers who were meeting with Epstein, the poor lawyers who were meeting with Epstein, like all of Epstein's friends are just caught up in this unfortunate thing. And it's just such a reversal of what previously the DOJ and FBI believed. In fact, they believed it so much that they got a federal search warrant for the SDNY, and they got it, and part of the seizable data, part of the stuff that they commanded them to seize as part of the search warrant, which, by the way, I think you need some kind of like standard of evidence for. I'm not a lawyer, you guys can chime in, but you can't just get a search warrant without some kind of evidence that you believe there's a crime that's been committed. And part of it says evidence concerning the identity or location of co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, including blank and Ghislaine Maxwell. So again, who is blank? Well, they keep redacting the names of these co-conspirators, uncharged, remember, and now they're saying we have no evidence to charge anybody. Clearly, they had evidence for a search warrant, and it's just completely ridiculous that some of this stuff is redacted and that we're viewing the rich and powerful people who are mentioned as the victims here. Now, that's all I want to talk about for now. Remember, this is a developing story, so there's, I'm sure, going to be more evidence that comes out. I will try to keep you updated. I'm probably going to cover more of this stuff in the future because there's so much here, but I had to get this out while it was basically not public yet. I mean, I think it's eventually going to be public. When, we don't know. But you can access all of it at jmail.world. I'll leave a link in the description. They have a special drive section. The original pitch was it's like email, but you're logged in as Jeffrey Epstein. Now they've made it like the entire Google account, so you can log into his drive folder and all that kind of stuff. They did so much that they...
Yeah, there's like Gemini with a J as in Jeffrey. There's Jamazon, right? It's like with a J instead of an A on the Amazon logo. It's like you're, it's like all the icons that would come up, but they're Jeffrey Epstein versions of themselves.
We are now 315 days away from the midterms, and tonight we are expecting another batch of Epstein documents to be made public anytime now, as the Justice Department faces mounting backlash after their handling of this situation. Yesterday, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche defended the decision to pull some images from the initial release, including one of President Donald John Trump, right off the site, saying that it was due to concerns from the victims, and adding that the suggestion that the move had anything to do with Trump himself was, in Blanche's words, laughable. But lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are worried that the White House is slow-walking things and hiding critical information.
They've not shown any deference or respect for the victims at all, for the survivors of this nightmare. And it's all about covering up things that, for whatever reason, Donald Trump doesn't want to go public, either about himself, other members of his family, friends, Jeffrey Epstein.
The administration has struggled for months and months with something they initially ginned up and then sort of tried to tamp down. So any evidence or any kind of indication that there's not a full reveal on this will just plague them for months and months more. So my suggestion would be give up all the information, release it.
House members Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, sponsors of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, are considering holding Attorney General Pam Bondi in inherent contempt for this delayed production. And Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is taking steps to sue the administration over this whole entire rollout. But we need to take a step back and remember why it is important that all of these materials are made public. It's not about lawmakers on the Hill. It is about the women that were harmed and deserve answers. I want to share what just one survivor told MS Now earlier today.
This was meant to be a deadline where we could search and go in and find what we were looking for, and instead we just haven't had it. And it feels intentionally careless. It feels like another way that the system has failed us. We just are trying to get to the truth, and it's all we've been saying from the very beginning, which is why it's so disheartening when we are constantly being talked about in this political way that makes us feel like we are pawns. There are so many issues here that we just need to be seen as human.
With that, let's get smarter with the help of our leadoff panel this evening. Susan Glasser joins us, staff writer for The New Yorker, Peter Baker, chief White House correspondent for The New York Times, and Daniela Diaz, congressional reporter for Notice. Susan, can we just start with what we heard from that Epstein survivor, Danielle Bensky? I don't know how else to see this, but the Justice Department, at the very least, fumbling their basic obligation and opportunity to simply do right by these women.
Yeah, I mean, look, Steph, it's a failure that has, many authors and has been taking place over years and years and years, right? And so now this idea that there was going to be one transformative kind of accountability moment, unfortunately, I have to say that it's not particularly surprising that the Trump Justice Department did not fully comply with this congressional law, that these survivors do not feel that they're being given full and transparent accounting, because they aren't being given full and transparent accounting. But unfortunately, this has become inextricably entwined with politics. It's not going to be detached now. And, it's a crisis for Donald Trump. I compared it earlier to a kind of a chronic illness at this point of his presidency. It's going to keep popping back up because they're never able to fully disclose and to fully give us a real accurate sense of why is it that Donald Trump has worked so hard to keep these documents from the public. I don't have a better answer for that now, frankly, than I did when this erupted as a political controversy this summer when Elon Musk first told us Donald Trump's name was in the files.
Okay, well, then let's turn to Donald Trump himself. And I want to share just a bit of what he had to say when he was asked about the files.
Here we go.
What this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party has. Like, for instance, today we're building the biggest ships in the world.
Can you imagine if Biden got asked about like his his age, his cognitive state, and he's like, that's just a way to distract from our huge success on AUKUS, Jack. The news media is never talking about the fact that we got AUKUS. We got AUKUS.
Most powerful ships in the world, and they're asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein. I thought that was finished.
Jeffrey Epstein. Oh my God. Why do people think they can laugh shit away? Look, I mean, I guess you can. I mean, people do successfully deflect with treating something like it's silly or laughing at or trying to meme it. I mean, look at Vosh, right? What he's done with the, he's turned like everything that he was exposed to into like, a meme about him being obsessed with horses, right? But it just like, it's not working. It's not working. This isn't it, right? There's probably a way to use that to deflect. It's not a successful deflection, Donald. This doesn't make you look any less like nobody's like seeing this like, oh, geez, I was worried that maybe Donald was involved. But since he is laughing and thinks that it is not a big deal, it's like Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, yeah, I guess I should. It's a silly thing for me to preoccupy myself with. Let's just trust this guy. Clearly, an innocent man here, like telling you not to look behind the curtain.
Why in the world would it be finished, Peter? The files were due on Friday. We didn't get them all.
It was definitely not going to be finished. I had to
What success, hermit horologist? Surely you must know about the A+++ economy that everyone in the United States is experiencing right now. The United States is hot right now. It's the envy of the world. That's what the media wants to distract you. See, nobody knows about this because everybody keeps on talking about Epstein, and they don't realize how successful Trump is. Look, he just named another thing after himself. What a successful man. That's what a successful man does, right? A man that has a great faith in his ultimate legacy as president. You know, he puts his fucking name on everything. He doesn't assume that people in the future will, history will vindicate him, and people will look back at his presidency fondly, and that they'll want to name stuff after him. He just goes ahead and changes shit's name. He just goes ahead and puts a new title on things.
say this.
Yeah, 25% of the electorate is buying this.
This was 100% predictable. Even if they had released every single document they had in the files and they had not redacted a single word, there would be people who would not be satisfied and would be suspicious that they were not in fact getting everything, because in fact this was a conspiracy that the Trump allies and Trump himself have fomented over the last 6 years since Jeffrey Epstein's death. I
gotta say, there's certain voices that are not very credible on this matter. New York Times is one of these, right? Where your whole thing is like, well, you know, Trump's really being hoisted on his own petard here in this complete nothing burger. There's not really anything to this. And, you know, we tried to tell you, but then Trump and his supporters got, you know, they went all in on this Epstein thing. And now, well, it looks like he's suffering the consequences. No, do not, like, this is not a nothing burger, right? This is an everything bagel. Who's seen that movie? Who's seen that movie?
fomented the idea that there was something.
I feel like I'm not usually like I don't eat bagels, especially like an everything bagel seems like, you know, just all kinds of textures in my mouth at once. But right now I could kind of go for something like that.
Sinister there. And if they don't find it, if it's not produced through these records releases, then people are going to assume that there's some sort of conspiracy hiding it. And so they have asked for this. They set this up for themselves in a way. The fact that they didn't then release all the documents and then did release some of them only in a redacted form, of course, was going to stoke these suspicions. Nobody thinks that the Department of Justice is an independent actor here. The president has made very clear that he doesn't want the Department of Justice to be an independent actor in this term. He's made very clear that it's, to him, an instrument of political power to be used to go after his enemies and protect himself. And so naturally, therefore, there's very little credibility among a lot of people who have suspicions about this Justice Department. Who is running this thing? Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General. Who is Todd Blanche? The president's defense attorney from his last trials. I mean, of course, this is never going to satisfy people who are suspicious. And so he shouldn't have suspected this is going to be over, because of course it wasn't going to be over.
All right, let's talk about Blanche, because his response to lawmakers' threats of potential legal action, contempt, impeachment, he said, bring it on. And Daniela, I'm pretty sure he wasn't talking about my favorite movie of the late 90s. Is this guy just goading oversight in the new year?
Stephanie, it's exactly what we expected from someone like Todd Blanche, as Peter just said, who has defended Donald Trump, has been his attorney in the past. I mean, this is clearly how they were going to go about this when it came to the Epstein files from the very beginning. We saw what Donald Trump, you just played a clip, said today, really saying this is taking away attention from our actual accomplishments. Now,
I think we might actually have to watch that.
They're not there right now, of course. It's really close to the holiday. But they have told me for the last couple of months, actually not releasing these files and not being able to shed light on what this issue is taking away from the Republican accomplishments that they've made in Capitol Hill. They passed that bill over the summer, the one big beautiful bill. But really what took over the summer, this conversation about releasing the Epstein files. I do agree with what Peter said, that it's going to take a long time to be able to squash these questions surrounding these files. But in doing this drip, which was not what was expected when they passed that legislation to compel the DOJ to release these files, what the Department of Justice is doing is adding to more questions about what is in these files. And also, is there a selective amount of files that they released on Friday, on Saturday, to paint for example, former President Bill Clinton in a negative light and remove Donald Trump from a photo. So there's so many questions, and they're not helping their case right now by not answering them.
Peter, you want to paint Bill Clinton in a negative light? Go for it. I haven't heard any Democrat saying they shouldn't. What the American people are demanding is complete transparency. And the thing about Todd Blanche, he didn't really explain. He was asked directly, and he fumbled. He could not explain why Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to a minimum security prison, despite her status as a convicted sex offender. So this guy's going on TV, clearly hurting his own credibility. But beyond him, why aren't we hearing from Pam Bondi? She is the boss.
Well, we heard this week through the article written by Chris Whipple in Vanity Fair that Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff, thinks that Pam Bondi, quote, completely whiffed, unquote, when it comes to the Epstein files.
Oh shit, chat. This is reminding me. There's stuff I haven't covered yet, right? Susie Wiles had an interview. She said way too much. She said, you know, things that reflected poorly on Trump, things that reflected poorly on the rest of the administration. Shit that you wouldn't expect. You got to understand, Susie Wiles is the, I don't know, the closest thing to an adult in the room. Like, understand this, right, chat? There, in the previous Trump administration, there were Trump favorites. Like, there were people that personally impressed Donald Trump that were probably not qualified for the jobs that they were given. And then there were the adults in the room, people that, you know, his advisors had told him, oh, you really need to get this guy in. He knows a lot about X, right? And the adults in the room were what kept Trump on the guardrails, right? For instance, General Milley, when Trump wants to shoot protesters in the leg, says, we don't do that. That's not a thing. Don't get your, you know, right? You an adult in the room that stops something really bad from happening, right? My understanding is that the closest thing to that in this administration is Susie Wiles. And the biggest thing that I mean, he was frustrated by the fact that he felt that he was hampered, right? Like, you know, he did everything right, and he was still unable to steal the election at the end of things, right? So he doesn't trust those people that gave him guardrails before. And Susie Wiles seems to be put in there to kind of empower Trump to do what he wants, to more like make sure that people don't get in Trump's way, right? So she's the glue, but it's still like hold the administration together, give them plausible deniability, keep the whole operation from running off the tracks. That's her job. And so for her to go in there and say those things that she did about the Trump administration, kind of wild.
She didn't understand the power that this story has for the MAGA base, and that therefore she didn't handle it right. She first told them that
Can I
she had
interrupt
given
for
them,
1 second?
Yeah.
That's the thing that killed me this weekend, though, Peter. We all read Chris Whipple's reporting last Tuesday, Wednesday, right? Where Susie Wiles, in my opinion, levels Pam Bondi, saying you whiffed on Epstein. So fast forward 5 days, she has a chance, or 3 days, to make these documents public on Friday. She has a chance to go on the shows on Sunday, and she's MIA.
Yeah, she is MIA. She obviously wants nothing to do with it. Todd Blanche has been put out there as the public face of this. And again, as we've just talked about, Todd Blanche is known, of course, as President Trump's former defense attorney. Of course, Pam Bondi also defended him in one of the impeachment trials. So both of them.
Yeah, then there's also the Vanity Fair article, which I feel like Susie Wiles is the one that came out the best, right? This is an article. I'm trying to remember. It's the, like, you know, photojournalist, right, who took pictures for the article, who's really gotten everybody's attention in, you know, taking a real close up of Carolyn Levitt, for instance. That you can actually see where her injection sites are on her lips, showing people in a way that kind of mirrors what the truly horrible and criminal nature of the Trump administration, right? Rather than just being there of like, oh yeah, we're gonna make these, you know, we're gonna make Marco look good. Rubio is, I'm trying to remember what the deal is. They take a picture of JD Vance while he's like buttoning up his pants or something. Like, yeah, it's great. It's unironically great photojournalism. Yeah, there's a few things that I haven't covered, and now I'm getting reminded of those.
In fact, former Trump defense attorneys in one form or another. But you're right, Pam Bondi is absent. She does not want to have her face attached to it. It's possible because she has lost credibility with the MAGA base about this, and maybe they think that Todd Blanche might have more credibility. But the truth is, as long as they have documents they haven't released, as long as they are redacting some things that they have released, they're going to stoke suspicions, and that's going to be the inevitable outcome here. So it's not surprising that we are where we are. And you're right, they're going to try to shift attention to President Clinton. President Clinton's office today put out a statement saying, fine, release everything. No question, there's a lot of people who look bad in these Epstein documents, plenty of people, Democrats and Republicans alike. But so far what we've seen is not told us something we didn't know. The question is, what don't we know that's in the documents they haven't released?
The Justice Department is under fire over its initial release of files related to the serial convicted child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. After
trying to figure out, was this one 17 hours ago? This would have to be from Friday's Democracy Now! I don't even know if they... I mean, it was released 17 hours. I get so confused about what time... things in the United States right now. It's 1:00 a.m. Pacific time. That means 17 hours ago is like the ass crack of dawn. But then again, they go on fairly early. I don't know, chat. I can't tell you reliably which broadcast this was from. Oh, wait, no, is this the whole thing here? Is this the Monday broadcast, or?
Failed to publish.
Looks like it's a segment.
Thousands of documents by Friday's congressionally imposed deadline. The delay drew criticism from Epstein survivors and members of Congress. Of the Epstein files turned over so far, more than 500 pages were entirely redacted, including all 119 pages of a document labeled Grand Jury NY. One notable document released Friday was a 1996 FBI complaint filed by Maria Farmer, who, along with her sister Annie, was sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, who's serving a 20-year sentence. In the report, Maria Farmer told the FBI of Epstein's interest in child pornography. For more than 30 years, the FBI never publicly acknowledged her report, never investigated her claims. On Friday, Maria's sister Annie spoke to CNN.
My sister Maria Farmer reported Epstein and his crimes in 1996. We've been saying that over and over again. And part of what was released today was an official FBI form, and I think it was an FD 71, dated September 3rd, 1996, with my sister's, some of my sister's report. It was labeled under child pornography, and it described Epstein stealing photos of myself at the age of 16, of my younger sister, who was 12 at the time. And just to see it in writing and to know that they had this document this entire time.
They uploaded at 11 a.m. Yeah, so it must be from. I'm guessing this is from last week. I don't think they stream. I don't think they have a Sunday show, do they? I thought they were only weekdays. Seize the means of Crunchwrap Supreme's production. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's my. For some reason, chat. Being in Thailand with all its delicious food, all its amazing vegetables, just like permanent, year-round access to fruit and stuff like that. What do I crave? I crave even stuff like Taco Bell, right? Like I crave a Crunchwrap Supreme with the guacamole.
And how many people were harmed after that date? It just, we've been saying it over and over, but to see it in black and white that way has been very emotional. I'm with Maria today. I know she felt a tremendous amount of relief and redemption, but also sorrow in thinking about, people like Virginia Roberts Giuffre who are not here to see this and be a part of really forcing the government to be transparent finally about this case.
That was Annie Farmer speaking to CNN. At least 16 files related to Jeffrey Epstein disappeared from the Justice Department's public webpage over the weekend before reappearing amidst public outcry. The files included images of paintings depicting nude women and one showing a photograph of Trump alongside Epstein, Melania Trump, and Epstein's longtime associate and co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. We're joined right now in studio for the first time by Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna of California, along with Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie.
I think, oh God, this is Massey. I think Ro Khanna also was on Hassan on Friday as well, talking about this.
Ro Khanna co-wrote the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which led to Friday's release. So the deadline, Congressmember Khanna, was December 19th. So talk about what was released and what wasn't released.
Not much new was released. Unfortunately, what they released was heavily redacted. They didn't release some of the key documents. The 60-count draft indictment that was prepared for Jeffrey Epstein. Ultimately, he was charged only on 2 counts. We had asked for that 60-count draft indictment.
This was the original one, the non-prosecution agreement.
The original indictment of what he should have been charged for. In Florida. And then the 82-page memorandum trying to justify that. They didn't release that. So Massey and I yesterday morning said we were going to hold Pam Bondi in contempt. Since then, for 24 hours, they've been backpedaling. They actually now have released an unredacted version of the New York grand jury testimony, the 119-page document that you referred. They're saying they're going to release more documents. They realize the public backlash. So let's see what we get this week.
So you've talked about possibly holding the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, in contempt. It's also been floated that you might want to impeach her. What does each of these mean, and what's the deadline on each of these?
So the House can act unilaterally on contempt, and this will be introduced by Thomas Massie. What the resolution will say is that for every day that Pam Bondi does not release the documents in question, she will be subject to a personal $5,000 fine. And there will be a committee of the Congress, Republican and Democrat, that need to see the documents to determine whether that redaction qualifies as legitimate with the statute or not. We will be giving her a 30-day grace period to release the documents. But the interesting thing is that Massey has Republicans lined up as well to support this contempt. It's a privilege resolution. That means the Speaker would have to give it a vote. And we're likely to introduce it early in January. But the point is not just to pass it, just the announcement of doing so. And Pam Bondi's awareness that Republicans are upset has had them backpedaling. And all day yesterday, they've been tweeting out unredacted versions of previously redacted documents, explanations for why documents have been missing, and a commitment to be releasing more documents.
So you're talking about contempt, and you're saying only the House would have to approve that, not the Senate. And what about impeachment?
Impeachment of course, requires the Senate to convict. It would require a majority in the House. It's an option on the table. I think what she's doing is impeachable, but we would want to first...
Yeah. So there has been a lot of discussion about impeaching Bondi, right? When they're talking about impeachment, they're not talking about Trump. We're talking about Bondi. Obviously, like at the moment, a Trump impeachment is just not going to happen. The administration, though, has pissed off even some Republicans, right? And all it would take to get, this to sort of like force the Senate to deal with this would be a few more Republican votes to, I don't know. I mean, could they do a oh my God, a discharge petition? Is that possible with a is that possible with a impeachment?
Do the contempt, and we would want to make sure that we have the votes to be able to impeach. But what is on the table is the contempt, impeachment, and frankly, a criminal referral in terms of obstruction of justice for violating the law. which would apply not just to her or Deputy Attorney General Blanche, but career prosecutors or Justice Department officials who have not complied with the letter of the law or the spirit of the law.
So you mentioned Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. He appeared on Meet the Press on Sunday and was asked by Kristen Welker about files relating to President Trump.
Let's delve more deeply into the redactions. Is any information about President Trump redacted in any of the files that have or will be released?
No, not unless it's supposed to be redacted under the law, which means victim information or any sort of privilege, like attorney-client privilege. But I have no reason to believe that the lawyers that were working on this case were talking about President Trump, because he had nothing to do with the Epstein files. He had nothing to do with the horrific crimes that Mr. Epstein committed. And so I don't expect there will be anything redacted. But the short answer is we are not redacting information around President Trump, around any other individual involved with Mr. Epstein.
So that's the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, yes, the former personal attorney of the criminal attorney for President Trump. If you can talk about, for example, this photograph that was on the website, disappeared from the website, and then came back on, and Blanche talking about, well, they want to just protect survivors. It was a picture of Trump. Explain the significance of this. It wasn't even particularly incriminating, and yet they removed it.
Well, it was not incriminating because that picture had actually been out in the public domain before. What I can just think is that there were overzealous attorneys who were told or decided that they didn't want anything with Trump out there, and so they were vetting the material to protect Trump, and then the outrage made them re-release it. But the biggest issues is that in one case they released information about a survivor. Maybe they did that accidentally, but they didn't release the survivor's FBI file, which she has been asking for decades. And the truth is, what do the American people want to know? They want to know who are the rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's rape island? Who are the people who either abused these young girls or watched at parties as young girls, 14, 15, were paraded around naked and didn't say anything? And that information is in the FBI files. That information is in those indictments and in the prosecution memorandum. And the question people are asking is, why are you not releasing this? Because it goes beyond Trump. It goes to a group of rich and powerful people who are engaged in heinous conduct or covering it up.
So the Democrats have also been in charge of the House when they didn't release the Epstein files. Why the change?
Well, I think it was a miss for this whole country. I don't defend the idea that these survivors have been denied justice for over a decade. Now, Elijah Cummings had talked about this in 2019. I was on the committee. We had talked about having an investigation, but all of us should have acted with far greater urgency. And as I have gotten to know now personally.
Yeah, so this is a question I constantly get from Trump supporters, right? They're trying out a new thought-terminating cliche in MAGA land that goes like this. If there was anything incriminating about Donald Trump, one thing that we know about Joseph Biden is that he was unafraid to use the courts against Trump. So in other words, the fact that there wasn't, a case prosecuted or a big deal made by the Democrats of this is proof that Trump can't be involved in any sort of embarrassing way. But the thing is that horse has already left the stable, right? There's pictures, just like there are of Bill Clinton with Epstein. There's pictures of Donald Trump. They are lifetime friends, and they weren't just like minor friends. They were very, very close friends for a very, very long time. All right. So, you could say, now, is it possible that Donald Trump didn't commit any crimes with Epstein? Yeah. We haven't seen the evidence that he did, but we've seen just, that anybody that is connected this deeply with Donald Trump, maybe we should give a second thought about, giving them power, right? Anybody that's part of the Epstein class, I'd say, has a lot to answer for, right? And if they want to continue to be, our leaders, which for the most part, they are, there's not a lot of like working class people in government, right? They owe us an explanation. And they owe us proof that they are proactively following these leads and trying to find out what went on and whether there were, as there seems, as this new revelation from COFFEEZILLA has showed us, whether there are indeed 10 co-conspirators that just got dropped from the case, right? And what kind of pull did Epstein have to get this sweetheart deal that, you know, that a Trump official from the first administration gave him, right? Jim Acosta, right? There's things that there's questions that need to be answered. Even if Donald Trump, you know, was just a creepy guy with shitty friends like Epstein, and he never did any crime, right? That's a possibility, right? That he still owes us those answers. And the fact that and here's the deal: if any Trump people are out there, you know, just thinking that this is utter hypocrisy to go after Trump over this, it's like, do you want to get to the bottom of this or don't you? Because I didn't like, look, just like Ro Khanna, I kind of feel like I should have been more worried about this when it happened, right? Jeffrey Epstein, this fucking the world's most famous pedophile, the world's most notorious pedophile, and a guy whose connections got him out of, you know, what should have been a lifetime sentence, right? He winds up dead in jail before he can testify, right? That seems suspicious. But do I know it's suspicious? Do I know that he didn't, you know, just decide, hey, you know, the long arm of the law has finally caught up with me. I'm going to face some real consequences here, and I don't want to be alive for that, right? Could it be that the, you know, the prison security was so lax that they let him be in a situation where he could off himself, you know, with the bed sheets, right? And you know, it successfully happened. Yeah, that's a possibility, right? So I felt a little conspiracy theory headed if I was to say, I know that there's something deeper. I, in fact, do not know there's something deeper, but I strongly suspect that there's something deeper. But now we don't just have that strange set of circumstances, right? Which in and of its own probably, like Rose said, deserves to be investigated. We just get so used to, you know, when we hear law enforcement say nothing to see here, thinking, okay, I guess there was nothing, you know, weird going on. They would have said something otherwise, right? Something would have come up otherwise. Now we've got a administration that has been gung-ho about getting the Epstein files out up until the point that it came time to actually produce those files, and is now doing everything to keep those files hidden. That is extremely strange, and that needs to be investigated. And that's my interest, right? If Bill Clinton is, you know, like, first of all, you know, he's a scumbag who hung out with Epstein, right? He should lose his respect. You know, nobody should talk to him, right? He's a creep. But second of all, he should be investigated. If there's any leads in there, yeah, investigate him, investigate Noam Chomsky, investigate any of these fuckers, right? I am not somebody that is that has an investment in establishment Democratic Party officials, or even, like, I don't know, leftist academics like Noam Chomsky being, you know, free from being investigated. If they did fucked up shit with Epstein, they should pay the consequences. I mean, we got to be serious about this and realize that it's beyond politics, right? There's going to be, you know, Democrats in there. There's going to be Republicans in there. And there's going to be a ton of rich and powerful people in there. And this is our first look into how the Epstein class actually operates. And it should not be our last. Because there's something that stinks to high hell in this whole Epstein thing. And I'm guessing it's not just limited to Epstein. It's not just limited to the Epstein case. I'm guessing that this is something that rich and powerful people, you know, regularly get away with. You know, like, where does it end, right? If it's this corrupt that somebody can, you know, turn what should be a lifetime sentence for Jeffrey Epstein into a sweetheart deal where he is out of prison and able to work for most of the sentence right, then what else are they doing? Like, look at Ghislaine Maxwell being moved to a like incredibly low security, like basically a resort of a prison. She's able to have a pet dog, right, because she played ball with Trump, because she said the thing that Trump's attorney wanted her to say, right? I think a lot of this stinks to high hell, and it needs to get investigated regardless of your politics, right? We can all agree the Epstein class are not our unless you're rich and famous and connected and corrupted, right? The Epstein class are not your friends. Nobody should try to protect them, whether it's Donald Trump or Bill Clinton. We got to have a look at what's going on inside here.
Survivors have become much more emotionally invested in this case, meeting people like Annie Farmer. And what happened to these young girls, because they were girls from working class families who were often immigrants or didn't have a father. They were abused, and this country abandoned them. And that's a shame and an indictment on the country.
This is Amanda Roberts, the sister-in-law.
YouTube Shorts chat, glad to have you with us today. One thing that I ask you is to be normal. Okay, just be a little bit normal. Be a little bit normal. Ask relevant questions, right?
Of the late Virginia Giuffre, who was the first survivor to come out publicly against Epstein.
I think the law being passed is exactly why we wanted it to be passed, because now we can hold them accountable, because this is a law now, and we can hold them in contempt if they do decide to, redact perpetrators, if they don't release the items that we know they need to release. And so we're going to do our due diligence, between us, the survivors, the lawyers. We know what should be in there, and we're going to comb through every single page, and we're going to hold them accountable. And so while we're extremely disappointed, while we're frustrated, there is also this sense of empowerment. And every single survivor that I told them today, I said the ball is in our court.
See, that's Amanda Roberts, the sister-in-law of the late Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who was a victim of Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, and, of course, Andrew. We don't say Prince Andrew anymore because, after all...
Because he's the Andrew formerly known as Prince. That's what I call him.
All of this, and she sued him. He's been stripped of his royal title. So many survivors have said it shouldn't be on them, though they have united. They're not giving up. They've talked about putting out...
Hey, here's an idea for the future. Maybe we should stop using made-up titles implying dynastic lineage for people writ large. I don't know. Just a thought.
A list of the men whose names they knew.
They came to the Capitol twice. They relived their trauma twice. That's the only reason Massey and my bill passed the House and the Senate. And they have said that they are many men who either abused them, raped them, trafficked them, or covered it up. I mean, think about it. There are 1,200 victims. It's not conceivable mathematically that one person abused or raped 1,200 people.
Yeah, Gasly says now he's just a royal pain in the butt. Listen, he is a royal pain in the butt, but don't say that he sweated, all right? Because clearly this man is incapable of sweating.
There were more folks. They have described them in generalities to Massey and me.
And that's how we know that he's innocent of all the Epstein stuff, because the victims described a man who was sweating. Clearly that could not be the prince, formerly known as Andrew.
They fear, obviously, defamation suits and rich and powerful people coming after them. It shouldn't be their obligation to release this. What they and their lawyers have said is if you release the FBI files, if you release the draft indictments and the prosecution memo, the American people will know who these folks are.
Susan Wiles, in this famous now Vanity Fair article, in talking about this, I think...
Oh, my God, chat, we're going to have to read the Vanity Fair article.
She used the term... She said, Chris Whipple wrote the article, Wiley said, I think she completely, referring to Pam Bondi, whiffed on appreciating that was the very targeted group that cared about this, Wiles said of Bondi.
Well, she whiffed, and she's continuing to whiff. I mean, I imagine the White House was livid on Friday, because what Pam Bondi did on Friday was basically extension of what she did 5 months ago, put out documents and a document dump that really didn't tell us anything new. And I think they thought that we're headed to Christmas, Congress is out of session, Massey and I would just sort of say, okay, they complied with the law and let's move on and declare a win. Instead, they were surprised that Massey and I actually care about these survivors. We don't just care about some kind of pro forma win. We want the actual documents out. And within
look, people like Bondi, Blanche, Patel, these are people who obviously do not belong in the positions that they've been appointed to. But this is the Trump administration, right? We have chosen to go through the looking glass into Trump world, where, you know, loyalty means everything and you know, competence means nothing, right? But I do want to point out, right, that although a lot of the ire is being directed at Bondi, at Patel, at Bongino, and at Blanche, right? In some ways, these people are sent out there to, I don't know, it's like rodeo clowns, right? The idea is that especially MAGA will become frustrated with people in the Trump administration rather than becoming frustrated with Trump himself. So yeah, don't let them use these people as a firewall. But yeah, you know, going after, you know, Bondi, if an impeachment can be pursued or whatever, you know, it could be a good first steps. And so it seems like a lot of the not just like the MAGA voters, but the politicians are unwilling to you know, pursue anything regarding the president themselves. You know, we'll take it. We'll take it, is what I'm saying.
Hours, we said this is a betrayal, a gross betrayal of the spirit and letter of the law.
I have a question. Ghislaine Maxwell, in the days leading up to December 19th, the convicted associate of sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, has asked a federal court to vacate or amend her 20-year sentence for sex trafficking. Now, this isn't the same as a pardon. I was wondering if by doing this, I'm not saying she's working in cahoots with the administration, but by doing this, does this open up the possibility that they'll say, well, since she's asked the federal court to vacate or amend her sentence, they're reopening the case, and this would lead to many documents not being released?
It could be one of the reasons that they don't release some of the documents. But to put in context, there are 300 gigabytes of documents. They've released 2.5 gigabytes. So when people say ongoing investigations, could it prevent some
less than 1% of the gigabytes
documents from being released? Maxwell, could it prevent some documents from being released? Maybe, but we're talking about 5%. Where are the other 95% of the documents? Where are the documents the three federal...
Wait, 5%? Sounds like he's over, I don't know.
Judges have ordered
percent of the number of documents. I got it.
Without significant redaction. So the concern here is, what are they hiding and who are they protecting?
So President Trump has provided over almost a monolithic Republican Party, but now there are cracks. And I think it very much started with the Epstein files, right? You have Congress members Nancy Mace.
Question from Twitch chat. Do you really think Trump... Yeah, I do think so. Thanks for the question, by the way.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and others who left the Republican Party to join the Democrats, I mean, just on this vote. Now, more than a tenth of the current Congress has indicated they will not return to their seats after the midterms. We're talking about
Yeah, so this is the thing. When Trump does this thing where he puts people in a position where they've got to defend Trump or be a target of Trump and MAGA, right? I.e. the conundrum the MTG stepped away from, etc., right? You shouldn't be surprised to see massive defections and retirements because nobody wants to be associated with this, right? Everybody's starting to focus, and this is a wild thing, chat. Everybody's starting to focus not on the Trump administration, which may I remind you, we got more than 3 years left, slightly more than 3 years left of the Trump administration, right? So that's nowhere close to over. And yet it does feel like we're dealing with a bit of a wounded duck, if not a lame duck in the case of Donald Trump. And that people are acting in the way that you would expect to, jockeying for position in the new post-Trump environment.
Something like well over 40 senators and Congress members, and the majority of them are Republican. The significance of this.
Donald Trump is finally losing his MAGA base. This is the one issue, the Epstein files, where the MAGA base disapproves overwhelmingly of Donald Trump. And it goes to the question, whose side?
No. I mean, I'm going to say something more for what Ro is saying here. This is the beginning of the crack in the base, right? Up until the Epstein thing came down the pipe, Trump had solidified probably more than 90% of people who identify as Republicans. Certainly amongst people who identify as MAGA, it's even higher, right? He had an outrageously high approval rating, and that is, the benefit of the negative polarity that he creates, like a reality distorting force field around him. And once this Epstein stuff started to drop, now, if you were smart, you would have seen it before the election, right? Donald Trump goes on Fox News. They ask him, are you going to release the UFO stuff? He's like, oh, yeah, we'll release the UFO stuff. Yeah, no, definitely. You're going to release the JFK stuff? Oh, yeah, JFK stuff? Absolutely. We're going to do that, too. Yeah, no, absolutely. How about the Epstein stuff? Yeah, we're going to release actually on that one, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much. There's a lot of fake stuff in that world. And I'm pretty much quoting him, right? This is pretty much what he said. There's a lot of fake stuff in this world, in that world. And I would hate to see any innocent people be harmed by it, right? Right there, you would have hoped that maybe more of MAGA would have woken up. But Fox News were the ones doing the interview, and just like CBS did with Kamala Harris, Fox News edited that interview, edited that part out of it, made it look like, at least if you were watching Fox News, I think this was up on their website in its full glory with all of Trump's hemming and hawing about the Epstein files and how those were different. And, he wasn't quite so sure about those, not so much on those, right? A lot of the Fox News audience didn't end up seeing this. If they just watched it live and never saw it on the online on the website or on YouTube, right, then they don't know that Trump was acting cagey already about the Epstein files. But there it is. If only you could go back in time maybe and make a bigger deal of that, we might not be dealing with a Trump administration right now, despite his claims of having won a landslide, which, he did win a lot of electoral votes. He did win all of the swing states that were in play. But in terms of his actual margin of victory, he was around 1.5%. That's not a large margin of victory. In fact, Hillary Clinton, at the same time as losing the electoral vote, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, just to put it in perspective, by more than Trump won the popular vote in 2024. So, it was closer than people think, right? It was closer than it looks like on the map. So, yeah, like some attention being paid to this matter. But then again, look at who the Democrats are. Look at who they protect, right? Same issue in terms of being with Trump, in terms of being compromised by the Epstein class. And so sadly, we did not hear a lot about this. And also the thing with Trump was there was so much going on. Every day there was a new scandal. Every day there was a new faux pas that he made. And it was just, it was a chore to keep track of, right? But yeah, we are back in vertical. The last time I streamed hardcore in vertical in shorts was around the time of the election. So good to have you on board with us today, Shorts Chatters.
Are you on the side of these rich and powerful men who abused young girls and have elite impunity, or are you going to stand with abandoned young girls and the working class? And what the Republicans are starting to see is that Trump has betrayed his own base, that he's become part of the swamp that he railed against. And so you now see after this discharge petition, there's suddenly tons of discharge petitions in the Congress on all sorts of topics. People are willing to defy Speaker Johnson. They're willing to defy Donald Trump. Many are thinking about a post-Trump future. If they have aspirations of a political career for the next 10 years, they're trying to position for their own careers and less about protecting Donald Trump.
The significance of Elise Stefanik not only pulling out of the New York the New York governor's.
JK, way to miss the point. Yeah, Trump won the election in 2024. If I told you any different, I would be lying to you. And that's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to tell you the truth, right? What the point that I was making is that the Democrats absolutely flubbed that campaign, as they did in 2016, right? What we're seeing with the Trump era is not so much a political juggernaut as some people portray Trump as, but just massive incompetence on the Democratic side, a tendency for them to nominate, some of the most unlikable candidates, and then for those candidates to be kind of hemmed in by the weight of the party establishment in terms of not being able to, speak loud and proud about issues in which the public agrees with them. Like, for instance, with Kamala Harris, she started talking about price gouging, right? That's a great priority for the next president to have. However, she got the boss call from the donors that said, hey, we're making record profits. If you could just not, and she backed off. They backed off a lot of things. That was an incredibly incompetent campaign run by and one wonders, Chad, if the Democrats, if there's any way for them to get out of that morass. It seems that the people that have risen to the top of the party structure, the gerontocracy, and although they're not all, ancient of days, right? Some of them are just boomer in terms of mindset, but that boomer mindset, that being stuck in the 20th century in terms of their politics and practicing politics as if it is fucking 1996 instead of 2024. I think that's a big contributing factor to Trump's success in 2016 and 2024. But it's only after America gets Trump fatigue from 4 years, or in this case, 1 year, right? That's all it's taken to push down his numbers is 1 year. 1 year of Trump, and people are like, yeah, no, actually, we don't want this, right? This is no, actually, as bad as the Democrats are, like, please give me that. But, it's too late. It's too late. We got to write it out either with Donald Trump or, whoever replaces him if he gets too old. Right, if he dies in office, right, the JD Vance presidents will finish out the presidency and then maybe run as an incumbent in 2024.
Now ending her congressional career, at least for the moment.
Well, I took some satisfaction because she was so over the top in the way she's gone after universities in this country, and she has been pandering to the worst elements of Trump's base, and yet.
Let me read some more Twitch chat here. Nadia Yvette says, I'm not sure there wasn't rigging in 2024. No matter, I got my warning from the GOP insider. I fled the U.S. Oh, good job. Good job. Yeah, me too. Oh, before Inauguration Day. Hey, you were quicker on it than I was, right? But yeah, no, I definitely didn't want to hang out and see what happened with Trump. But yeah, regardless, look, in some ways, there's rigging every single year, right? The Republican Party, the modern Republican Party, is very much, anti-egalitarian, anti-democratic, and have been losing control over the voting, the losing control over more and more voters. And in order to keep themselves viable, they have to do stuff like gerrymandering. They have to do stuff like eliminating voters that they've calculated are not likely to vote for them from voting rolls. All the dirty tricks that they constantly do. You could make the argument, and I think, oh God, what's his name, chat? What's the guy's name with the top hat? He looks like a hard-boiled, not a top hat, but like a detective hat. He looks like a hard-boiled detective. I cannot remember his fucking name. Somebody in chat knows it, though. There's a guy that comes around every 4 years and tells us how the Republican Party stole the election, and he's not wrong. The thing is that they have the institutional power, especially when it comes to the Supreme Court, to do it. So there's no one really coming to save us, as far as, pointing out the illegitimacy of the election, given, whatever sort of dirty tricks the Republicans managed to do. Yeah, it's Greg Palast. Thank you. Yeah, Greg Palast talks about this constantly, and he's not wrong. He's not wrong. It's just that there's not really a path in getting that unfairness recognized. Yeah, it's been going on since Bush versus Gore in 2000. In fact, one of the surprising things about the 2024 election was that the Republican actually won the popular vote. Now, he didn't get a majority, he got a plurality, was slightly under 49%. So, it's like half of the people that voted, slightly under half of them voted for Trump. But yeah, this has been going on since Gore. I guess the other time that the Republicans got an all-out majority of voters, right? A popular win would have been Bush's second, which I feel like Greg Palast talked about that one too. But anyway, I get what you're saying, Nadia. I just wish that there was any recognition by anyone with the ability to do anything about the dirty tricks that go on from the Republican side in every election.
Now she's seeing the writing on the wall. She was not going anywhere in the New York governor's race, and she sees that they're going to lose the House majority in 2026.
So very quickly, going through a few other issues. And
Nadia's mentioning the 1980, the Reagan surprise win by Ronald Reagan in 1980, which really started the United States on a profoundly negative and although you could say neoliberal adoption kind of goes back to Carter rather than Reagan. The big deal with 1980 is that's when you started to see unregulated dark money enter into politics, right? Look into the Powell memo if you want to blow your mind sometime.
Many do actually see them linked to Epstein, one after another dramatic events of the Trump administration, perhaps to pull attention away, and of course, Venezuela. One bombing after another that the Pentagon can't quickly enough release video, except when it comes to the second video of the September 2nd bombing showing the two men who survived the first bombing. They will not release this at this point. And today, Hegseth and President Trump are expected to hold some kind of meeting announcement at Mar-a-Lago at 4:30 in the afternoon. What about the U.S. pursuing these oil tankers near Venezuela? The one that's Chinese-owned Panamanian flag vessel named Centuries was not under U.S. sanction. Is he trying to provoke a war with Venezuela?
Yes, it's of deep concern to me. He is basically trying.
The more worrying concern, as bad as the United States reinvigorating the Monroe Doctrine, which Trump and Hegseth have been talking about. If you don't know, that's the United States treating the rest of the Western Hemisphere as its property, as its backyard. A ton of coups went on in the 20th century in South and Central America, very much sponsored by the United States intelligence apparatus, right? This is
trying to have a regime change war on Maduro.
The real concern with this Venezuelan thing. Did you hear what we're talking about? Like, what was it? A Panamanian Chinese tanker, right? And the real reason I think that Trump's going after Venezuela, I think it has more to do with China, right? China needs energy. Venezuela's got oil. China's been making massive inroads, not just in Venezuela, but all over South America. So, this attempt to, hold on to their, the satellite states, which, or I shouldn't call these states satellite states, but you know what I mean? The United States reasserting the U.S. Sphere of power in countries like this, right, is a lot of it is about China and denying China both influence in the Western Hemisphere and, potentially energy.
Trying to put pressure on Maduro to step aside. The risk of having an incident that leads to war has increased. We have more destroyers in the region, in the Caribbean. We are striking boats. We have Marines in Puerto Rico. We have Marines off the on the coast of Florida. And I, being on the Armed Services Committee, have seen in a classified setting the second video. Some of us have said, release it for the American public. But I have two concerns. First, why are we going into a regime change war when the president promised no endless wars? And second, why is the American government, in my name, in your name, killing people on these boats without a clear standard?
Yeah, we don't want to mix it up in China, or mixed up with China, says JS. And we also really don't want to, when the United States does shit like this, like when we make a claim that, when we blow up civilian vessels and say, hey, these were drug runners, they were going to bring fentanyl to our country, and fentanyl kills people. Therefore, it's kind of like terrorism, right? And what do we do to terrorists? We kill them, right? So, justifying, collateral murder, not even collateral murder, because there's no war been declared there, right? But that's bad enough. And then when it turns out, it's not about fentanyl, right? It's about regime change, right? Maduro is like, hey, listen, I will give power over to my vice president, make the vice president declare an election within 2 years. Like Maduro's giving them what they want. Then it becomes about oil and they start going after tankers. Maduro offers the oil and they still want to go to war, right? This is villain behavior. And as much as realpolitik has tried to disabuse us of any notion of applying morality to international relations, the rest of the world does not see it that way. And there's consequences to a nation acting the way that the United States does. There's consequences to a nation acting the way that Israel does, especially when the United States has claimed to have implemented what it calls a rules-based order, but it turns out those rules are all for other countries. Those are rules for thee, not for me, and not for my ally. Israel doesn't have to abide by the rules. The United States doesn't have to abide by the rules. The rest of the world sees that. And, even if they are like cooperating out of fear, you got to understand, right, that that's got long-term effects of making people want to envision a world without you. And that vision will become stronger and stronger each day, right? This is not the way, to lead your country. I think even Kissinger would have checked, not to rehabilitate him, but I think this is too lowbrow even for somebody like that. And the way that the Trump administration is just saying the quiet part out loud, returning to a world of might makes right that really belongs in the Middle Ages.
Of what they have done that justifies the death.
So how does Congress stop this?
We tried to pass a war powers resolution, McGovern, me, Massey, and we lost by a single vote. And so we need to get more Republicans and 2 Democrats convinced that we have to stop another regime change war. We've got to build that to support.
Hugh 1888 says, ever see the movie Idiocracy? That's how the rest of the world views the U.S. And they're not wrong. They're not wrong. We're becoming more of an idiocracy every day.
In the Congress.
You're here in New York, Zoran Land. He is going to become mayor on January 1st, midnight of New Year's Eve. On the day he met President Trump at the White House, when President Trump said he's not a jihadist. Of course, that was actually simply an attack on Elise Stefanik, who always referred to Zoran Mamdani as a jihadist. On the day they met, Congress voted took a vote against socialism, with many Democrats joining with Republicans. Can you talk about the significance of this vote as vice chair of the...
I'm sorry, Bavarius. Every time somebody says TIFF, I think of that debate between Vosh and Mike from PA. What's a TIFF, Vosh? What's a TIFF?
Congressional Progressive Caucus.
The problem with the vote is that there's a group of people like Zoran who call themselves democratic socialists. I call myself a progressive.
Independence Resurrected says real men wear diapers. That's right, Independence. We are Charlie Kirk.
Capitalist, but democratic socialism does not mean that you're going to seize the means of production. What they're talking about...
We wear diapers just like our glorious leader, Donald Trump.
...is taxing billionaires more, which I agree with, and having things like Medicare for all, free public college. And
oh, by the way, chat, I'm sorry. I can't play the Spalexma video anymore. They came for me, chat. Spalexma came for me. They copyright claimed me, and I lost monetization on those videos. So as much as I enjoy hearing the beautiful dulcet tones of Erica Kirk, JD Vance, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump himself, beautiful voice on Trump singing "We Are Charlie Kirk," I can't show you that anymore. You'll just have to imagine it every time I allude to it.
Providing resolutions that are condemning that. What they are doing is condemning a part of a coalition that wants to tackle income inequality and hold wealth more accountable.
And this affordability agenda, it's a real challenge to Republicans, to President Trump himself, but it's also a challenge to many Democrats. For example, the Democratic leader of the Senate, Chuck Schumer.
The previous presidential candidate, as I mentioned before, right? Kamala could have done something, could have at least signaled that she wanted to do something about prices, right, in terms of price gouging. But again, that would have gotten in the way of her donors' profits, so she nixed that.
Who never endorsed Zohran Mamdani. What is your message to Democrats across the country as a former head of the campaign of Bernie Sanders, who very much endorses Mamdani?
Well, my message to Chuck Schumer was step down as minority leader. You're out of touch with the Democratic base. But my broader message is you cannot have a group of elites who are piling up wealth. In my district in Silicon Valley, $18 trillion of wealth. Amy, 1/3 of the entire national stock market is in my district. We need to tax billionaires. We need to tax that wealth. We need to have Medicare for all. We need to have $10 a day child care. We need to stop Wall Street from buying single-family homes. We need a living wage. We need free public college and free trade schools. We need a Marshall Plan for America's economic development. It's not just about mouthing the words affordability. It's about changing an economic system that has accumulated wealth in the hands of a few and abandoned working and middle-class Americans across this country. I believe that we need an FDR-like, bold, progressive economic agenda.
Ooh, God, Nadia, like I keep on reading your chats, but yeah, the comparison of the United States to Cambodia under Pol Pot is an interesting one, right? It might seem nonsensical, to like right, but actually, look, the Cambodian Revolution. A lot of people don't understand this. Some people even, put it under the category of, communist revolution. Pol Pot did go to Paris. He did study supposedly Marxist-Leninism and understood seemingly nothing about it. Returned to his country, became fascinated by the rural culture, and then decided that the urban culture in Cambodia was incredibly degenerate, and that all of those people would benefit either from being purged if they had glasses. I mean, that's the story. You were supposed to throw away your glasses to not get glasses were bourgeois, right? But bring them out to the country and teach them self-reliance, right? So anyway, yeah, in other words, it's a Chud revolution. It's what Pol Pot did. And there's some characteristics of that kind of dynamic in the MAGA coalition, let's just say. Anyway.
Economic patriotism, but people like Zoran, people like Bernie Sanders, others, Greg Kazar, Pramila Jayapal, many of us are working towards that for a Democratic Party that is actually going to live up to those ideals.
And finally, President Trump renaming Trump Kennedy Center for the Arts. The sign has already gone up. I thought it was the Congress who named the Kennedy Center.
It is the Congress. I mean, he is violating the congressional law, but that hasn't stopped him. But I think finally people are catching on that Donald Trump is just acting all about himself. It's about his name on things. It's about his family making money. It's about his ego, and it's not about the American people. And my belief is after Trump, we're actually going to want leaders who put the people first, who maybe aren't showmen, aren't bombastic, aren't all about themselves, but are listeners, more humility. One of the great presidents in my lifetime was Jimmy Carter. I got to intern for him at the Carter Center, and I think his model of being a servant leader, humility, morality, my hope is that the country will go back.
Look, was Jimmy Carter a better person than Donald Trump or most American politicians? Maybe. He also started us down the road to neoliberalism. So unlike Roe, I can't get too excited about Jimmy Carter, but I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. Trump's a piece of shit, and that is a feature, not a bug. That is intentional, and you know, he gets away with it, perhaps more than any president. Somebody's reminding me of the you know, the last president that operated with anything approaching the kind of impunity, and it is impunity that Trump does, right? He, you know, purposefully engages in scandalous behavior and then uses the negative polarization of right-wingers hating the media to say, oh yeah, the media hates Trump. You hate the media too. Maybe you should vote for Trump. That'll still really piss him off. You could vote. They're telling you not to vote for me. Maybe you should vote for me. Right? That's all he's got. And sadly, the Democrats are imitating the worst part of Trump. A lot of Kamala's campaign in 2024 was like, vote for me. I'm not stupid. I'm not weird. I'm not, you know, I'm not fucking, you know, Donald Trump, right? You got to do better than that. You got to do better than that. Hopefully, I don't know if you're a celebrity like Trump or to a lesser extent Reagan. Nadia was just mentioning Reagan's, you know, Iran-Contra scandal, etc. The kind of scandal that, despite there being a lot of there, did not seem to ultimately harm Donald Trump, or sorry, harm Ronald Reagan. So yeah, that's the, you know, precedent that kind of prefigures Trump and the kind of impunity that he's been able to enjoy. But yeah, let's hope that that's, can we like leave that in you know, the Trump years? Like, I don't know, I guess we will, unless we get another, I don't know, what Tucker Carlson maybe could get away with that, right? You know, you basically have to be a celebrity before running for president to be treated like that, because it seems like everybody else gets held to a standard that is just never even considered for applying to Trump. Anyway, let's see what else is going on. We got some tweets here. Keith Edwards looking at the, so if you're just joining us, right, we've been going over CoffeeZilla's latest video. This is kind of some new, you know, a new folder of files was actually accidentally released by the FBI, and it contained stuff that really kind of contradicts some of the claims that they've made. This was a folder. There were 7 folders listed, like, that you could click to from the website, right? And you know how, like, you know, if you've got like if you click on folder 1, it's gonna say, you know, FBI.doj.gov or whatever /this/that, and then it's gonna say /folder 1. You go to folder 2 /folder 2. You go to folder 3 /folder 3. Right? Somebody went to folder 7 and this was like, what would happen if I just manually input folder 8? And they did, and folder 8 existed, right? It's on the website. It's uploaded. It's there. It's just not hyperlinked. So this is something they didn't intend to release, at least not yet, right? This is something that they tried to hold back on. And well, we're just kind of looking into what it shows right now. Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private plane many more times than previously has been reported, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. Including the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. Didn't want any of this to be a surprise at the end of the road. So yeah, here it is. January 8th of 2020. This is the very tail. Actually, this is 2 days after September. Sorry, no, it's not. It's let me. January 6th was January 2021. This was about a year ahead of that. So this is the last year of the first Trump regime. For your situational awareness, we wanted to let you know that the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than was previously reported, or what we were aware, including the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. So the period during which Maxwell committed the crimes that she was convicted of? Maybe this is before the trial, so, the period in which the charges that were going against Maxwell would have been committed. I think that's what that blue section means right there. In particular, he listed as a passenger on at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996, including at least 4 flights on which Maxwell was also present. He is listed as having traveled with, among others, at various times, Marla Maples, that's his first wife, his daughter Tiffany, his son Eric, and on one flight in 1993, he and Epstein are the only 2 passengers. On another, only 3 passengers. The only 3 passengers are Epstein, Trump, and then 20-year-old. So not somebody who was underage at the time, but pretty close, right? On the plane with just Trump and Epstein. On the other 2 flights, 2 passengers respectively were women who would be possible witnesses in the Ghislaine Maxwell case. We just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages in a very small script, and didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. Well, that's this is Assistant U.S. Attorney from the Southern District of New York. Well, that's very nice of you, and I love that we've got this now, right? Just letting you know. Okay, so yeah, Maple Takes has got basically the same, notice the same email. And here's CoffeeZilla's tweet from 5 hours ago. It's the same thing. Assistant U.S. Attorney writes in 2020. So this is literally what everybody's talking about, right? This email right here. Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet. And again, chat, I've got the, this has all come out on a site called J Drive, which is a somewhat of a clone of Gmail and Google's suite of software. Only the G's are all replaced with J's for Jeffrey. And when you go to the site, it looks like you're logged in as Jeffrey Epstein. So you're reading his emails, you're looking at his Google Drive, and all the stuff that's been released either by the Justice Department as mandated by the Epstein Transparency Act or been released by the House Oversight Dems. Everything is in there. All the emails are in his email, and so it's an interesting and comedic way of presenting that. They even went as far as to change all of the other like programs that are the little icons to stuff. You got like an Amazon icon, except instead of an A, it's a J, Jamazon. You got the Gemini icon, except instead of a G, it's a J. Gemini with a J, right? And I would love to show it to you. Unfortunately, I feel like on the first page, we get hit with sex toys. And although I think YouTube's okay with showing that sort of thing, I'm not so sure about Twitch. So, abundance of caution. I'm gonna not show you that stuff, but definitely take a look at it. It's on, you can find it through COFFEEZILLA's video from today. Anyway, assistant attorney writes, in 2020, Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously was reported. Yeah, same thing. Same deal here. He's bringing back the flight logs, the transparent Epstein files. Anyway. See what this is.
There is a Trump DOJ cover-up. It is illegal. It violates the federal law the president himself was forced to sign. That is the big thrust of this story. It took up, the first half of our newscast tonight, and we discussed it with
Nadia, you're getting auto-modded, and it doesn't like the word that you're using that starts with an M. That's the word it has highlighted.
And one member of the House committee in charge. There is also new information, and both things can be true. And so we have dedicated some time tonight because the new information substantively matters, even though, I'd be the first to tell you, it may not have as wide a political impact. But Trump and his DOJ are facing the pressure from survivors over the cover-up I've told you about. Trump isn't really seen in the first tranche of documents we got, from the first document up. Instead, the DOJ famously put out these other photos. Celebrities, Mick Jagger, Kevin Spacey. Those photos, while salacious, don't tell a legal story about their culpability. We did see Trump in some places. His name appears on a check in a photo. We don't know who wrote the name. We don't know the whole story behind the photo. The redaction done by the source. There's also a 2020 lawsuit.
Is this the one that was mentioned in the Epstein birthday book as Epstein having purchased a depreciated woman? I believe is the language that they used from Trump. It's something about him, I guess, dating somebody that Trump used to date, or sorry, dating. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
That alleges Trump took a 14-year-old girl to Mar-a-Lago. Epstein took her there where she was introduced to Trump, and that, quote, Trump smiled and nodded in agreement as they talked about her as some kind of prospect. But that's a lawsuit that's long been on the books. Trump's denied any wrongdoing. The new files are absent of much new material on him. I want to bring in Emily Bazelon from the New York Times Magazine and go right to a key complaint, Emily. This is from 1996 in the newly released files. We'll put this up here. And I'm just going to give you some material on it. Bear with me. The control room's going to give me, here we go. Complainant took pictures of her sisters. 1996 complaint, and I'm just going to read. Child pornography from Maria Farmer was the complainant, dated September 96. Now I'll read you what's up here. Took pictures of her sisters, 12 and 16. It was for what she viewed as personal artwork, what you might call family business. She, in the complaint, says Epstein stole the photos and then was selling them. So that's the stealing of what he was trying to turn into child pornography.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I covered this. I remember this was on did anybody see the Netflix documentary on Epstein? There's I don't know, a 3 or 4 part documentary there. And it starts off, I think, talking about this case. This was one of the first people to complain about Epstein back in the 90s, right? So in other words, when do we know that there was something fucked up going on with Epstein potentially? For 30 years or more? Yeah. And yeah, it's a sad story too, because she could not get anyone to pay attention. She was absolutely just, given the runaround on this.
And then the...
Was it 1990? I don't know. It was sometime in the 1990s.
Potential trafficking in it. Annie Farmer is one of the sisters in the photos, and I want to play her. Take a listen.
To see it in writing and to know that they had this document this entire time, and how many people were harmed after that date, it just, you know, we've been saying it over and over, but to see it in black and white that way has been very...
Make with Mike says Epstein has nothing on the LGBTQ community. You know, sounds like Make with Mike is here to advocate for the P community, right? Which definitely seems to include Jeffrey Epstein and via, you know, court records, also Ghislaine Maxwell. We're just trying to figure out if people like Donald Trump might be part of that P community that Make with Mike loves so much. You really think that you can like distract people with like, yeah, but what about gay people though? What about gay people? Like, we just don't worry. Pay no attention to the pedophile behind the curtain. All right. Pay no attention whatsoever to Donald Trump's lifetime friendship with a convicted pedophile. Pay no attention to the strangeness of the circumstances around his death, nor the reluctance of the Trump administration to come clean with the Epstein matter after having promised to do so as one of his election promises. No, I'm sure there's nothing. I'm sure that we'll be better served by persecuting gay people along with Make with Mike. But yeah, hey, thanks for coming in here to, you know, give your support of the P's out there.
Emotional.
Not part of LGBT, totally different thing. But you know, look, Republicans sometimes they like a little bit of identity politics, but the identities that they're you know, advocating for are some really strange ones, right? Like I don't know if a minor attracted person is, I don't know if I want to call that an identity, but they're incredibly woke in their own way, and we love them for it. We love them for their wokeness, chat. The most woke part. Anyway, I'll spare you the Trump administration, Trump impression.
Emily, this is all new, and we wanted to get your view on this specific evidence. One thing it shows is that she was telling the truth. This is what they call contemporaneous corroboration, that she said, hey, I went to the authorities, and she didn't feel anything was really meaningfully done. It took until Friday for us to see the documentation. Now we know that all the way back to 96.
I do want to point out, though, all right, so we're going to keep going on the Epstein thing. We're gonna look at, you know, make up for lost time. I didn't cover this last week. I said I promised I would, you know, cover both the DOJ release mandated by the Epstein's Transparency Act, as well as the release from the House Oversight Dems that happened just before that. But you know, that's the regular content, right? That's the first half, right? We also have the potential to stick around and do some bonus content, but only if that number that says 36 right now makes it up to 100. Again, the thing that makes that number go up, super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership on YouTube, if you gift a membership on YouTube, if you support me at throne.com/nocommentchick or on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, any of those things make this number go up. The number getting up to 100 means that I'll stick around and cover one of the bonus topics that you're seeing right above my head right now. So we got a new Adam McIntyre video, a appearance of What If Alt Hist. Yes, that's right. That guy, Rudyard, on Tim Pool, and a story from Dre's dossier about what might be hiding under Trump's new ballroom. But it's your choice, chat. If we get to 100, I'll cover the top voted topic. Also, you can vote on these topics over on the wide stream, not the short stream, not the vertical stream, but the wide stream. That's where the vote is. Go ahead and go over there and place your votes if you haven't already. And we'll see what ends up in first place. And if we get to 100 by the end of the stream, in which case the stream doesn't have to end, I'll stick around a little longer and I'll cover one or more extra topics with you.
There's corroboration, and the authorities did get this complaint. It's a very serious one, child pornography, and apparently Epstein got out from under that all the way back then.
Yeah, this is important. I'm glad we're talking about it. Marie and Annie Farmer have been saying all these years that they filed this complaint. And the significance, of course, is that the authorities were on notice that Epstein had this interest in pictures of nude girls that, you know, were created for one purpose, and then it seems like he was using for another purpose, which was child pornography. And the fact that Maria and Annie Farmer complained about this so long ago, told the police, lodged the complaint, and then nothing was done. And all these years, they have been asserting that they did this, but they couldn't prove it. They couldn't show that complaint really existed. And so we had to take their word for it. Well, now, as you said, it's clear that they were telling the truth. And that becomes part of this story of how long Epstein was able to get away with these crimes. It goes back much longer than we previously could verify.
And doesn't it make the feds look worse because they know things other people don't know when they got in?
Yo, Bavarius, thank you for resubscribing with a Prime. You got Bezos bucks for life. Thank you for those Bezos bucks. Yeah, you can support me on Twitch for free if you've got Prime as well through a Twitch Prime sub. Thank you, Bavarius.
Involved in the 2006 Florida case, there were some people pursuing that seriously. The Palm Beach police chief was seen as aggressive, and he clashed with the feds. And the feds basically said this is being overdone. That was their claim, and they were lowering the temperature. Does it make them look worse that now we know in their files this whole time, back a decade earlier, they'd already gotten an alert about this guy being involved in some of the most heinous, serious federal crimes that exist, which is sexual trafficking of child pornography as content, which abuses children, or the actual trafficking of human children?
Yes, it absolutely makes the feds look worse. And that story has always been so.
Yeah, have we gone over Volume 8? We have gone over the COFFEEZILLA video, DA 101. And I'm a little bit hesitant since we're streaming on Twitch to look like the I found the J drive, right? But the J drive is everything. It's got all the DOJ release. It's got all the House Oversight Dems release. And I wasn't able to find, like, you know, I don't know what you type it, search in leaked files volume 8 or something like that. I'll try to do that. The problem I was running into is that there's a few sex toys in the pictures. And although I think that YouTube is okay with that sort of thing, with showing that, I don't think Twitch is. Twitch is very not okay with that.
So hard to understand because, you know, often it is the feds who come in and make crimes more serious, right? If they're involved, that means federal charges, that ups the ante, that ups the sentencing.
Well, I'll agree with you and let you finish. That's why, again, for people who aren't lawyers, when they say, hey, don't make a federal case out of it, that means if something is minor, don't make a federal bigger case out of it. And you're reminding everyone that's the norm. This was totally aberrant.
Exactly. And now we know that they were looking the other way about even more evidence of wrongdoing that they should have been taken seriously. And the reason is why, you know, what was happening in that office that pulled them off the track? Is it that this is an era when often the complaints of young women and girls were not taken seriously enough? Not that we're necessarily out of that time, but I think it was even more true in the 90s. Or was something worse going on, something that suggests that there was deal making, some kind of fix that was in? You know, we do know, obviously, that the story, this part of the story ends with this sweetheart deal for Jeffrey Epstein, which is itself really mind-boggling.
Right. I want to show also other material we got Friday. This is FBI notes from 2019. And they show the strength of the evidence against Epstein. There's a document that has handwritten notes. That's how the FBI often will do initial intake. And you see the reference to Friends of Friends, a Brazilian group, that they were, quote, running out of girls. That's
looks like we got a hype train going on Twitch. I am contractually obliged at this point to say poggers.
Describing what the sex trafficker's viewpoint was. And a reference says Epstein didn't want a Spanish
oh yeah, I forgot about this. This was in the, I think this was in the House Dems oversight release. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, like, we knew the guy was you know, a pedophile and a creep. we didn't know that he was racist, right? We knew that he had a, he wasn't too into women who were of age, right? We didn't know that he also was apparently not into what he says, Spanish or dark girl. As far as, he's like ordering. Oh yeah, this is a wild one, right? Because he's kind of like ordering, like you remember how Pizzagate? Anybody remember Pizzagate? This was a conspiracy theory that the hacked emails from the Clinton campaign, which did contain emails from some weird and creepy individuals like Podesta, right? That when they were talking about like pizza, that wasn't like a hey, we're in the office, we're working late, anybody want to get pizza? What would you like on your pizza, right? That was code. They were ordering underage victims. And if they said cheese pizza, that was an indication that they wanted girls. And if they said pepperoni, yeah, that was anyway. That there was just like open, pedophilia going on under the code. The funny thing about Epstein, the real pedophile, right? The closest thing that we have to the mythical, conspiracy theory of pedogate in real life is this shit. And he's not using code, chat. He's not using euphemisms. He's straight up saying, right? And in fact, I think at one point he says, that girl's too old for me. I don't want anybody that's, right, 18 is too old, right? Is essentially what he's saying. So yeah, in real life, these pedophiles, they live in with such impunity, feeling themselves beyond the reach of the long arm of the law, that they just straight up say shit. They just straight up say shit. And yeah, he is like, ordering underage girls like one would order takeout.
Certain complexion, quote unquote. Another part says they witnessed asking for an ID, and they were IDing in the reverse criminal direction. They wanted to make sure under 18 because they weren't believing them, and they, quote, messed up by bringing more older girls. These are the type of investigative materials, Emily. That
Am I saying Pizzagate was true? I'm saying that Joel, oh my God. I'm sorry, so distracted. Thank you for the 5 community subs. A bunch of you just got jellyfish. Let me read them out really quick. Jersey Texan, you just got jellyfished. Hydrogen, you just got jellyfished. Hugh Blot, 1423, you just got jellyfished. Blue Pip, you just got jellyfished. Tango Whiskey Romeo, you just got jellyfished. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
That aren't usually public. This law says.
Yeah. Am I saying Pizzagate was true? Well, if you by Pizzagate you mean that there's like a basement of the Comet Pizzeria, and that there's unspeakable things being done by Podesta and the rest of the Clinton team down there, then no, Pizzagate's not real. But if you like, there's like a kernel of truth in that the rich and powerful are able to get away with some pretty brazen, predatory behavior that people have noticed. Young girls going into Epstein's house. People have contacted the authorities and many times just been, completely, they don't do anything, right? Going back to the 90s, people, this girl that they were talking about earlier had her sister's pictures stolen by Epstein, ostensibly for, gratuitous purposes, right? So, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that even though Pizzagate was a, fever dream of QAnon, that there is something real going on with the ultra wealthy, predating on underage kids, right? It just isn't like it isn't surrounding the Hillary campaign, although maybe Bill Clinton is involved. It's surrounding Epstein and his friends, all of his wealthy and powerful friends, all these people that he's connected to. And yeah, maybe even, multiple intelligence organizations from different countries, right? That's what's wild about it. That's what's wild, is that there actually is somebody out there operating with even more impunity, right? That the thought was that Pizzagate, they had to hide what they were doing because they were afraid of, I don't know, the emails being made public or whatever, right? They had to, them talking about cheese pizza and pepperoni pizza, which was most likely, chat, just a late night at the office, right? That becomes this mythical, they're ordering, enslaved underground mole children to be sent to them, right? But in reality, this was going on. It was just with Epstein, and we'd like to know who else, right? There's 10. The gist of this, the takeaway of what COFFEEZILLA has revealed. We got a hype train coming in at level 2. Congratulations, everybody! You got some kind of emoji there. The takeaway of what's going on, or what COFFEEZILLA has, his videos about. Dropside News is on this too. Is that there is? Oh my God, what the fuck was I gonna say? Yeah, there's connections to Clinton. There's connection to a whole bunch of famous people, right? There's 10 co-conspirators that the government did originally want to charge, right? There's 10 people that aren't Maxwell, or maybe, I don't know, maybe one of them is Maxwell, but there's a bunch of people that haven't been indicted, haven't had, any sort of justice applied to them or investigation implied to them that, and this is after Bondi and the FBI have claimed that it was just Maxwell and Epstein, that the investigation was complete and everybody else involved was clear. That's the part I don't agree with. And yeah, fuck Bill Clinton too. Absolutely.
Because of everything that's happened, they should be more public than usual. What do you see as important there? It suggests the FBI had strong evidence on him.
Well, the idea that people are trying to make sure that girls are young enough, and that young enough here means underage in a way that's illegal, that's also damning. And I think it's important to remember we're looking at these materials years later, after they've been redacted, and that's really important that they not reveal private information about victims. But what we're doing here is trying to assess the way that the various authorities involved handled these crimes, knowing in the end how serious and extensive they were.
Okay. We're going to watch a little bit more news, and then I'm going to try to find you the Donald Trump statement. Yeah, Donald Trump has talked about this. We saw a little bit of that. There's also a Todd Blanche interview on Meet the Press that we should probably take a look at. And maybe after that, we'll get to some bonus content. We're at 69 right now. I know, chat. I know. We're at 69. We are 31 points away from getting into that sweet spot that is bonus content. What's winning right now? What do we have to look forward to if we get the bonus goal to 100? It looks like, ooh, what's under Trump's ballroom? You want to find out? There's a video on it, right? New video from Dreyer Dossier, going over some real head scratchers in terms of the details around Donald Trump's ballroom construction and what might actually be going on underneath that ballroom right now. So that's in first place. Adam McIntyre being threatened by the H3 crew in second place. Third place, we got Taylor Lorenz, her new video, or not so new anymore, on social media addiction. That's in third place. And fourth place, our good friend Rudyard of What If Alt Hist, friend of the VOD, is on Tim Pool. So, vote if you haven't already. And if we get to 100 by the end of the stream, I will stick around and cover an extra topic with you. For now, though, let's... see what
Congressman, thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Jamie Raskin has to say about this.
It's great to see you. Is this a cover-up?
Well, sure. I mean, if you read the statute, the only things they're allowed to be redacting are related to child sex abuse, physical abuse, ongoing investigations, which they say there are none, and national security. So how can you block out an entire document? It makes no sense. And remember, Trump opposed the legislation up until the very end when he could read the writing on the wall. Then he said, oh, I'm for it. They decided they're just going to try to obstruct the implementation of the legislation. So that's the fight that we're in now.
Do you think the 30-day time frame for release of these documents was realistic?
Well, yeah, given that they came to us back in July and said they'd been through all the documents and they couldn't find any basis for bringing any other lawsuits, they'd already scrutinized them.
What of this do you think falls into the category of protecting victims, and what falls into the category of cover-up?
Update on the COSA. Yeah, does Taylor have a separate video on that, Nadia, or is that the same video by chance?
Because obviously there is a very strong interest in making sure the victims are protected.
Yeah, I'd say probably 0 and 100. They've not shown any deference or respect for the victims at all, for the survivors of this nightmare. And it's all about covering up things that, for whatever reason, Donald Trump doesn't want to go public, either about himself, other members of his family, friends, Jeffrey Epstein, or just the social, business, cultural network that he was involved in for at least a decade, if not longer.
So do you think this actions that the Department of Justice are taking on this are specifically designed to protect Donald Trump?
What else? I mean, that's their whole business model. In fact, they're trying to reorganize American constitutional jurisprudence and the rule of law around the idea that the entire executive branch serves one guy. That's the unitary executive theory, that this is all about serving whatever Donald Trump wants. So yeah, I can't imagine what other interests they have in mind.
One of the things
I gotta ask, right? I don't want to get too sidetracked here, but yeah, unitary executive theory, the rogue Supreme Court, which I feel like, at least, I don't know how other people feel about this. I feel like the court has shown itself to be illegitimate. I feel like it's fallen under the capture of the Federalist Society, and it has, abandoned even the pretense of the court's not just supposed to be beyond corruption. The court's supposed to be beyond the perception of corruption. That's why you got things like a Supreme Court justice, is supposed to, when they are involved in the case in some way, when they have some stakes in the case, they're supposed to move back and not decide on. They're supposed to remove themselves from that case. They clearly don't do that, and there's nothing holding them to that. There's no real teeth in any of the measures to try to keep the Supreme Court clean. And the real question is, what do you do about that?
Now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
What do you do about the communist invading radicals, chat? I mean, I don't know. That Minnesota could never figure that out. Anyway, let's get back to Raskin.
See were a number of pictures of former President Bill Clinton with Jeffrey Epstein, with Ghislaine Maxwell in a jacuzzi, swimming in a pool. How do you explain that connection, and are you comfortable with it?
I mean, I have no idea. This is why we want to get to the bottom of it and get...
Yeah, the funny thing about it is that, you've got one side that is just doing everything that they can to try to take over the court, including, breaking precedent and not even holding a vote on a president's nominees. And then you got the other side that's trying to pretend that it's still the 1990s, and we still have these strong customs really in place of what is it called? I can't even remember the name of it, chat. It's like another word for bipartisanship, but the idea being that the Senate is supposed to be collegial. They're supposed to be friends there, and they're supposed to, not oh my God, norms is one way of saying it. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. There's like a certain, you never hear this term anymore, right? Because they don't do it anymore. It's not or at least it's not being done on the Republican side of things. Like the Democrats are still sort of abiding. Basically, a lot of the stuff in the Senate, right? There's not like a formal rule on something like the filibuster, for instance, right? That's not in the Constitution. That's not a formal rule. That is a convention that's been accepted and upheld, right? And that's why the Republicans, some of them were afraid of doing what Donald Trump was ordering. Regarding the shutdown and just like steamrolling the Democrats on the filibuster, sort of taking that away, right? And it's basically why the Democrats surrendered on the shutdown, because they were afraid that if Donald Trump successfully ordered the Congress to do that, to to end the filibuster and just restart the government, then it would be expected that if Democrats took control of Congress, as they very likely will in 2026 or 2028, that they would be expected to do the same thing. This is it's things like this that are the key to understanding motivations. Why would the Democrats, refuse to sign the continuing resolution and insist on a government shutdown unless the Republicans agree to do something about the supplements for the Affordable Care Act? In other words, do something about people's insurance prices about to go out of control, right? Why would they do that shit for 40 days and then surrender? And it all makes sense when you understand that the Democrats, in a lot of cases, just do not want to be put on the spot and be forced to make a vote that is going to be, that's going to cause people to expect more of them, right? If you got rid of the filibuster, then people expect you to be able to pass legislation, on what you ran on. That's the last thing in the world the Democrats want to do, because they run on stuff that often their donors don't actually want, under the understanding that they won't actually do it. Anyway, just another little
all of the facts
aside. I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
To the public. I mean, that's what this is about. And look, there are clearly lots of people that are in photographs with Jeffrey Epstein, and in addition to being a child sex predator and an international child sex abuse trafficker, he was very much of a socialite and a sycophant and a panderer to different people. So there's lots of people who've appeared in those contexts, and we shouldn't be covering up for anybody if they were actually involved in criminality. And otherwise, it's embarrassing to people, but the Congress has said we don't want the suppression of materials simply because somebody may be embarrassed. I mean, Bill Clinton has appeared along with Donald Trump, along with Noam Chomsky, and other people from different aspects of our society. But what we're looking at is, how did a global, decades-long, billion-dollar sex ring go undetected and unpoliced for such a long period of time? This is about a double system of justice. Remember, he was convicted back in 2008, but that didn't stop him from going forward and continuing to run the whole network.
I mean, Republicans would probably sit here and say, well, why didn't you do this when Joe Biden was president of the United States, when you had the power?
Well, if they ask me personally, I can produce for you, as I've produced for them, a number of letters I wrote, including a hearing I did as a subcommittee chair on the Oversight Committee about Alex Acosta and the double system of government that we saw back in Florida. Remember, there was a 60-count federal indictment ready to go on this international child sex trafficking ring, with all kinds of counts, including the money laundering, the conspiracy, the prostitution, and so on. And Alex Acosta cast the whole thing overboard and came back with one state count of solicitation in Florida to benefit Epstein and his friends. And there was really a cover-up of other people who were involved as part of that plea bargain agreement. And I've got the letters to show how I was demanding hearings on that back in 2018, 2019. So that's just phony. In any event, accusing somebody else of hypocrisy doesn't demonstrate that you're actually interested in getting to the bottom of the crime. And that's what we need to be doing here.
Are you planning to sue the Justice Department to release the rest of these files?
It's not clear that we've got standing to do that. Speaker Johnson would clearly have standing to do that on behalf of the whole House of Representatives. The court rules about standing of individual members or the minority caucus are very restrictive and hostile. So we're going to be doing whatever we can to elevate this, to keep it in the public imagination, and to demand that they turn the documents over. But if it's possible, we will be bringing litigation, but we're trying to work that through right now.
Are you considering, or would you support attempting to impeach the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, as some of other colleagues have suggested is possible?
I mean, look, I think everything is on the table here, but people are coming up with solutions that require a majority in Congress. So we know the Republicans are in control in the House, they're in control in the Senate. So when people say, let's impeach Bondi, let's impeach Robert F. Kennedy, let's impeach Trump or whomever, I say, bring me some Republicans and we can have a conversation. Otherwise, what happens is what happened the other day to Al Green. You get up on the floor and then the whole thing is shot down immediately. So that's purely performative. We're interested in actually getting these materials out.
Yeah. So speaking of what happened on the floor, impeachment, I'd like to turn to politics because, as you mentioned, that impeachment vote did fail on the floor of the House. If Democrats retake the House in the fall, which is looking increasingly likely next fall in the midterm elections, do you think impeaching the president should be something the House looks at?
I mean, right now, we are all 100% absorbed in trying to do the work of getting information out that's being withheld by Trump and then going out and campaigning around the country. I mean, I've been in Ohio with Amelia Sykes and Marcy Kaptur. I've been in Texas. I've been in Michigan with Hillary Scholten and Debbie Dingell. I've been in New Jersey with Nellie Paul. I'm campaigning all over the country. So when people say, well, we want to impeach everybody for all these high crimes and misdemeanors, I say, okay, create your file, create your case, and we'll deal with it. But we're certainly not running on that. We're running on delivering health care to the American people and trying to restore the government as an instrument for the common good for everybody, as opposed to being an instrument for the private self-enrichment of the guy who gets in and his family and his friends. And that's all we're seeing right now. And this is why the president's poll numbers are sinking like a stone. Their administration is collapsing in a lot of ways. They've got no program for the American people.
So if anybody didn't understand that gobbledygook that, you get from politicians, let me translate it for you. I'm a bit of a politics knower, a politician whisperer myself, right? Why is he saying, why is he downplaying the idea of impeachment, right? It's because of this. 2026 is a midterm election. Midterm elections tend to benefit the party out of power, and especially in the case where a president is incredibly unpopular, it's a good time. The party out of power tends to win more seats, and in the case of the Democrats, where they're so close to parity with the Republicans, at least in the House of Representatives, there's a good chance they could win. Now, what could upset that? Well, if you got Trump's voters activated, right? They're not going to be activated because Trump's not on the, we're not voting for a president. We're not voting for Trump or somebody else, right? But if the Republicans can portray a vote for a Democratic Congress as being a vote for an impeachment of Donald Trump, then they can give their faithful, the party faithful, the MAGA hardcore hogs, they can give them reason to come out and vote. Jamie Raskin doesn't want to help them do that, right? So that's why he's downplaying the idea of any kind of like, we're talking about a impeachment of Bondi, which would be a lot easier. But, you talk about impeachment, people hear that, right? So yeah, in other words, he's trying to downplay that possibility to, give the Democrats the best chance of taking the House. And maybe the Senate. The Senate, I got to say, the Senate is now at least potentially in play, right? It's not likely. It's not a great map. It's not a great year for the Democrats, but because it's such a bad time for Republicans, having to decide whether they're going to stay and support the president who's still popular amongst the party, right? You get, you put enough distance between yourself and Trump, and you take the chance on some ultra MAGA candidate popping up and primarying you, right? However, you put yourself too close to Trump and you're seen as helping Trump try to hide the Epstein files, you're likely to maybe lose to a Democrat, right? So, because of the particular nature of this election, because of the unprecedented fall from grace that Donald Trump... Can I remind us where we started out this year in January when Donald Trump took over the presidency? Donald Trump, for I think the first time in his career, had above a 50% approval rating. There were more than half of the country that were at the very least willing to give Donald Trump a chance, that were open to, liking a Donald Trump presidency. We are so far from that now. It's crazy. And we've seen that for the first time in Donald Trump's career, that that magical number, which usually hovers like in the 90s of approval by Republicans, of approval by his own base, we've seen that start to come down further and further and further in the 70s or 80s now, right? So given that circumstance, like, the Democrats actually have a chance at the Senate. I wouldn't place any bets on it or anything like that, but this was something that I would have told you, I don't know, 6 months ago for sure, maybe 3 months ago even, was an impossibility. Now it's a possibility, and the taking over of the House is actually a likelihood. In fact, it would be surprising if the Democrats didn't take the House. Now, them winning both chambers, chat, does not give them a clear path to impeachment of the president, right? That requires a majority of the House, which they would have, but then it would require, I think, what is it, like a 2/3 vote by the Senate to actually remove a president from office. Takes that, and if you remove Donald Trump from office, what do you get? You get President J.D. Vance, right? So there's not a lot of real incentive for the Democrats to be, at least in the short term, looking to impeach Donald Trump. I mean, it would be nice considering they've done it twice already to, third time is the charm, right? Bad lefty. But yeah, no, likely they're not looking to do that. So anyway, that's what is double speak on the issue of impeachment means.
The Democratic Party, the Democratic National Committee, did an autopsy of what went wrong for Democrats in 2024, which of course gave us, the second.
I'm sorry. I think, didn't they specifically discontinue this? They did a breakdown to try to figure, to try to look at, what went wrong in 2024, like basically to try to, I don't know, do better next time. And I think they backed off of this, right? I think they were in the process of doing this, what do you call it? Like a postmortem. And they maybe saw something they didn't like in there. Maybe saw an issue that had they flipped on it, had Kamala Harris perhaps run on a different talking point than what the Biden administration was kicking out, they might have won. Perhaps an issue like Gaza, I don't know, might have held more sway than they initially, they initially granted, right? Maybe mistakes were made that they don't want to undo, because the Democratic Party's primary focus, unfortunately, is not on the voters, but is rather on the donors.
Trump term.
What went wrong is we lost the election.
Well, they've said that they're not.
Majority Report has a segment on that. Bad lefty.
Release the report on why, right? And Ken Martin, the DNC chair, says, "Here's our North Star. Does it help us?"
Sorry, chat. I'm so thirsty.
No. It is a distraction from the core mission. How is learning from mistakes a distraction from the mission?
So, but I've not seen that report. And yeah, usually, certainly in Washington, if you're going to do a report, that's something that's going to become public, or people are going to find it out one way or another. So if you don't want your answers shared, you probably shouldn't be engaged in the enterprise in the first place. But look, this is what the historians called overdetermined, right? There are so many different available causes for anything that happens in politics. Why did somebody win an election? Why did somebody lose an election? And there's certain obvious things, obviously the whole, dance between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris didn't help us. Everybody knows that. That's no secret to anybody. And maybe there are other factors, and I don't see why we wouldn't just share them and talk about them. But you can never say in history definitively. I mean, what caused the French Revolution? They're still fighting about that today, right?
Yeah, very politician type answer that he's giving there. It's like Face the Nation had Ro Khanna, and is it Massey that's there with him? What was this on? CNN's, okay, this isn't like a Sunday show. I do want to take a look at least one of the Sunday shows. Meet the Press, I guess, had Todd Blanche. This is Trump's lawyer from all of the myriad of cases that he had in between elections, and who has now been tasked as the go-between for Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell. This is the guy that there's all these things, chat, that MAGA and Trump and the Republicans, they think might like end the Epstein file for them. One attempt was to have Trump's former personal lawyer go and have a conversation with Ghislaine Maxwell. And I think they released this in some format. And again, you know, she just said things that were advantageous to Trump. Some of those things have been contradicted in other evidence that's been turned up. Again, Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, seemingly, I think, was found by the court, if I'm not mistaken, as having lied in her testimony. So it's not a huge surprise that she's lying now, especially when that lie might actually earn her a pardon, which the president is not shy at all as far as giving. Yeah, I mean, it's anyway, he's on Meet the Press and trying to defend some of those decisions, including the more recent decisions. This is Face the Nation, the CBS one. As you may or may not know, CBS has been taken over by Larry Ellison, a friend of the Trump administration, a part of the tech. Wait, what the fuck are we calling them? The broligarchs, the tech broligarchs, right? You know, he's instituted Barry Weiss in there to oversee the news department. We saw Barry Weiss's pitiful performance interviewing Erica Kirk last week. So let's take a look at Face the Nation, and I'm going to try to find Meet the Press, and then we'll find Donald Trump's statement. He recently spoke on it's the first time he's responded to questions about the Epstein files since the release of the House Oversight Committee last week and the subsequent Friday deadline and the much redacted release by the Department of Justice. That you know, very much like the reason they're talking about suing or impeaching Pam Bondi is because the Epstein Transparency Act that got passed after the last Democrat was seated and they had enough votes to do a discharge petition. A discharge petition forces the Speaker of the House to hold a vote on something, even if he doesn't want to. Once Trump saw that the numbers were going to be not in his favor, that most Republicans were going to choose to vote for transparency rather than to protect Trump, he released all Republicans, told them, go ahead and vote for it. Go ahead and vote for it. And it seems like their strategy is to just not completely adhere to it, right? This is, you know, what they've given us is not what the law says that they should give us. So that's why we're talking about remedies such as, you know, legal litigation or impeachment.
So far, there have been few surprises in the tens of thousands of documents related to the case against convicted sex offender and accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and his partner, convicted child sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell. The Justice Department says that 1,200 names identified as victims or their relatives were redacted, along with materials that could result in their identification. Will the release of the documents satisfy Congress and the political forces who lobbied for their disclosure? And much more importantly, will it satisfy the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and their families? The two House members who pushed their colleagues into passing the bill to release these documents, Republican Thomas Massie, who's in Garrison, Kentucky, and Democrat Ro Khanna, who joins us this morning from Palo Alto, California. It's good to have
these two strange bedfellows are, you know, I think they were responsible for that discharge petition, right? Massey's kind of emblematic of the, I guess, the cohort of MAGA that that believes in some principle behind MAGA rather than the messianic figure of Donald Trump and the necessity to support him above all, right? That believed, for instance, that, you know, when the Trump administration signaled that it was going to be transparent and release the Epstein files, that they actually were. And when they weren't, he actually held them to account. Ro Khanna is somebody who, for better and for worse, I'll say, often reaches across the aisle. That's right, Nadia. Yeah, broligarchy was the term I was looking for.
Have both of you here. I want to start with you, Congressman Massey, because in these past 48 hours, we have seen the Justice Department acknowledge it's an incomplete release, but they have put out more than 13,000 files. They say more will come.
Are we going to talk about the fact that they released some files and then pulled them off their website? And at least one of these files had a picture of Trump. It looks like a picture of Trump that they missed redacting, right? In this picture, Trump appears not as a subject of the photograph, but rather as a photograph on Epstein's desk. This is what I'm saying about their very close, suspiciously close relationship, right? We always get this, portrayed as like, yeah, I knew Jeffrey Epstein. He was around the Palm Beach circuit, but, like Trump's always trying to distance himself. But no, their Trump is on the fucking, picture of Trump on the desk. Anyway, they apparently just took that off the website. People noticed, and then they put it back, claiming that, oh, well, we thought that maybe there was a victim in that picture. And we looked at it, and turns out, nope, no victim. You can have it back. But it really does seem like they put something out, realized that it impugned Trump, took it down as if we were just going to not notice. And then when we did notice, they put it back. This is the kind of suspicious behavior that the chat, listen, the Epstein thing would not be as big of a deal if it wasn't for Trump's reaction, if it wasn't for Trump's behavior. Speaking of the reaction, we're going to see him react to that in a statement in a second. I want to watch this, and I want to take a look at the appearance of his former attorney, Todd Blanche, on Meet the Press. Then we'll get to Trump's statement, and then we'll see if we can maybe wring some bonus content out of the stream yet. We're at 69. We only 31 points from getting that bonus content. And last I checked, it looks like people are wondering what's under Trump's ballroom. Sorry, ballroom, not what's under Trump's ballroom, not what's under Trump's balls. We all know what's under Trump's balls, chat. He's a lonely guy anyway, despite being married. Look, Laura Loomer could probably speak to what's under Trump's balls. I don't know, chat. That's not the question that we're answering tonight, okay? We're not asking the question of what's under Trump's balls or what's in Irene's drink here. It is actually Namaprao Sai Manao. That's what I'm drinking. I'm drinking Namaprao Sai Manao. Or coconut water with lime.
This isn't everything you asked for just yet, but would you acknowledge that they are complying with the spirit, if not the intent of your law?
The spirit of the law? Go fuck yourself. What a ridiculous... Anyway.
No, they're flouting the spirit and the letter of the law. It's very troubling, the posture that they've taken. And I won't be satisfied until the survivors are satisfied. I said in the hours leading up to this release that we will know if they are complying if they implicate any of the other criminals that are involved and the suspects that are involved, that the witnesses, the victims themselves have given to the FBI, and they've...
MSM is doing its job. Remember, this isn't just the MSM. This is the new CBS News, taken over by Trump's ally Ellison, and now run by Barry Weiss of the Free Press, I guess was her rag prior to this.
Never been mentioned.
Well, there are some disclosures in here that seem new. Congressman Khanna, the documents confirm that the FBI received a complaint about Jeffrey Epstein back in 1996, but the woman whose name is Maria Farmer, who made that complaint, said federal officials failed to follow up. She said the disclosure makes her feel redeemed and that this was one of the best days of her life to see these documents made public. What action do you want taken around a case like this?
That was the single most important disclosure of what we got. I know
Maria's sister. She sounded the alarm in 1996. She complained to the FBI. The problem is that Epstein was so connected with law enforcement and powerful politicians, the FBI did nothing for a decade. Frankly, she deserves compensation. She deserves an explanation. But the broader point is, Blanche was on this morning saying that Massey and I have a problem that it's taking too long. That's not the problem. The problem is this was a slap in the face of survivors. What do they want? They want to know who are the rich and powerful men who visited Epstein's rape island and covered up the abuse. And the key documents that our law basically said needed to be released, the 60-count indictment that actually implicates a lot of these people.
Yeah, here's a question. Who killed Epstein? How about that? I mean, I know like we probably won't ever find out, but that's what I want to know, right? Who ordered either the facilitation of his suicide? Because remember, this guy was on suicide watch, and some really strange things happened in terms of the guards that were supposed to be watching his cell, right? And that's where we might actually find some guilt and some culpability for Donald Trump, right? Even if we don't find that Donald Trump participated in the predation on underage girls that Epstein did. Have you missed the COFFEEZILLA content? I kind of want to circle back to that in some ways. I'm just having some trouble, Doodle's heart, and that the J drive that COFFEEZILLA released, it's got pictures of the missing 8th folder, which we've again, the main takeaway from the folder number 8 is this right here. Let me just go back to it for your situation. So this is an email that was in there for you, and this really busts up a lot of breaks, disproves a lot of what the DOJ had been claiming, right, as far as the co-conspirators go. For your situational awareness, I wanted to let you know that the flight records we received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously had been reported, or that we were aware, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. So I think that means it's contemporaneous to Maxwell's, the commission of the crimes that Maxwell was charged for. In particular, he's listed as a passenger on at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996. That sounds like when she would have committed her crimes, including at least 4 flights on which Maxwell was present. Was present. Hey, maybe in 2028, chat, Ghislaine Maxwell, if Trump pardons her, maybe Ghislaine Maxwell will run to take over his legacy. No President Maxwell, at least yet. Anyway, he is listed as having traveled on, amongst others, and various times Marla Maples traveled with. Marla Maples, his former wife, his daughter Tiffany, his son Eric. On one flight in 1993, he and Epstein are the only 2 passengers listed. On another, the only 3 passengers are Epstein, Trump, and a 20-year-old, a then 20-year-old, right? On 2 other flights, 2 passengers respectively were women, and who would be possible witnesses to the Maxwell case, which I don't know, could be victims, although I'd expect them to say that if that's what they meant. There's still some redactions in this, I'm guessing names and stuff. This is from the Attorney General, Assistant U.S. Attorney at the Southern District of New York. We've just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages in very small script, and didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the... So just to let you know what's coming down the line, there's a lot of Trump. There's a lot of Donald Trump in those files.
And the prosecution memo were not released. It's not about the timeline. It's about the selective concealment.
Well, yet, right? The Deputy Attorney General said there are more disclosures that will be made.
Yeah, many powerful compromised people could have done it. That's true. I just want to know. I'm just saying this is something to keep a watch on as far as Trump's culpability. Even if he doesn't have culpability when it comes to the thing that I want to emphasize is what links the Trump administration and Donald Trump have gone to to try to keep this stuff from coming out after saying that they were going to release it, right? That's what I find surprising. So yeah, it's either something that something that implicates Donald Trump himself, or somebody that they feel like is too important to lose, right? Somebody that they don't want to go down, somebody that they owe favors to, somebody that might have some leverage over them, right? These are the kind of things we should be thinking about as far as the question of who Epstein to Epstein.
You believe that they will not release that particular part? I mean, you did give them some leeway for redactions.
Well, first of all, the redactions were excessive, and even Harvard law professors who have looked at that have said you can't redact internal communication.
What I mean, chat, is that this is taken down Donald Trump's approval rating and really the ability of this has taken a process that usually takes 2 years, which is what I mean is a second-term president becoming a lame duck. Usually that takes 2 years to happen, right? Usually that does not happen for 2 years. And we're already in a situation where even the Republicans are treating this as a post-Trump environment, already anticipating a Republican Party without Trump and vying for jockeying for position in that, right? Right. What is so bad that's in those files that they were so adamant about not releasing that it was worth sinking his fucking presidency? That's my question.
You can't redact workforce product, and the courts are going to find that these were excessive. But my point, and I'm sure Congressman Massey can elaborate, is that we want the files out. So if our sounding the alarm on what is missing is going to help them get those files out, fine. But this shouldn't be a big document up. There's a pretty simple point. Who raped these young girls? Who
why do I hate Trump, says 420 Virus? Same reason I hate Roman Polanski.
It up, and why are they getting away with it?
So you're saying specific things regarding the indictment. Congressman Massey, I saw in a video that you posted, you had a very specific benchmark of success here. You said there are at least 20 men accused of sex crimes known to the FBI. How do you know that number, and do you know those names?
Yeah, the survivors' lawyers have told me those numbers, and they've described their professions in general. But they've only given me one of those names, and I mentioned that in a congressional hearing, Jess Staley. So I searched these documents. I didn't see Jess Staley's name, nor did I see 19 other names. And here's why. Explain, please. Trump and Polanski are both part of the Epstein class, right? They both live in impunity and are not subject to the law in the same way as you or I are, right? I hate all of the Epstein class. Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Noam Chomsky, whoever else is in there. We shouldn't be optimistic.
Yeah, that's true. Trump doesn't have the same directives reminding me. Trump doesn't have the same sense of mise en scène as Monsieur. Monsieur. Did he go to France? I think so. Monsieur Polanski.
That Blanche or Bondi are going to release these things. They sent a 6-page memo to Congress and said they cited pre-existing laws as reasons that they weren't going to follow our law. For instance, our law requires them to release information regardless of embarrassment, but they are trying to say that a previous law prevails when it doesn't. Common sense says it doesn't. The Privacy Act doesn't protect them from that. And then also, as Rose said, internal communications, they're using a FOIA standard that doesn't apply because our law already says they have to give us internal communications.
In terms of the gentleman there you referenced as accused, I mean, being in the document doesn't necessarily prove criminal behavior, right? And in terms of the redactions, what the Deputy Attorney General said is that they were abiding by your law, and also a judge in New York had ordered them to listen to victims. So they're claiming that information that they had initially even published Friday, they had to pull down because they were trying to protect victims. You don't sound convinced that they are abiding by this intent.
No, they are not abiding, and all 3 judges who released the grand jury material said that our law trumps the prior law. That's just common sense, Law School 101. Yet Todd Blanche is using a different theory that wouldn't survive first contact.
420 Virus says, so who do you think should run the country? Me, except I'm not old enough.
With any court. which is he's trying to say that prior laws override our law.
I got to work on getting older.
This works.
Okay, what are you going to do about it to force them to comply? I mean, can you do anything?
Oh, absolutely. Look, people have talked about, and by the way, Todd Blanche is the face of this, but it's really the Attorney General's office, Pam Bondi.
Yeah, realistically speaking, though, let me answer your question seriously, 420 virus. Anybody that I'm going to vote for in 2028 is very likely going to be a compromise. It's going to, you know what I mean? I'm probably not going to get to vote for the person that I think would be best to run the country. I'm probably going to have to choose between two very flawed candidates at the even in the freaking primary, right? I don't know. I never get who I want.
Was responsible, and there are several ways to get at this. Some take longer, some are shorter. The quickest way, and I think most expeditious way to get justice.
So you think you could do that? Yes, I could whip this country into shape. Absolutely. I've got a lot of policy, a lot of policy priorities to enact were I to be made president.
For these victims is to bring inherent contempt against Pam Bondi.
Yeah, 420 virus. You just have to promise to show up in my funeral after I get assassinated.
And that doesn't require going through the courts. And give her and basically.
Oh, come on, 420. You'll vote for me. I know. I got your vote in the bag.
And I are talking about and drafting that right now.
Okay, well, I mean, on another network this morning, Democratic Senator Tim Kaine said impeachment or contempt, it is premature.
Like, there's just a bunch of, petty bitches in our government, and they need their asses whooped. I think I could do that. I think I could enact the appropriate amount of terror to get these assholes to stop fucking around.
Congressman Khanna and the Deputy Attorney General said bring it.
Light a fire under their proverbial butts. Yeah. Look, maybe I can start with running for NYC mayor after Zoran's term limited out.
They don't seem to be taking this very seriously, and if you just don't have the math in the Senate, including at least now this Democratic senator not being convinced, doesn't that sort of show that you're at the limit of pressure?
No, we only need the House for inherent contempt, and we're building a bipartisan coalition, and it would fine Pam Bondi for every day that she's not releasing these documents.
420 virus says no one's trying to assassinate you. Not yet. Not yet.
I'll tell you why. I've talked to the survivors, why this is such a slap in the face. One of the survivors said they released her name accidentally, but they still have not released the FBI file about the people who abused her at her request. And the problem here is that there are rich and powerful people. We all know this. There are 1,200 victims. They're rich and powerful people who either engaged in this abuse, covered it up, or were on this island. And what the American people want to know is, who are these people? And instead of holding them accountable, Pam Bondi is breaking the law. And this is the corrupt system, the Epstein class that people are sick of. So I believe we're going to get bipartisan support in holding her accountable, and a committee of Congress should determine whether these redactions are justified or not.
Sometime in January when you all come back, I assume that'll happen. I want to ask you, though, Congressman Khanna, there have been images released in the past 48 hours. Some of them include former President Bill Clinton. There's at least one image of Donald Trump. I should say neither man has been accused of any wrongdoing related to Epstein, though they clearly knew him. But since Friday's publication, we're showing the image here now. One of the pictures was pulled down. There were 15 images.
I should primary Fetterman. Wait, somebody better be on that. Somebody better be ready to primary Fetterman. I do not want. When's that coming up, chat? Fetterman got elected. Was it in 2020 or 2022? How close is he to being up?
Total that were then redacted from the DOJ website.
I am so glad, Nadia, that you got out of the country and that I got out of the country too. I think we made the right move at the right time. You did really well by getting out of there before Trump even took over. That was really smart of you. I felt like maybe I was over exaggerating how bad the Trump presidency was going to be until like the second day of the presidency. And then I was like, oh shit, no, I underestimated it actually.
And it's kind of hard to see, but it's an open drawer with a photo.
Can someone give a reality check to this person? I don't know, Waluigi, you want Waluigi to debate me? Is that what you want?
Photo of President Trump.
Like, he's the only one here, 420. What do you expect them to, like, come over here and steal my computer, bump me out of the way and start streaming in my place? Is that what you want?
Why do you think that was pulled down? Because the Deputy Attorney General says this was victims.
Oh, Waffle Jackson, are you telling us we need to give Trump more time? It's just going to get good. Trust me. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Please correct me. I am not trying to straw man you here. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
That their
Because I like waffles too. Damn it.
privacy or somehow their integrity was being compromised by having that image published.
Well, I'm less concerned about that photo. I don't know the facts. My concern is the major documents that we know are out there that haven't been released. The 60-count indictment that shows massive financial fraud. And
do you think lowering gas prices is going to get the Epstein files released? That seems like something Trump could do right now if he wanted to. That's my question, is why doesn't he want to do it? The whole administration seemed like super gung-ho for releasing the Epstein files until they got into power and saw what was in the files. What do you think is up with that? Is it maybe the ghost of Hugo Chavez, putting fake news into the files? What's going on?
Foreign interference.
Oh, so you hate pancakes. You got me, Magenta. You got me. That's my one weakness as a candidate, right? I'm not going to win the pancake vote.
The prosecution memo. And look, they put out these Bill Clinton pictures. But, well, they're allegations that they're foreign governments that potentially were involved. And that all needs to come out. And it needs to come out in the indictments. It needs to come out in the prosecution memos. But the reality is they put out these pictures for Bill Clinton. Fine, put it all out. But don't distract from the fundamental issue, which is who are these powerful people who visited the Rape Island? I mean, there are 1,200 victims. It defies common sense that it was just Epstein and Maxwell. And they're hiding something. And you know why the American people are so upset?
Wouldn't it be awesome if we could just come together for this? Whoever's in the... Yo! We just had a major event. I think I'm under an enemy stand attack here, chat. Welcome Raiders, welcome streamers. Good to have you along with us here on this Epstein stream that we are wrapping up here. We're watching Ro Khanna on Face the Nation. If you don't know, CBS News has been taken over by a Trump ally named Larry Ellison. They put Barry Weiss of the Free Press in charge of news, and but yeah, no, they brought on Massey and Ro Khanna to talk about the Epstein stuff. So we're watching that. Then we're going to take a look over at Meet the Press, another Sunday show, and see what Trump's former attorney, Todd Blanche, right? Is that his name? Anyway, whatever Blanche's name is, we're going to see what he has to say about this whole thing. He's trying to cover for Trump. It's an unenviable position. I mentioned earlier, him, Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, I guess he's quit now, but definitely Kash Patel, they're all in the space of having to cover for Trump, which is a difficult thing to do. Blanche Dubois. Wait, is that a Golden Girls reference? Holy shit. Landom Lazy Lizard's Lounge. That's a deep cut. Yeah, press the meat. Exactly. We're going to press the meat after we get done facing the nation. But yeah, good to have you along with us. I hope you had a good stream, unelectable, and get some rest if that's what you need to do. We can take it from here. But thank you for bringing your community in here to watch this with us, and I'll try to do you proud.
Account had MAGA supporters supporting me for the first time, saying, Pam Bondi whiffed, according to Susan Wiles. She is breaking the law. She needs to be held accountable.
You're referring to the Vanity Fair quote that the chief of staff gave, saying,
we got to watch the Vanity Fair thing too. See you in Valhalla. Absolutely. If I ever play that game again, I need to get back into that, right? I need to get back at Valhalla. Is one of these games that got it's like the community died before I was done playing it. right? I just never had enough time to play it, but I should, because it's super fun. And I was just getting into the I think what I was just getting in. I think I just reached like the Iron Age or whatever, where you unlock iron. So it was just getting good, in other words, right? And I know they got a bunch more content, but anyway, yeah. Thanks for hitting us with this raid tonight. Blanche Dubois is a character from Streetcar Named Desire. Okay, what's the Blanche from Golden Girls name then? I guess I don't know shit about classic cinema. That's Marlon Brando, right?
The whiffed, and she said that Pam Bondi gave them binders full of nothingness, and then when it came to the client list, she said it was on her desk. There is no client list, quote, and it sure as hell wasn't on her desk. Do you see that as an acknowledgement here, though, that the politics have overtaken the substance?
No, for us, it's about the survivors. And if you look at Thomas Massey in my comments the morning of the release.
Her name is Blanche Devereaux? Devereaux?
We were giving Blanche the benefit of the doubt. We said, if it's not all there, fine, just get the information out. It's when the survivors said that this is an insult.
Jean-Luc Brunel, I think he was in the, he was mentioned in the latest
This is a slap in their face.
Release.
That we aren't getting the truth about who these men were on Rape Island, that we started sounding the alarm. And this is more
advice for a teenager? 6'8".
Documents of nothingness. And I guess the question the American people have, even to me, is the system so corrupt? Is the system so corrupt that Thomas Massey and you defy the odds, pass a bill through a discharge petition, get the Senate, get the president to sign it, and still these rich and powerful people are being protected? Who has this kind of hold on our government? What are they hiding? Why are they not releasing this?
Corbin says he or she, I'm with Rokana here.
Well, you want what? People involved in those initial investigations down in Florida re-examined and possibly prosecuted?
I want the information out, which was in that prosecution memo that Acosta disregarded, that were in those indictments, that there were 60 counts against Epstein. Only 2 counts were prosecuted. I want to know, who were these other people?
Saltwater Life says no one's crying except the left. They hate America. I don't think there's that many Bill Clinton stans left, right? It's kind of like a Nicki Minaj stan. There's not a lot of Barbs, if you've noticed, right? Nikki's still around. She's doing her thing at Turning Point USA, but the Barbs are not around. And I don't think whoever the Clinton fanboys or fangirls or whatever were, I don't think they're around either. I don't think Clinton's got a lot of people in his corner. I think a lot of people would like to see, what kind of investigation could go on Bill Clinton, what we could turn up, right? I don't think I could survive Thailand's climate. I did get some kind of flu here, but that's about the only thing that I've dealt with. And for all I know, Nadia, it could have been, it just could have been COVID, right? I mean, maybe I got dengue from getting bit by a mosquito or something that I wouldn't get in Europe or the US. But so far, Southeast Asia has been really, really good to me. Okay. I love it here, but yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm a little bit jealous, right? I'm not jealous, but you know what I mean? I know a little bit of German. I think Germany's probably cooler. That would make me a dingus. It would make me a dingus gambit. But yeah, no, I mean, I think Germany's probably too expensive for me. I think that's the real reason that I when I left the United States, which I don't know, some of you might be thinking of doing too, and believe me, I do plan to put out some content on how that can work, what I've learned, etc. sometime, because I know it's on a lot of people's minds, but yeah, Germany would be really cool. The other thing I worry about with Germany is how close is it to going? Isn't the AfD like one of the most popular parties right now? Long COVID is really bad. Yeah, I mean, whatever I had, it laid me the fuck out. That's why I missed a couple of weeks earlier, right? I think some of that time was me not, being happy with the subject matter that I had to cover. And then I went and, I worked out in a small space with 3 other people doing cardio. And I think that's where I got infected with what I'm guessing. Yeah, COVID makes sense. It could have been COVID. I definitely wasn't wearing a mask and nobody else was. Germany like punches women in the face at Palestine rallies. Oh shit. I don't know if I could handle that.
On the Epstein's rape island, who were the people who saw young girls being paraded around at parties, 13, 14, 15-year-olds, and didn't say anything? And why is it so hard when there's a law requiring these names to come out? What we're seeing is survivors' names come out, but not the men who abused them. And instead of holding elites accountable, Pam Bondi is breaking the law.
Well, we will see when you gentlemen come back to work sometime in January what your next measures are. It sounds like you've made it clear you're moving action against the Attorney General. Thank you both for your reaction today.
Okay. So that was Face the Nation. Let's take a look at Meet the Press, and then we'll watch Donald Trump's press conference, and then we'll see about that bonus content, right? We're only 31 points from getting there. Remember, that number goes up 69 out of 100. It goes up every time you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, or if you sign up for my Patreon at patreon.com/nocommentchick, or if you support me over on Twitch. That's right, we're running 3 chats tonight. So yeah, those are the ways that you can make that number go up. And if it goes up to 100, I'll stick around and I'll cover an extra topic with you. Right now, it looks like that topic is going to be here. Let me fix. Oh my god, I hate it when my cursor disappears. Anybody else have that cursor just randomly disappears? You have to shake it around. What's under Trump's ballroom? In first place by 4 points at 33%. Second place, we have Adam McIntyre, threatened by the H3 podcast, right? In third place, Taylor Lorenz on social media addiction. In fourth place, friend of the VOD, Rudyard from What If Alt Hist on Tim Pool to talk about, well, I guess we'll find out if we end up choosing that. I think this is what we're looking for right here. Oh, look at that, Senator Schumer. We'll watch that next. Oh God, there's so much content, chat, just surrounding Epstein, right? I told you I was gonna cover the Epstein stuff. I was gonna cover it last week, but I got too busy with other things, so I wanted to make sure to go over it today, especially with the new COFFEEZILLA revelations, which if you haven't heard, there was an 8th folder, right? The DOJ released 7 folders. Somebody found an 8th folder on their website, as in you just had to put, there was like the, folder 7 was blah, 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 / blah, 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 / folder 7. And then somebody just typed in, what happens if I change the 7 to an 8? And sure enough, it shows you another folder, but it seems like a folder they hadn't really cleaned up. There's some things in that folder that are kind of inconvenient for the Trump administrative narrative. So it has not been a good day for Donald Trump. And I want to make sure to cover all the Sunday shows as well as the COFFEEZILLA revelations and everything else. So let's give Blanche a chance. Oh, there you go, chat. You want a Thai ad? You didn't even ask for one. There you go. I don't know why I'm getting Thai ads, but there they are. I think it's for like Norwegian fish or something, which is blah, if you're wondering, in Thai. Or if you want to say seafood, you say ahan thale for seafood. Some ahan thale right there. Anyway.
Now is Deputy Attorney General Todd.
Sorry, Chad. I'm learning Thai right now, and we're covering food. So
Blanche, Mr. Blanche, welcome to Meet the Press.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here. Let's dive.
He does not look comfortable. This man looks like he is passing, I don't know, like a poop that is, too big or so. You know what I mean? He looks like he does not look okay. Like a poop the size of a volleyball, right? Something that is not made to come out of the human body is trying to come out of his.
Right in. The Epstein Files Transparency Act called for all files with limited exceptions to be released within 30 days. On Friday, the Justice Department released just a fraction of the overall Epstein files. Why?
Am I ever going to go back to the U.S., become a Thai citizen? What's the plan? I have some time to decide, right? I'm on a year-long visa at the moment. I'm definitely not coming back while Trump is in office. I'm definitely not coming back until shit gets substantially, birthing a bowling ball. That's what he looks like he's doing, right? He's gonna roll a strike with that thing too. But yeah, I'm not sure entirely. I mean, I'm definitely loving the culture here, getting to know people, getting to learn the language, including the alphabet, which is like, I don't know, in my mind, that's been key, right? Having a visual model in my head of when I speak, like how that's spelled in the Thai alphabet with its 44 consonants and 22 vowels. It's 4 different tones. It's a difficult language, but maybe slightly easier than English. I don't know. I've heard English is a horrible language to try to learn, just because some of the, like, it's got rules, but then it doesn't always follow the rules. So you got to learn all the exceptions to the grammatical rules in English.
Didn't the Justice Department meet that?
Here, grammar is like the least of your concern. It's all about a very complicated alphabet that if you, grew up with, if you grew up with the Roman alphabet, or might be a whole new thing.
That Friday deadline.
Good morning. So it's very simple and very clear. The statute also requires us to protect victims. And so the reason why we are still reviewing documents and still continuing our process is simply that, to protect victims. So the same individuals that are out there complaining about the lack of documents that were produced on Friday are the same individuals who apparently don't want us to protect victims.
Winterland says, "Du bist sehr willkommen in Deutschland." You're very welcome in Germany. Danke schön. Danke schön, Winterland.
So we're going through a very methodical process with hundreds of lawyers looking at every single document and making sure that victims' names and any of their information from victims.
Yo, Nadia says he looks like a bloated Jair Bolsonaro. What do you think, chat? I'm going to pull up a picture. I'm going to pull up some Bolsonaro for you. Anybody know Bolsonaro, the former...
At Girlfrienda, super chatted $49.99.
Heart back at you, and thank you for getting us over the line on bonus content, chat. It looks like we're gonna be seeing something right now. It looks like what's under Trump's ballroom. Of course, just 3 points behind that is Adam McIntyre threatened by H3. So get your votes in, and if you donate, remember you can let me know in the comments which of these topics you want to see, and I'll put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and maybe helping your favorite topic win. Here, I'm going to pull up this Jair Bolsonaro character. He really is a character, chat. Jair Bolsonaro, he, kind of got into office under a circumstance of actual lawfare against the president, the president who was not allowed to run, and then served out his term. He kind of did his own January 6th, right? His supporters tried to pull a Jan 6th, and instead of being allowed to, evade responsibility of that, Bolsonaro is actually now being charged and prosecuted for those events. So yeah, good job keeping your country safe, Brazil. Oh yeah, okay. So let me see if I can find a good picture of Jair. Yeah. I mean, he's definitely... I feel like there's some pictures that look more like that than others. Let's make this big old Bolsonaro. Here's what he looks like. All right, Bolsonaro. He could definitely be a relative, right? He's like a younger... what did you say? Less bloated, more bloated? Yeah, there's definitely a resemblance here. I don't know, chat.
is protected.
But thank you.
Which is
thank you, Sarah, for the super chat.
Exactly what the Transparency Act expects. That's exactly what Attorney General Bondi expects. It's exactly what President Trump expects. So that's what we're doing.
Well, you're talking about protecting the victims. The law directed the Justice Department to, quote, release internal DOJ communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. That's the crux of what many of the victims or the survivors say they want to see. Why wasn't that information prioritized in the first release, Mr. Blanche?
Well, first of all, it was. And there are
Wait, giving a bit of Alan Partridge. Is that the Alan Partridge Project guy? Like the musician Alan Partridge?
Documents released on Friday that address what you just quoted from the statute, that address internal communications within the Department of Justice and internal communications between law enforcement and the Department of Justice. But it's for the same reason. Because many of those internal communications talk about victims. Many of those internal back and forth between prosecutors and law enforcement talk about victims and their stories. And that has to be redacted. And by the way, everybody expects us to redact that. So the same complaints that we're hearing yesterday and even this morning from Democrats and from others screaming loudly from a hill about lack of production on Friday, imagine if we had released tons of information around victims. That would be the true crime. That would be the true wrong.
Freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome on in, communist invading radicals. Good to have you with us on this fine day.
And if anybody out there, I heard Congressman Raskin, the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee releasing statements accusing attorneys.
Yo, they really are. Okay, no, sorry. I thought he was watching the other show. They mentioned this appearance by Todd Blanche, right, on Face the Nation. That's the CBS Sunday morning show. No, he's mentioning, I think, stuff that has been said by them in Congress. Not anyway. Let's see if we think that does this guy look like Alan Parsons? Or sorry, Alan Partridge? Is that who this is? Is he the guy that sings like that Sirius song? Like the star Sirius?
General Bondi, Director Patel, and myself of not doing our jobs. If they have an issue with me protecting victims...
Oh, I got an atypical photo thing. Or sorry.
Well, let's talk about...
We're protecting victims, and the biggest victim of them all, chat, Donald Trump, victim to an unprecedented gang stalking event, chat. Literally the whole world is allied in conspiracy against Donald Trump to deny the fact that he is the most amazing, outstanding, strongest, best, smartest president that there's ever been. And there's a giant conspiracy to try to cover this up, right? This is poor, persecuted Donald Trump. Let us share in his narcissistic delusions, chat. Let us share in those.
Which you raised, the Epstein Files, Transparency Act prohibits.
And again, just a reminder, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche is also Trump's lawyer for the, I believe, the criminal, at least the criminal cases that he was charged with prior to being reelected. That essentially getting reelected got him out of rather than actually facing justice.
Redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not. And that's another trend that
Here, let me rewind that and hear the whole exchange here.
Prohibits redactions.
I'm getting distracted by chat, but I love talking to chat.
Victims, they know how to get a hold of me, but we're not going to stop doing it.
Well,
anyway, unenviable position of covering up for Trump's relationship to Epstein. He's putting Todd Blanche out there. He's putting Pam Bondi out there. He's putting Kash Patel out there. They're all just like sopping up the flack for the actual culpable individual, that being Donald Trump. But this is his job. This is his job. Former personal attorney, now assistant AG, Todd Blanche. He is there to take the reputational damage in Trump's place.
Let's talk about the redactions, which you raised. The Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not. And that's another trend that is just simply false. There were a number of photographs that were pulled down after being released on Friday. That's because a judge in New York has ordered us to listen to any victim or victim rights group if they have any concerns about the material that we're putting up. And so when we hear concerns, whether
we hide behind victims, I think that's what you're trying to say, Todd, right? We're hiding behind the victims who have asked you to get to the bottom of this shit and seek justice for them. And then the implication that, I don't know, there are no victims, or they're all the victimizers have been prosecuted or are dead, as in it's just Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein that was doing this shit to the victims, right? That does not correspond with a lot of what the victims have said. It also doesn't correspond with the fact that there's 10 co-conspirators that were kept out of the case, right? These are potentially 10 investigations that were just tossed away to protect the Epstein class. And that should be a bipartisan agreement that we need to stop protecting the Epstein class. We need to stop letting people get away with shit because they're rich, wealthy, and connected. And that we need to find out what the fuck is going on here and why this guy was allowed to operate to predate on underage women, or underage girls, right? Out in the open in front of everybody, despite people having reported him. As far back as the 1990s, people were saying, we're blowing the whistle on Epstein, and nothing was done, right? He finally gets charged. He gets a sweetheart deal. He doesn't chat. He's able to continue to work. He's like out on work release, right? Yeah, we need to get to the bottom of this. And you were, unfortunately, Mr. Blanche, standing in the way of that, so.
There's photographs of women that we do not believe are victims, or we didn't have information to show that they were victims, but we learned that there are concerns. Of course we're taking that photograph down.
My question, why certain co-conspirators' faces are being blacked out in some of the files? I don't know that that's true. Reality bites back, but I, like you, suspect that it is. I think that I have a feeling that, yeah, some of those redactions are not protecting victims at all. They're protecting, yeah, co-conspirators. They're protecting potentially clients, people who Epstein was, finding underage girls for, right? This is why we need to get to the bottom of this.
And we're going to address it. If we need to redact faces or other information, we will, and then we'll put it back up. So we are in every way, shape, and form complying with.
And my real concern is that the Trump administration's doublespeak is to classify people that were associates with Epstein, including potentially co-conspirators in his crimes, right? That just like Donald Trump said, there's a lot of fake stuff in that Epstein world. Not sure if we're going to release that. Wouldn't want to hurt anyone innocent. That may be what he's talking about when he says victims. We might actually be talking about the opposite of victims. We might be talking about the people that victimized them, and he's using the victims as a fig leaf to cover this up.
Which, by the way, is what President Trump has been asking us to do since before he was elected. There is nothing that he has to hide in the Epstein files.
Tenu Customer Support 68 says Epstein was at his finest when Obama and Biden were in office, and Tenu, Trump was right there with him. BFFs forever. May every day be another beautiful secret. He was right there wishing him happy birthday during that time.
And even though there's repeated attempts by Democrats to paint him as being part of the Epstein saga, it's failing.
You don't understand. He was just Epstein's BFF. He had nothing to do with his crimes. He was completely being kept in the dark about this.
And so you should not be surprised that the material that we released on Friday or the material that we're going to release over the next couple of weeks is exactly what the statute requires us to release, which is everything that we have from this case, with the exception of redacting personal information from victims and other statutes, privileges and things like that. Otherwise, everything's getting produced.
Mr. Blanchard, I want to follow up with you on what you just said. You were referencing the 15 files released Friday. They disappeared from DOJ's website yesterday, including this photo of...
Why do Americans like Israel so much? A little bit of off a topic, OP Souls, but it's an interesting question. Look, in the United States, there's, there are evangelical Christians, right? These are, kind of far-right Christians who believe that Israel is integral in the prophecy regarding Jesus returning to earth, right? They interpret, or their preachers have interpreted the book of Revelations as describing Christ's return as being contingent on Israel occupying not only what we could regard as Israel right now, not only in the territory that Israel, took up at the beginning of the Nakba, but a wider swath of the Middle East, right? And they think that as soon as Israel, basically ethnically cleanses the Palestinians out of the way, that maybe that prophecy will be fulfilled, right? So it's like that to help the end times come is why a lot of Americans support Israel. Into Republican, I saw a Republican live stream. They were basically brainwashing. Yeah, look, I grew up in a Christian environment, right? I was taken to church, and I don't, I wouldn't say that my parents were evangelical or anything, but I can definitely tell you that we interpreted Israel as kind of the good guy in the Bible, right? And so it really is, for a lot of American Christians. Now, I wasn't raised Jewish. I can't speak to that experience. That's its own thing. And it's important to mention that there are, that a lot of the people in the pro-Palestinian movement are themselves Jewish and see what Israel's doing, including the current campaign of genocide and ethnic cleansing on Gaza. And even going back to the Nakba or the Zionist, project itself, see that these as not representing what they regard as Jewish values. So, it does have to do with the religion that you were brought up in, but more so on the Christian side of things, because most Zionists, most Israel, hardcore supporters of Israel in the United States are actually evangelical Christians. So anyway, I hope that gives you a little bit of an insight.
Of what looks like a desk with a drawer open containing photos of Donald Trump. Just to be very clear, to put a fine point on it, why were these files taken down? You're saying it was at the...
This is a good question.
Well, you can see in that photo, there's photographs of women. And so we learned after releasing that photograph that there were concerns about those women and the fact that we had put that photo up. So
okay, I got to point out that at least one of the people involved in Jeffrey Epstein's crime was also a woman, right? I mean, I don't know what the fuck he's trying to say. He's trying to imply that these are victims, right? The one that stands out as far as the picture that was put up on the DOJ's website in accordance with the Epstein Transparency Act was a picture that included it was of Jeffrey Epstein's desk, and there was a Donald Trump picture on the desk. That picture disappeared and then was put back a few days later when people started to talk about it. I mean, this is a huge debacle. Even if you're a Trump fan, you got to admit this is a huge L that your guy is eating right here with this attempted, release of files, this attempt at transparency. When your attempt at transparency consist of page after page of black squares of redaction, that's the opposite of transparency, chat. That's an opacity. That's not transparent. That's not translucent. That's opaque. There's text, there's information here, and you're stopping me from seeing. What are you afraid of me seeing? What did the Trump administration see in the Epstein files that they're utterly unwilling to reveal to the public, despite having run on that, right?
We pulled that photo down. It has nothing to do with President Trump. There are dozens of photos of President Trump already released to the public seeing him with Mr. Epstein. He has said that in the 90s and early 2000s, he socialized with him. So the absurdity of us pulling down a photo, a single photo, because President Trump was in it, is laughable. And the fact that everybody's trying to act like that's the case is a reflection of their true motivation. But the reality is anybody, any victim's lawyers, any victim rights group can reach out to us and say, hey, Department of Justice, there's a document, there's a photo, there's something within the Epstein files that identifies me.
And that means that any fucking rich asshole can say the same thing. Anybody that's actually complicit in what Epstein did or is implicated by those pictures, right? Their definition, in other words, chat, of victim is something that I am highly questioning.
And we will then, of course, pull that off and investigate it.
Are you saying that one or more of the women in one of the photos or several of the photos is a victim or a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein, and that's why you took those files down? And will they be put back up?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You fucking weasel. You fucking weasel.
Of course, if we knew that, if we believed that photograph contained a survivor, we wouldn't have put it up in the first place without redacting the faces. But notwithstanding what we believe.
Ken Morrow says, beating the dead horse. Is the dead horse Donald Trump's political career? Is the dead horse MAGA? I'm trying to understand here.
We don't have perfect information. And so when we hear from victims' rights groups about this type of photograph, we pull it.
Donald Trump's approval rating, perhaps? Is that the dead horse?
Down and investigate. We're still investigating that photo. The photo will go back up, and the only question is whether there will be redactions on the photo. And of course, if there are survivors in any of the photos, we will redact them as Congress.
Some fucking dude, I believe I was captivated by bread and circuses, as you say. Now, the bread part is an interesting pushback against affordability, right? Yeah, bread. I don't know if bread's expensive. I know coffee's expensive, and I know a lot of groceries are expensive. I know Donald Trump sees that as an old-timey, old-fashioned word. Groceries? What are we talking about? I just opened my refrigerator, and there's magically food in there. Right? That Donald Trump's not having to worry about groceries, right? More likely, he's having somebody bring it to him. He's hitting that Diet Coke button, and that's groceries to Donald Trump. He doesn't understand what the fuck that means. But yeah, the circus part, I feel like I'd be talking to you about the Patriot Games, about how excited I was to serve as tribute for my district in Donald Trump's Patriot Games. And yeah, you know how I think that would be the circuses, right? Or a military parade. We want to talk about all the circuses that Donald Trump has thrown to try to distract people from their material situation, which is getting not better and better, but worse and worse, right? This was the thing that Donald Trump was mainly elected on. Biden's inability to admit that the economy didn't work for the average working class American. And now we're seeing that Trump is currently brandining, both in the sense of his, cognitive faculties, which are clearly slipping away from him, maybe even his physical faculties, if you look at the edema and the bruises on his hands, right? But also in terms of just the denial that typified the Biden administration, right? The refusal to admit that it's not just vibes, that people are actually, when you do something like you keep the minimum wage artificially low for years and years and years, when the productivity, that means, chat, what you're earning for your employer, right? What you create in your job, the money that you're making them, when it goes up and up and up and your fucking salary flatlines, right? After a while, people aren't okay when housing prices and apartment rents go up, and up. At a certain point, people aren't able to keep up with that. So no, I'm not distracted by bread and circuses. I've got my eyes on the prize, right? And that, prize could be put in a very simple term. That is materialism, right? The actual material conditions that we exist in, which are getting worse and worse. And if Biden won't see that, he doesn't deserve to be president. If Trump won't see that, he doesn't deserve to be president. We need a president that's going to actually act in our interest, not in the interest of the Epstein class. And sadly, I don't see a lot of candidates on either side that I feel like I could trust with that imperative, right? We'll hope somebody, so someone appears.
Expects us to do, as President Trump expects us to do, and as the Attorney General.
Roblox user is telling me about reported apparently new files just came out. Are you talking about the COFFEEZILLA / drop site files? Is that what you mean?
Director Patel of
Did we have an F in chat? Is everything okay on Twitch?
The department to do.
Okay, let's delve more deeply into the redactions. Is any information about President Trump redacted in any of the files that have or will be released?
Robin Wick seems to think that housing prices are the fault of illegal immigrants. Again, that's bread and circus. Be afraid of the other. Be afraid of the outsider. Be afraid of the foreigner because they're not like you. And whenever they're getting anything, well, that must mean that you're getting less. That's what they want you to think. And you're eating out of their fucking hands. The people that hate you, the people that keep you poor and suffering, right? You're eating their narrative out of their fucking hands. And I can't be mad at you for that because it's just sad. It's just sad.
No, not unless it's supposed to be redacted under the law, which means victim information or any sort of privilege, like attorney-client privilege. But I have no reason to believe that the lawyers that were working...
Like, how long are you going to be distracted by the fucking specter of the undocumented worker, the specter of the trans person participating in women's sports? How long is that going to be what you get distracted by instead of worrying about where your next meal is coming from, instead of worrying about how you're going to be able to stay in your fucking apartment? Instead of worrying about whether this fucking world is going to even be here for your children. How long are you going to let them lead you around like a fucking animal? Stand up. Fight back.
In this case, we're talking about President Trump because he had nothing to do with the Epstein files. He had nothing to do with the horrific crimes that Mr. Epstein committed. And so I don't expect there will be anything redacted. But the short answer is we are not redacting information around President Trump, around any other individual involved with Mr. Epstein. And that narrative, which is not based on fact at all, is completely false.
The White House has said that President Trump is included in the files. Can you guarantee that every mention and every photo of President Trump in the Epstein files will be released?
Yes. Yes. I mean, I've said it 3-4 times now. We've said it before, and President Trump has said it repeatedly.
Yeah, you've said a lot of shit, and a lot of it has not turned out to be true, right? What I'm wondering is, chat, how long until we find a picture that's got a black square over it, all right? And then we see another picture without the square, and what's underneath turns out to be Donald Trump. That's all it's going to take to, disprove what he said right there. A lot of what he said is already, just been utterly disputed. And this last, this last like folder of material, and I'm still wondering, is that what we're talking about over in Twitch chat? Somebody's telling me that new files have just hit the World Trade Center. Are we talking about what COFFEEZILLA came out with along with Dropsite News? Because that's what we went over that a little earlier tonight. I'll try to circle back to it for anybody who's just getting here.
Since before he was elected, and since he was elected, all summer long, he said the same thing. I have nothing to hide. And so
this is the man that was charged with being Donald Trump's criminal attorney, right? This is Donald Trump's criminal defense attorney, Todd Blanche. And he, he's just slotted right into Deputy Attorney General. In another administration chat, we'd be hearing about conflict of interest. But at this point, this level of corruption is what people have come to expect from Trump. So you don't even hear the media bitch about it, right? You don't even hear the media talk about it. There's too many other scandals.
of course that's the case. But let me just make sure everybody understands something. To the extent that he is, quote, in the Epstein files, it's not because he had anything to do with the horrific crimes.
I know. It's because he was a white hat pedophile that was sent by was sent to uncover what Epstein was doing, right? That's it.
Full stop. But yes, if President Trump is mentioned, if there's photographs that we have of President Trump or anybody else,
so peaceful up here,
they of course
now
will be
there are
released
freaking
with the
communists
exception
invading
of any
radicals.
victims or
Yo, thank you for invading us, communist invading radicals.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
If that gets annoying, I'll mute it. But it's nice to hear Rex reviews.
survivors that we've identified.
Yeah, he was a sleeper agent. He was just in there.
Which we will either not release that photograph if it's just a photograph of
He also said there was no Project 2025. Good point.
survivor, or if we do release the photograph because there's other individuals in the picture, the survivor's face or her entire body in some cases will be redacted.
And we're talking about President Trump in relation to this. For months, he urged Republicans to stop pushing for the files to be released. He dismissed the Epstein files as a hoax. I want to play a little bit of what he has said about the Epstein files before he signed the law. Take a look.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats and some stupid Republicans.
I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. It's sordid, but it's boring.
This is a Democrat hoax that never ends.
Are the Epstein files a hoax, Mr. Blanche?
What President Trump is saying is not that the Epstein files are a hoax.
Even though that's literally what he said, but that's okay. We all know Trump, not an intelligent man, not a good speaker. Okay.
This game that Democrats have been playing for the past 9 months around the Epstein files, that is a complete and total hoax.
Well, and
The
some
Epstein files
Republicans
existed
pushing for the
many
release,
years.
too. Some of the Republicans were pushing for the release, too, just to be clear.
Well, that's different. That's different. To be clear, releasing the files is not what President Trump has ever had an issue with. When he called...
It's only what Pam Bondi refused to do after saying that the files were on her desk. She then tried to say that they don't exist. But then again, that's just me letting them, put it all on Pam Bondi and using her as a meat shield. I think we need to get over letting Trump use Bondi, Kash Patel, or Todd Blanche as a meat shield, because there is a temptation, and this is the reason he trots these people out. He wants, if the Republicans are upset about the files not being released, he wants them focused on Pam Bondi, not focused on Donald Trump. Maybe Pam Bondi's just screwing up. Maybe she's the one who's compromised. Maybe Donald Trump just doesn't know. Come on.
Calls this a hoax. He's talking about the fact that there's this narrative out there that the Department of Justice is somehow hiding or protecting information about him.
The narrative that came from the fact that you were gung-ho about releasing the files up until it became time to release the files, and then you said there were no files, nothing to see here. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Which is completely false, as evidenced by the fact that the Epstein files existed for years and years and years, and you did not hear a peep out of a single Democrat for the past...
Yeah, because I was stupid enough to believe that Epsteined himself, right? Even though it didn't make sense, even though it stunk to high hell, I was stupid enough to believe that, well, hey, at least Donald Trump's Department of Justice, right? If there's anything fishy about his, unaliving himself in the jail cell, they would look into it. They would say something. Since they haven't said anything about it, maybe he just unalived himself when it became clear he was actually, going down for the count, that he wasn't going to get a sweetheart deal. There was too much, attention on him for him to to weasel his way out this time. I thought that Epstein, did it to himself. And it's only the fact that Donald Trump has been so weird every time this shit is brought up. Going back to before the election, chat, Fox News interviewed him. They asked him, Trump, are you going to release the JFK files? He's like, oh, yeah, we're going to release those JFK files. Want to get to the bottom of that. All right, cool. The UFO files, you're going to release those? Oh, yeah, we want to see what's going on with UFOs. We're going to release those. Okay, cool. What about the Epstein files? And at first he starts to answer, yeah, of course. And then he's like, well, maybe that one, not so much. There's a lot of innocent people, and that world is full of fake stuff. Donald Trump got nervous when Fox News asked him about releasing the Epstein files. And then when it came time to do what they'd promised in the campaign, what J.D. Vance on Theo Von said that he was excited to do, get into those Epstein files, right? We got binders showing previously released materials, stuff that we already had as if it was new, given to right-wing social media influencers, and a promise that this was just part one. We're gonna put out part two. Pam Bondi saying that the client list, right, somehow is on her desk, and then when she's asked about it again, when it comes up again, she says there is no client list. There's nothing to see here. The investigation is over, and everyone who's guilty has been investigated, has been prosecuted, or has unalived themselves in a jail cell, that being Epstein and Ghislaine. That's what Pam Bondi told us, that it's conclusive, right? Okay, so if it's conclusive, how about if we have a look, right? Yes, redact the victims, the actual victims, right? But let's see what's in there. And what we've recently found is that there were 10 co-conspirators. What happened to those cases? Why were those cases dropped? Just to remind everybody who's a little confused here, or is sidescucked, I suppose the word would be, defending Donald Trump of charges that, just a few years ago you would have attributed to the Democrats. And even like 8 years ago, maybe if you were part of QAnon, you attributed to the Hillary Clinton campaign and John Podesta, admittedly a weird, creepy guy. But all you had was emails of him talking about pizza. And you were like, yo, the cheese pizza, that's code for little girls. The pepperoni pizza, well, that would be boys, right? That's what the Clinton campaign team was ordering in their office on late nights. Children to abuse, right? No, it certainly couldn't be pizza. But when we look into the actual Epstein files, you know what we find? He doesn't speak in code. Epstein says what he wants, which is underage girls. He straight up says it. But you know why? Because he's not worried about being caught. Because he's got friends in high places, including Donald J. Trump, to protect his ass. Epstein wasn't worried. Epstein wasn't speaking in code. Epstein wasn't concerned of how this is going to look to the outside, because he thought that people were going to protect him. And it turns out it's gotten a little too big for that. So, this is where we are. All right. And I would hope that we could step away from our respective political sides and just admit that the Epstein class needs to go. Everybody that's been involved in this should be exposed. Whether that's Donald Trump or Bill Clinton or Noam Chomsky, I don't particularly care. I just want transparency, and I want some semblance of justice. And I do not think that Epstein and Maxwell are the only predators in this case. Right? I don't know if Donald Trump is involved with Epstein's crimes or if Donald Trump is merely covering up for Epstein's crimes, but you can't say that he's acting normal. And if you do, you're fucking sidescucked. And we see right through you, right? We see what you're doing. Anyway, let's continue. We're going to get through this. We're going to watch I think Trump has responded to the recent revelations. I don't know how much he's going to speak to the specifics in there, but we'll see what he has to do, and then we'll see if we can. We'll watch a little bonus content. How about that?
4 years, and yet we're supposed to believe that all of a sudden, out of the blue, Senator Schumer suddenly cares about the Epstein files.
Mike Sturkin says, dude in women's clothing. I think it's a little presumptuous of you to assume that Todd Blanche is wearing panties underneath his suit. I don't know. I don't know where you're getting this.
That's the hoax. And that's the hoax that has existed for months and months and months. This isn't about whether we would release or not release the Epstein files. As a general matter, we do not release the files of criminal investigations and prosecutions. Yeah. There's laws around that. There's laws that protect victims, that protect the innocent. So we're doing something here that is more transparent than we've done in any criminal investigation in the history of this country.
Most transparent, chat. Don't forget this, all right? Most transparent administration ever. Let me see if I can get a picture of you of the transparency for you. Yeah, here we go. Here we go, chat. I'm gonna pull you up and show. I'm gonna pull this up for you and show you exactly how transparent the Trump administration has been here. All right, we're gonna show you the most transparent administration ever. That's right. That's the transparency that we've come to expect from the Trump administration. Pages and pages and pages of redaction. Now, I know to many of you, this might look like the opposite of transparency. One might even apply the term opacity in the fact that, yes, these redactions, these black squares and lines, they are, in fact, opaque. You cannot see through them. There's stuff written underneath, and the Trump administration is afraid of what happens if this opaque block here becomes transparent. And we see what's really in those files. Anyway.
In November, President Trump directed the Attorney General to investigate, speaking of investigations, high-profile Democrats with ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Is the Justice Department investigating only Democrats or everyone with a connection to Jeffrey Epstein?
So Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York, which is the office that had the most recent Epstein case, is investigating pursuant to the communication from President Trump. And by the way, this department will always investigate anybody and anything that we learn about sex trafficking or any victim of
I mean, if we can get to them before Trump pardons them, yeah, we'll investigate.
Crimes that takes place. As proof of that, the Attorney General, the Director of the FBI.
How long before we get that Ghislaine Maxwell pardon, chat?
We have charged and we are prosecuting more child predators just in the first 10 months of this.
I'm sorry, but you're literally taking away resources and personnel who would be investigating child predators and other, you know, like other criminals and using those resources to go after dudes at fucking Home Depot that want to help you with some landscaping or some construction or whatever you're doing, right? That's what administration has taken so many resources and derailed them towards this fucking insane mass deportation agenda that they have, right? And if you think that has, you know, that they've somehow done that without taking people off the case for more serious crimes, you're fucking naive.
Administration than the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. So this idea that there's that we're protecting or doing something wrong when it comes to protecting victims is not true.
Well, in the directive, President Trump singled out former President Bill Clinton. Of course, a number of photos of President Clinton were released Friday. A Clinton spokesperson saying the White House hasn't been hiding these files for months, only to dump them late on a Friday to protect Bill Clinton. This is about shielding themselves from what comes next or from what...
Please investigate Bill Clinton. Please investigate Bill Clinton.
They'll try and hide forever. Let me ask you bluntly, is President Clinton under investigation?
Yeah, this is what I've noticed a lot of MAGA people do not understand about, I don't know, Democratic voters. There's not a lot of Democratic voters out there that are ride or die for Bill Clinton, all right? There's not a lot of Democratic voters out there that are impressed with what our current leadership is doing. if some of those people were to fall to investigations around Epstein, not only do they deserve that, if they like Trump have been hanging around Epstein, if they're culpable in some way, not only do they fucking deserve that, not only do the victims deserve justice, but fuck, get them out of the way. Get them out of power. Ruin their reputations. Force them to resign, please. We got a lot of dead wood in the Democratic Party that, you know, they're not even trying to win, right? Their first priority is to their donors, even if that causes them to lose a presidential election to a guy that they're saying is a fascist and who has, you know, pretty much proved them right in his first year as president.
I will never talk about ongoing criminal investigations. So I'm not.
But the problem with the Democrats is I don't believe that they believe what they say when they talk about the danger of Trump. They're not acting in a way that corresponds to what they're saying in terms of that, right? They seem low-key okay with a lot of what Trump is doing too. Whether it be invading our cities, whether it being mass deportation, whether it be targeting civilians for murder. Right? I don't hear a lot of the Democratic leadership saying shit about that. Please investigate these fuckers. Get them out of the way. We don't want them.
Question, but let me address the second part of the quote that you just gave us. Think about how patently absurd that position is. The idea that we have hundreds and hundreds of DOJ lawyers. These are not politicals. It's not me. It's not Attorney General Bondi looking at all of these files and determining whether they are responsive to the act. And we overcollected, by the way. We went out to all of our components and we said, give us any document that you think in any way, shape, or form is connected to the Epstein case. And that's what we're going through. So the idea that we are hiding something or there's something...
Zoinker says, I don't believe this guy. Yeah, you're right. Your suspicion is correct.
...that we have hidden under a rock around President Trump or other Republicans is not only false, but it's obviously false for anybody that's intelligent.
Look, honestly, chat, I suspect some of the Republicans, some of the MAGA supporters in chat do not believe a word that's coming out of this guy's lying mouth, right? It's becoming so hard to fucking... believe anything that's coming out of the Trump White House these days.
Enough to think about what we're doing.
Let me just put a fine point on this. Will the Justice Department bring any new charges against anyone based on the contents of these files?
10 co-conspirators. Will they be investigated? Go.
We have continued to investigate anybody associated with Jeffrey Epstein for years and years. We discussed this in our July memo. And we continue. So the answer is, I don't know whether there'll be additional prosecutions. Based on the information that we had in July, based upon the information that I'm aware of now, we are not prepared to bring charges against anybody. But we are learning new information all the time. We learned the names of additional victims as recently as Wednesday of this week. Okay, so there's new names that we didn't have before that we ran across our database to understand whether they had ever met with law enforcement or ever talked to the FBI. And so we're always investigating. And so it would be premature and not fair for me to unilaterally say yes or no to what future prosecutions there may be.
Okay, Mr. Blanche, you talk about the reaction from Capitol Hill. Let me allow you to respond to some of it. Congressman Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, the authors of the Epstein bill, say the partial release of files failed to comply with the law. They say they are considering looking into the possibility of impeachment proceedings.
What options do Democrats have? Listen, again, Trump and his fucking corrupt regime. That's my priority, right? That's what I'm looking at as the most pernicious factor in the government. Like you said, the Democrats are out of power. What can they do? Well, what the party out of power is supposed to do is call it out when the president is enacting an illegal war without approval from Congress, as Trump is doing right now with Venezuela. But the problem is the Democrats in Congress, right? The Democratic leadership are also horny for regime change, right? They agree with Trump on his, pro-war policy in Venezuela. And they're letting him get away with that shit because they agree. That's what I'm talking about. Obviously, they can't stop laws from being passed. They can't get rid of executive orders that Trump has passed. There's a limit to what they can do, right? But even with that, we're seeing like not enough pushback from the Democratic Party. And it started right when Trump went into power. You had people like James Carville, huge, influential Clinton advisor, James Carville, right? When I talk about Democratic Party insiders, I'm talking about people like Carville. And he basically said the Democrats need to roll over and play dead. Don't say anything against Trump, because he will use that against you and you will become more unpopular. It turns out, chat, that the reason that the Democratic Party is so unpopular is not because they oppose Trump. It's because they don't oppose Trump enough. And people are not stupid.
Contempt, even criminal referrals for obstruction of justice for DOJ officials. Do you take these threats seriously?
Not even a little bit. Bring it on. We are doing everything we're supposed to be doing to comply with this statute. And Congressman Massey and these other Congress.
Yeah, bring it on. We control the courts.
Coming out speaking.
That's what he's really saying.
Negatively about Director Patel and the Attorney General have no idea what they're talking about. They know the work that we're going through. They know what we're doing to protect victims. I mean, just think about what we're doing. You're talking about 1 million or so pages of documents. Virtually all of them contain victim information. So listen, the idea that Attorney General Bondi would ever let a single piece of paper go out of this department that contains victim information is something they know we won't do. And the fact that they're threatening to impeach her for protecting victims is a reflection of where their head's at. It's not a reflection of this department.
They're threatening to impeach her for not protecting victims. The victims, if you talk to them, if you care about them, they're saying they want justice. They're not saying they're worried about being exposed in some Epstein revelation, right? We're not stupid. Yeah, we're not, nobody's interested in the names, the pictures, the identities of the victims. We're interested in those co-conspirators that we now know do exist, despite, claims from the contrary from the Trump administration, or Pam Bondi in particular.
We are complying with the statute. We will continue to comply with the statute. And if by complying with the statute, we don't produce everything on Friday, we produce things next week and the week after, that's still compliance with the statute. There is well-settled law, as they should.
There's well-settled law that you can drag your feet on something, and that most of the time a judge, instead of holding you in contempt, will order you to do the thing that you said we're going to do by a certain date by some other date, right? Yeah, that's true.
Know that in a case,
he's like, no, we get to drag our feet on this one. You don't understand. You can't just write a law and have that be, hold us to that, right? We get to drag our feet for as long as we possibly can.
Like this, where we're required to produce within a certain amount of time, but also comply with other laws like redacting information, that very much trumps, redacting information very much trumps some deadline in the statute.
All right, couple more, and we're almost out of time. I do want to ask you about Ghislaine Maxwell, who was, of course, convicted in 2021 for her role in helping Jeffrey Epstein traffic his victims. In July, you interviewed her in Florida, where she was serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison. Just a week later, Maxwell was moved to a more permissive prison camp in Texas. Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
Better question would be, what about those statements that she gave to you that have been contradicted by other evidence, right? Why did you? In fact, I think there's even stuff that Blanche should have known that she was lying on. But as long as she told them a narrative that was convenient to Donald Trump, right? There was no pushback from this guy. And yeah, look at this. She's in a fancy resort of a prison. I won't even call it prison, chat. Like this is like staying in a hotel, and she's got her own dog now. They never, like, low security facilities like the one she's being moved into are not places that they allow sex criminals to be transferred to, and yet somehow she's been transferred. It seems like a little bit of a tit for tat. It seems like corrupt, and this is the guy doing the corruption. This is the guy, anyway, I'm not a lawyer, chat. So, don't take, my knowledge of the law as definitive, but to me, what they've done with Ghislaine Maxwell in terms of offering her a reassignment to a better prison and potentially even a pardon if she plays her card right, to me, this seems like witness tampering. I don't know if that's right. I don't know if like lawyers in chat can argue about whether it is or isn't, but it definitely reeks of corruption.
So that's a Bureau of Prisons security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. So every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to. But just let me talk about the security issue. At the time that I met Ms. Maxwell, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her. And the institution she was in, she was suffering numerous threats against her life. So the BOP is not only responsible for putting people in jail and making sure they stay in jail, but also for their safety. And so she was moved. She is in federal prison. She was in federal prison before. She's in federal prison now. She's doing 20 years because she was convicted. And the fact that she was moved, she might be moved to another institution tomorrow if security requires it. And that's true of any federal.
Or if there's too much publicity around this, right? That would be when you move her into a less anyway. Chat, yes, technically a prison, but this is a prison that you send rich people that have very light charges. And again, you don't send a pedophile like Maxwell to a place like this. This just does not happen.
Inmate across this country.
But as you know, survivors were outraged by all of this, especially the fact that she was moved. Why talk to Ghislaine Maxwell and not?
She was allowed to have a puppy, chat. Who has a puppy in prison? What kind of prison lets you take care of a puppy?
The survivors, Mr. Blanche.
What you just said is completely false. We will talk to any survivor at any time, which is something that we have
you
said
talked to them
from day one.
But have you talked to them?
Of course. The attorney, yes, the attorney, first of all, they have to want to speak with us. The attorney general and I spoke with a victim.
The survivors are out there saying that if they don't, if they feel like the DOJ is not complying with the law, that they want to. It's a weird thing, chat, because some of the survivors have spoken out. Some of them have implicated possible co-conspirators. And in the case that I'm thinking of, they were threatened with legal action and forced to recant what they said. They were silenced. They were intimidated, right? So what they're saying now is that they're worried if they come out with their truth, with their side of the story, that's going to happen again. And they're wanting members of Congress to read their words on the House floor because Congress has a special exemption against, being charged for something like defamation for things that they say on the floor of the House. So, I mean, that's where the prisoners are at. They've had it up to here like the rest of us. The prisoners aren't buying what Todd Blanche is selling. Nobody is. Well, except for a couple of MAGA bots in my shorts chat, but that's okay. Hey, if you're not a bot, you can explain your reasoning, right? Much better than an AI would be able to. So go ahead.
Rights group as recently as Thursday, okay? And if folks want to talk to us next week or the week after.
Do I have a fucking MAGA bot arguing for prison reform? Specifically when the case of Ghislaine Maxwell is brought out? Is that how far you've gotten? Is like, that's actually a really great thing. We need to rehabilitate these people in prison, right? We want some prison reform. This is so different than what I hear from you whenever, there's you don't hear about prison. This is a rare MAGA bot, chat. This is a rare MAGA bot that we've got. That's wild. That this will make you twist yourself into such like logical pretzels, do such like, do such verbal gymnastics that you're now arguing that actually prison reform is really great, and given a prison, all the prisoners should have dogs. Jesus Christ, you'd never hear this at any other time, would you? Would you ever hear a MAGA person be saying that, like, our prisons actually they're a little too harsh, right? Prisoners should be afforded more rights, and like I'm always hearing the opposite. I'm always hearing lock them up forever if they don't have their papers in order, deport them, and anytime that a violent crime happens, when somebody's been even just done their time and gotten out of prison, it's going to be this big scandal that we're not tough enough on crime. But yeah, when it comes to Ghislaine Maxwell, we believe in prison reform. That is beautiful.
Months, they know how to get a hold of us, and we will always talk to survivors and victims' families. But just backing up to your question about Ms. Maxwell, nobody ever talked to her. Nobody ever asked her questions about what she knew. So when she said that she had something she wanted to say, notwithstanding the fact she had been convicted, of course we went and talked to her. Imagine if we didn't talk to her. Imagine if she had said, I have a story to tell and I would like to talk to the government. And I said, no.
The problem with Ghislaine Maxwell, chat, is not that I would like to see more like law and order, harsh punishments, longer sentences, etc. Right? The problem with Ghislaine Maxwell is how she's being treated in relation to other people having committed similar crimes, right? And the conflict of interest that exists in somebody that might have information on Donald Trump being given special privileges that no one with her charges would normally get. For the record, that's the problem. That's the issue with Ghislaine Maxwell's transfer. I can't believe we got people being so obtuse or pretending to be obtuse. I don't look at Trump voters and think you all are just like, have your brains falling out of your asses. I don't look at you as sweaty hogs with no fucking that are too stupid to realize that you're being lied to. I think a lot of you know that you're being lied to by Trump, but he's your liar, right? And there's a good there's a reason for you to support his lies, even if you don't necessarily believe them. You probably also believe that other politicians lie too, and you'd be right. You would be right. Yes, Democrats also almost that's almost a prerequisite for the job is to lie, right? So don't assume that I'm like looking down my nose at you and thinking that you don't know this shit. But I am constantly amazed in the logical pretzels you will tie yourself into in order to protect your fucking messianic leader, right? It's wild, right? I mean, not all of you. I know some people are waking up over there, and I'm glad to see it. Like we could all do with like less sides cucking, like Todd Bedusek is saying it's a TDS. I don't know, Todd. I would like to see all pedophiles punished, whether they're presidents of the United States or former presidents like Bill Clinton, right? Because I, unlike you, am not sides cucked. I'm not twisting myself into logical pretzels to defend the undefensible. And in the process, making yourself look like kind of a pedophile in your own right. Because why would you defend a guy like this? But I kind of know why. And it's okay to admit it. You've been covering for a guy that you know is a liar for a very long time because you think he's a less pernicious liar than the other liars running for office. And you'd be right. The other people running for office, also liars, yes.
The same outrage would be directed at this department for not speaking with her. So we're trying to do our job here, and we are doing our job here. But any victim that wants to
innocent until proven guilty, says Todd. Listen, with Trump, it's innocent until pardoned, right?
To the FBI that wants
guilty until
to talk to the Department of Justice, they can call us.
That's how it goes with Trump. We don't even have a trial half of the time, and if we do have a trial, it gets overturned by presidential fiat, right? How many people does he have to pardon before you realize he's crooked? Crooked Donald.
President Trump in September urged Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute former FBI Director James Comey, New York Attorney General Letitia James, and Senator Adam Schiff, saying in a social media post that was supposed to be private, quote, "They're all guilty as hell." Comey was indicted 5 days later. Does President Trump speak to you or to the Attorney General?
Evidence of the extreme mental gymnastics the left will go through. Look, I'm not going through mental gymnastics, V-triggers. I want everybody investigated, whether it's Noam Chomsky, whether it's Bill Clinton, whether it's Jimmy freaking Buffett, all right? Clinton supporter, and I believe Biden and Harris booster Jimmy Buffett, one of my dad's like favorite musicians, right? I think they should all be investigated. Love the ferret. I mean, you're close.
Directly about individual criminal cases and investigations, Mr. Blanche?
I will never talk about the communications I have with President Trump, and I don't expect Attorney General Bondi will either. However, when it comes to the prosecutions that this department is undertaking, we are following the facts and the law, period. And so with the case of James Comey, and he was indicted, the case was then dismissed.
Oh God, somebody just brought up CCOT again. Yeah, I know I got to cover the CBS's failure to come out with their interviews. They've interviewed some people that went to CCOT. If you don't know, we're talking about a gulag essentially in Honduras that their dictator runs, sends people through kangaroo courts and ostensibly keeps them there until they are taken out in body bags, right? And CBS was going to interview some of these people and give us some insight into what exactly is going on in that facility. And they have pulled the story. They've pulled the story. Barry Weiss has pulled the story. So, yeah, we got to talk about that.
By a judge because of
it's a weasel. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
Issue. We were already investigating, which was very much available to the public.
El Salvador, not Honduras. Thank you, Alfan. Yeah, I was getting it mixed up with the Honduran former president and drug lord. Speaking of Trump's pardons, right? He says he wants to protect us from drug runners. So why did he pardon the former president of Honduras who bragged about how he was going to put the cocaine up the gringo's nose by force? These are his words. It's not me being racist or strawmanning the guy, right? And this is who Trump just pardoned.
Time that President Trump sent that note. And so the fact that we continue to investigate and ultimately he was indicted is not a reflection of what President Trump put in that truth. It's a reflection of the work that we're doing and have been doing.
All right, we're almost through with this chat. We got one press conference, I think.
Siebert was fired after
refusing to
prosecute these cases against James Comey. He was replaced by Lindsay Halligan, of course, the president's former personal lawyer who doesn't have prosecutorial experience, who was found to be unconstitutionally appointed. And the cases were thrown out, as you say. To be clear, is the Justice Department taking directions about who to prosecute?
The fact that the Silk Road guy got pardoned is bad enough. I don't know much about that guy, other than the fact that a whole bunch of libertarians wanted him to be pardoned.
Prosecute from President Trump.
No, of course we're not. And also, Mr. Siebert wasn't fired because he refused to bring cases. He resigned, okay? And so, and this narrative out there that somehow it was because of James Comey, it was because of Letitia James. No, that's not true at all. And Ms. Halligan went in there and did a great job. She's still doing a great job as our U.S. attorney in the EDVA. And you had a local judge rule that she was not validly appointed. We filed an appeal in that case. I expect that eventually, when appellate courts looks at this issue, we'll
eventually, when we can get it to the shadow docket, our illegitimate Supreme Court that is basically rubber stamping every priority of the Federalist Society, right? They'll come in and put our corrupt, unqualified prosecutor back in her place, right? Trump bail room, I never made that connection, but yeah, he does a lot of the bail stuff that he does, or a lot of the pardoning stuff he does, it starts at Mar-a-Lago. Somebody's relatives come in and say, my poor son has been unfairly convicted by a Democrat judge. And here is, a contribution, or here is me buying into your Bitcoin, right? Here's me putting money in your pocket. Could you please let him go? And in the past and at the present, that's kind of done. That all happens at Mar-a-Lago, right? The ballroom seems to be maybe Trump's Mar-a-Lago of Washington, right? So yeah, in the future, that might be where this stuff happens.
Win that issue.
All right, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, thank you so much for being here today.
There we go. There we go. Okay, that is Todd Blanche, the I believe criminal attorney of the president in the trials that he did not have to go through because the charges were dropped when he became president. Our court system is completely cucked at this point, and refuses to really go after anyone with power. So there we go. And that was his attorney. Used to defend Trump in court. Now he is defending Trump on Meet the Press. Let me try to see if I can find us the Trump press conference, a recent press conference, because I'm told that he responds to this stuff. For instance, today, look at all the things that people try to type to find the most recent press conference. They have way too much faith in Google search. Oh my God, that's a long ass press conference in Palm Beach. It's talking about shipbuilding. Anything to, yeah, somebody was telling me about bread and circuses earlier, right? Huh. I guess Don Jr. brought his phone out and put the president on microphone at Turning Point USA. Urgent global security. Oh my God. We've seen snippets. It's 1 month ago, 9 hours ago. Trump reacts to photos. Okay, maybe this is it. Oh wait, no, 5 months ago. God damn, this is what I'm talking about. Fucking Google search. Get your shit together. It feels like search is just an attempt to get people to watch old videos half of the time.
I'm surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files, and can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I don't like
they're mad, for the record, at pictures of Donald Trump, which showed up accidentally in the DOJ releases, being redacted immediately, being taken off the website, and only after people noticed were they put back on. That's the kind of shit that's...
Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. But no, I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown. I don't like the pictures of other people being shown. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can.
I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown that my Department of Justice just released amidst like page after page after page, chat, page after page after page of, wait, no, that's Bolsonaro, sorry, of this shit, right? And then a picture of Bill Clinton in a hot tub. Which again, he should be investigated.
Can handle it, but You probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years
It's very easy to innocently meet a pedophile.
ago.
Were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton?
Oh, this is so frustrating. I'm tempted to look at Twitter. Twitter's got its own problems. This is mostly old shit that that YouTube is recommending to me. 11 minutes ago, Trump's name appears in the latest. Fuck.
The Justice Department has now released a big new batch of documents in the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and these include new details about Epstein's one-time friendship with President Trump. Look, there is a lot to go through. We said it's like more than 10,000 pages, so we are digging through this. But this is what is seen so far. In a 2020 email, an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York wrote that Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet, quote, more times than previously has been reported, at least 8 times between 1993 and 96. And on a flight in...
Okay, so now CNN is on what everybody... This is what everybody's been talking about, right? COFFEEZILLA, I don't know. Trump press conference. Let's see what comes up when I try to type this into Twitter. Trump press conference. There's Todd Blanche. October 29th. Yeah, this is fucked. August 12th. We don't care. December 17th. A little too long ago. What the fuck? They should use this for Trump every time, every Trump speech and pref. Oh, what is that? Like a lie detector? Okay. December 19th. Oh, wait, this was funny. Wait, is this what I think it is? Oh, this is fun. This is great.
And I'd prefer not
So
talking
again,
and asking questions.
Again, this is not what I was looking for, right? This is not the most recent Trump press conference where he actually does speak about, or so I'm told, the latest release of the Epstein files, right? This was, what, December 19th? That puts it at, what, last Friday or something? Yeah, 19th was last Friday. Anyway, you'll see what is how he. This is him ending a press conference that normally would have ended with questions, and those questions would include, yeah, talking about the recent Epstein releases.
And I'd prefer not talking and asking questions only for the reason that this is such a big announcement, meaning what these people have said and what the other 4 companies are going to say, which is exactly the same thing, that I really don't want to soil it up by asking questions, even questions that are very fair questions that I'd love to answer. So
he doesn't want to, he's worried about soiling his pants? What?
I think we have to just stop right here. I really appreciate the fact that
these are the words of an innocent man, chat. Clearly an innocent man.
these companies came here. These, again, a lot of the media is not aware, not really cognizant of the people standing behind me. These are the biggest executives in the world. And what they're doing today is monumental. And I want to stand it on that. And I'll see you later if you'd like. But I don't want to be asking questions having to do with anything else. I do want you to remember what I said about the 4.5%. We took 100% of the new workers was in the private sector, and we've cut tremendous numbers of government jobs. And that's why, if you look at our numbers...
That's why he'd rather you not look at the overall net job loss and only look at the,
They're so good. Also, more than, I don't know if you've read this, came out a week ago, more than 50% of our trade deficit was cut. We cut it more than 50% in a period of a few months.
You don't cut a trade deficit by cutting the taxes for the wealthy to the degree that he did. And even by sacrificing Medicaid and SNAP, right? those losses are not offset. So you know how the rich in many cases don't pay any taxes at all because they can afford attorneys, they can afford accountants in order to tell them how to cut their tax rate nearly to zero. Donald Trump thinks that they're maybe still paying too many taxes, and he wants to cut taxes for them permanently. And you are the tribute. You are the sacrifice, right? Your medical care, your insurance against starving to death, right? That's what he's burning in order to give this reward to his donors. So there we go. Thanks for reminding us about the big, beautiful bill, Donald. I'd almost forgotten. Again, muzzle velocity, chat. There's too much stuff to talk about to even keep up with everything half of the time with Trump.
Nobody thought any of these things were possible. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. I won't be taking any questions because I don't want to soil anything.
Your insurance idea. Thank you. About your insurance idea, Mr. President. Thank you, press.
Just like smiling and.
Invite them to the Oval Office. Invite them to the Oval Office. Have you seen the Oval Office?
Okay, there we go. So anyway, that's the most recent press conference I can find. I'm trying to think of. Blast Massey over. Okay, that might be interesting. That's worth looking at. See if we can get a. Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So yeah, we saw Representative Massey. He's a Republican. All right, he's a Republican. And he was on there with Ro Khanna talking about this issue. He's one of the few Republicans that's actually on board for transparency. Let's see what Donald Trump has to say about him.
Were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you?
So we heard this thing about Bill Clinton.
And were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I don't like.
It just when you've got pictures of Bill Clinton and none of Trump, even though we know that there's probably more pictures of Trump in the files overall than anyone, it looks suspicious, especially when the other files, again, chat, need I remind you, nope, when the other files look like this, right? It kind of looks like you're trying to use Bill Clinton to distract us. But anyway. Let's finish this.
I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So
here we go. This is where Massey comes up.
They're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly. But he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers. And Bill Clinton was a friend of his. But
again, Larry Summers is another Democratic insider that I'm so glad that this controversy has virtually retired him from public life because, he's a horrible. This was Obama's economic advisor. Huge mistakes were made during that administration that might have resulted, had they gone different, had Obama, behaved a little bit like I think people were expecting him to. We might not be looking at a Trump administration in 2016 and 2024. But again, spilled milk.
Everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. And as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. This is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place I think it's the hottest place in the world, but it's the hottest place in Florida.
Yeah, but until you get your ballroom up and running, right? In the data center. Oops, more on that later, chat.
And everybody would come here. He'd come.
Did I say data center?
We actually threw him out. But no, I don't like the pictures of Bill.
So Epstein's claim is that he was never a member of Mar-a-Lago. I don't know. Apparently, Virginia Giuffre was a employee of Mar-a-Lago. The person that she made contact there was Ghislaine, not Jeffrey Epstein. And, she convinced Virginia to go to work for Jeffrey Epstein, which resulted in her, being having horrible things done to her by Epstein and perhaps by others.
Clinton being shown. I don't like the pictures of other people being shown. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago, and they're, highly respected bankers and lawyers and others.
Presidents in some cases.
And they'll end up, because of guys
so
like
Massey. But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
He hates Massey. He hates criticism, especially when it's coming from his own party. But get ready for more of that, Donald, because you're a lame duck now. And you're going to see that when the strong man gets weak, nobody respects him.
He was a real lowlife, whose polls are down to about 9%, by the way, in the great state of Kentucky. If you look at Kentucky, Kentucky is such a great place, but I don't know, they've got a couple.
Great place. They just lost their bourbon distillery, didn't they? Because of this guy's fucking tariffs. Because of how this guy treated Canada, right? Yeah, you love Kentucky so much.
A couple of people in there that are very strange in terms of leadership, but Massey's a loser, and he likes it, and that he works with the Democrats. He's just being used by the Democrats, because what this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party has.
Anyway, he's kind of lucky there's something to distract Americans from his A+++ economy, because most people don't see it that way at all. Most people are struggling and shit has gotten worse. Were you better off? Are you better off now than you were a year ago, is what people are going to be asking themselves in 2026. So we'll find out. Anyway, chat, I think that's about as much as I can give you from the Trump press conference. We're going to move on to some bonus content. So again, let me remind you, I program the first half of the stream, right? And you get to program the fun half. You do it by voting. And oh my God, Omega Star, thank you for the 5 community subs. Omega Star in here with the 5 Twitch gift subs. Let me read those out. The History Toilet. Wow, I hope you're a streamer, History Toilet, because I'm going to watch your stream. If you're a VTuber that's a toilet and you do history, I'm absolutely watching that. You just got jellyfished. Ajabidi, you just got jellyfished. Post-evolution, you just got jellyfished. Soyprin, old school NCC chatter, you just got jellyfished. And Neurotic X, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. So anyway, what's winning right now? Let me check. It looks like it is, what's under the Trump ballroom. Wouldn't you like to know? By 6 points. That's ahead by 6 points. Second place, we got Adam McIntyre threatened by the H3 crew. Third place, we got Taylor Lorenz on social media addiction. And fourth place, we got our old friend, What If Alt Hiss. That's right, Rudyard's back, and he's on Tim Pool. That's at 7%. That's where we're at right now. All right. You pick Adam. Yo. Anybody else? Anybody else want to get in? Because that changes things. Look at that. When somebody donates, right, they have the ability to add their donation to the topic of their choice. And if you add 30% to Adam McIntyre, then that number that had Adam in second place, 29%, turns into what? 59%. 59% there. Anybody else want to weigh in on this? Anybody that's donated or wants to donate? Now is your time. Now is your time. Speak now or forever hold your peace, because we're headed towards Adam McIntyre. What's in the Trump under what's under the ballroom is at so we might have to wait for those data centers. Oops. We might have to, I'm not supposed to tell you that maybe it's data centers under the Trump ballroom. 35%. All right, so you see how this works? You vote on the topics, right? And then when you donate, you can add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. And you can maybe change the fate of the stream. as Omega maybe just did. I'm just wondering, I just want to find out, did anybody else got an opinion who donated or wants to donate to? You must be rich to be a Republican. Probably. Spew the same TDS. Jay Hertz, you're just not listening. You're just not listening. Look, you want me to give Trump his flowers? All right? The Democrats are cowards for not having lowered drug prices in the same way that he just did. All right? That's an easy win for him because the Democrats are actually kind of conservative on certain issues when it comes to their donors, right? The United States is a large country and, buys a lot of medication through its programs and thus has the ability to hold leverage over the pharmaceuticals, which they should be doing to get people's drug costs down. Now, Trump did this on certain drugs, which, I'm glad that the prices are going down. The Democrats should have done it sooner, and it's downright shameful. It's downright shameful for them to let Trump flank them on this, right? Trump is, governing as a socialist in this sense, and I'm here for it. It's one thing out of a million other things that he's doing wrong, but no, I'm not. I am not reacting in a knee-jerk manner. I have a lot of criticisms of the Dems, and I'm not willing. I'm not afraid to say it when Trump does something that they should have done a long time ago. Now, what I'd like to see is him do it on every drug, right? What I'd like to see is him really use that bully pulpit, really use that presidency to try to get all the drug prices down. I doubt that'll happen, but look, I'm glad for whatever he can get. Trump devotion syndrome. Yeah, we never talk about the real Trump derangement syndrome, which is actually voting for the guy, despite the fact that the world has gone to shit, despite the fact that everything Donald Trump touches turns into shit. This has been from his whole life. We're talking, chat, about a Nepo baby fail son who has failed at every enterprise he's engaged in, with one exception. That exception being that he put together a pretty highly rated reality television show, right? The Apprentice was the only thing that Donald Trump ever succeeded at. But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a malignant narcissist and a Nepo baby fail son. And everything the man touches turns to shit. Yes, in chat, how long has he been touching our country? About 10 years. When did our country start to turn to shit? About 10 years ago. It's interesting how that lines up. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, though. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. We just got to wait until this A++++ economy really takes hold, and then everything will magically be better overnight. But there you go, chat. I'm not sides cooked. I can't say as much for the MAGA bots in chat. Sadly, they are reacting by knee-jerk, reflexive responses that just all come from a place of, I don't know, Trump good. And it's sad. It's sad that you got that much devotion to a washed-up reality host. Anyway, so yeah, it's looking like we're gonna get Adam McIntyre, and I don't expect that Shorts is gonna be here for that, right? I'm not sure about that. Any other votes or any other people that have donated? Want to put your money where your mouth is, or shall we go on to? Look, I'll give you a chance, all right? If you're watching me on Shorts, you do have an option. You do have a chance to continue watching the stream. I am going to... Oh my gosh, what the heck was that? That was, I believe, a throne donation. I can tell by the way that I virtually jumped out of my skin the second that happened. Chicky Nobbins, thank you for the contribution towards my new computer fund. Yeah, It turns out that my old computer doesn't run Windows 11, and I gotta get it switched over. But people are saying there's a way that I can like make it run Windows 11, but you know, if I don't use it for that, I'm gonna be using it for a air filter for when the smoky season starts up in my new home here in Southeast Asia. So yeah, it's when they start to burn the crops in the field and to make room for the new crops. But yeah, thank you. Oh, Chicky, you got my vote is for Adam. Okay, so like it's pretty much decided. We are at 144, and looks like Adam McIntyre has come from behind to win 55 plus, what was it, 29? 29 is 84. So look at that. Massively ahead. Okay, is this the end of it? Is this the end of it, right? If anybody else wants to get your donos in, you want to put your money towards one of these topics, we still have time, but I'm gonna call it here. All right, I'm trying to force the customization and redirect. All right, so if you're watching me on Shorts, you may be automatically redirected towards the not Shorts, towards the horizontal stream. And if you want to ride that weird train with us, we're going to be talking about some kind of niche drama, right? We were talking about Donald Trump and the Epstein files. That's a very mainstream story. We're gonna niche down, and we're gonna be talking about Adam McIntyre, a YouTuber who apparently just got threatened by the host of a very large podcast, that being the H3 podcast of Ethan Klein. And we're gonna see what this is all about, who's threatening Adam and why. So if you want to come along with us, be my guest. Otherwise, it's been really nice having you with us. Feel free to join us any time that I'm streaming. I generally start streaming at 10 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is 1 o'clock a.m. ridiculous time, Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. So again, I'm on the other side of the world, so my sleeping and waking time is kind of different. But if you want to join us at any time, those are the times that I stream when we talk about, issues like this. I stream in Shorts too, but most of the time I just stream regular, not short, wides, whatever you want to call them. So yeah, if you want to join us, feel free to. Otherwise, it's been really nice having you here, and we're gonna transition now. I know you were waiting for me to say that. We're gonna transition to Adam McIntyre. So feel free to join us if you want to. Otherwise, it's been nice, and I'm gonna cut short the Shorts stream for now, but we'll be back. We'll be back. Anyway, much love, Shorts. There we go. And now that should automatically raid them into, maybe should raid them into the mainstream. So we might be getting more visitors, mods. Be on the lookout for that. Transition for everyone. That's right. Transition for everyone. Okay, so we're going to check out Adam McIntyre and...
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Oh shit, I wanted to... Oh, I'm so sorry, Chuck Schumer. I'm so sorry, Chuck Schumer. We're not going to have time for you. Oh, my heart is broken. Chat, we're not going to get to watch Chuck Schumer. We will win. We will win. Anyway, we couldn't be lucky enough to find him in the Epstein files, certainly. Adam McIntyre. Here we go. Where is the video that I'm looking for? Not Colleen Ballinger. Bollinger, whatever her name is. Oh, is it? No, we're close there, though. No, wait, is this the one? Nope. Oh, well, we'll just click on this.
Hi, Mucker.
Wait, is that... I'm so confused. War on Women. Maybe change the name of the video? Maybe it is this one. Oh no, here it is.
Oh my god, I'm so obsessed with this. Someone just texted me and said, Adam, you need to look at this. And it says, Tom Ward, who's Tom Ward? Someone on H3, reveals he wants to strangle Adam McIntyre. What the fuck? This has just happened right now. This was just sent to me from Leftovers Reddit. Oh my god, they're live right now.
If you say so.
Adam McIntyre is such a repulsive piece of shit to me.
Yeah.
I can't get over that. I just want to strangle him.
Okay.
Oh.
Tom takes
I don't know why.
Oh my god.
We're not strangling. We're not strangling.
No, we ain't doing that. Okay.
Oh my god.
Come on, you're the ads guy. How many times you got to see me get in trouble?
That is so shocking.
Tom is not strangling anybody.
No, I'm not strangling Tom out from the paywall.
Strangle him in like a Homer Simpson way.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
like so he survives.
Yeah, Homer lovingly.
It's okay when Homer does it.
You know what sucks about that is the H3 community are so fucking vile and so fucking brain dead that I can for sure expect to see like a spike now in like harassment and like that's what like hold on, I'm just thinking if that has just happened.
Chat, I'm noticing something for the first time. I don't know how long it's been like this, but the Twitch numbers and the YouTube numbers, right? I've been streaming less for like this last month, right? I was sick and I took some time off before that, so haven't been streaming that much. The YouTube numbers fell down a little bit, but the Twitch numbers are like making up for it. So yeah, congratulations, Twitch. Your numbers are looking really good lately. Anyway, don't mean to.
I give it 30 minutes before I start getting, and people weaponize like death threats, whatever. I promise you, from them on the H3 saying that they want to strangle me, I promise you that's what I'll be dealing with very, very, very soon. I promise you that. They're so strange. They really are so strange. They really are. My friend just texted me, yeah, they're live right now. That's where it happened. That's so... They really are so crazy. Could you imagine anyone... Sorry, we are literally...
Yo, Zara, thank you for re-upping your sub. That is 46 months for you. Meow to you as well.
Watching Ethan be like, did you shit me in this? And then you have him literally in the same breath on his show having people on there like, oh, let's strangle Adam McIntyre. I want to strangle Adam McIntyre, whatever. You people are so weird. You people are so weird. You are fucking hypocrites. Anyways, on with this video.
Regurgitate all this shit in the most hateful, anti-Semitic, obsessive fucking freak way. And then to sit here and pretend like you're unbiased, fuck you.
So using anti-Semitism as like a protection has kind of always bothered me. Like Jews in general who use anti-Semitism to dodge criticism is something that...
Sorry, I really am disturbed by this strangle thing. You know why I'm disturbed by it?
Maybe because somebody threatened to strangle you? I would be disturbed too. People have said some wild shit about me. I think people have like wished homelessness on me before. They've said some really inappropriate, unhinged, out-of-pocket things about me. I don't think I've ever had, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I've ever had anybody threatening to strangle me, right? I had somebody threatening to swat me, but that's a different story.
They're violating terms of service as well. Like, they are now on their platform. Like, what have I done? Like, it's so shocking. It really is. It's so shocking. It's so shocking because I'm like, at its core, what have I done? At its core, what have I done? Do commentary? Hold on. Like, to me, I just feel like that's against YouTube's terms of service. It has to be.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The worst was I think the worst thing I've had like haters say was that they they wanted to see me get put on, what is it, the Britney Spears thing called? What was the thing that Britney was under? I don't know. There was somebody that was wilding about trying to get me under, oh my god, what the fuck is it called, chat? No, what was it wasn't house arrest, custodianship, something like that. I think it was called something else. A conservatorship. Yeah, that was it. I was going to be under a conservatorship, still streaming ostensibly, but sending my money to them because they'd be my conservator. I don't know, chat. It seems like it wasn't a very well thought out plan, but it was a plan. You know, NCC haters, when they get together on Discords, they do make some plans. Unfortunately, then they get in fights, and some of them leak the plans to where I could see them. So, but anyway, that was a long time ago. Not relevant to right now. Definitely not relevant to what Adam's dealing with Ethan Klein, which is a really scary thing. Given the size of Ethan's audience, given how how accustomed they are to brigading, and given how parasocial that whole fandom is, where basically if you're not on Ethan's side, you sent the skulls. If you're not on Ethan's side, if you don't agree with Ethan on everything, you called CPS to try to get Ethan's kids taken, right? It turns into this like parasocial, overly personal thing, and his fans, Ethan Klein's fans, they do not seem to understand the boundaries, right? They're not very good at respecting boundaries. Yeah, that's right, Sai. It was conservatorship, I think, is what they said. But that was pretty wild. I think it was only because I watched a Britney Spears video, and they were hate watching.
It's so annoying. Like, I'm trying to see, like, there has to be, like, this has to be violating terms of service. It's just so crazy. It really is so crazy. Truly, at its core, I'm like, what do I do within the H3 universe that, like, without victimizing here, that, like, warrants you having people on, like, and even Ethan and stuff are having a big reaction to it. Hold on, let me go on leftovers on my community to find it. Like, it's so weird.
Now, some of you probably know, but anybody who doesn't know, you want to guess how Ethan turns this around on Adam?
It really is so weird. Here it is.
If you say so.
Adam McIntyre is such a repulsive.
Also, who the fuck is this guy?
Piece of shit to me.
Yeah.
I can't get over that. I just want to strangle him.
Okay. He is Ethan's ad man. This is the guy in charge of getting Ethan sponsorships, right? Which most of what a sponsor wants from you is to know that their name, their brand is never going to be associated with anything that is just, gross and reprehensible. And here we go with the ad man for the H3 broadcast saying what he wants to do to Adam.
Okay. Tom takes it too far.
I don't know why. Is that
Tom? Chill, Tom.
Okay, we're not strangling. We're not strangling.
No, we ain't doing that.
We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Come on. You're the ads guy. How many times you got to see me get in trouble?
Is my mom in the chat?
Tom is not strangling anybody.
No, I'm not strangling.
So weird.
So that is the host that normally it's Ethan saying something unhinged and having to hit that button to erase it, right? That's why he's got the button, because people know that Ethan's going to say something that's completely out of pocket. He's going to get himself in trouble, maybe lose an ad sponsor while he's at it. And it's the ad man. It's the ad guy, right? It's the sponsorship guy. He's the one that's making weird threats at people.
Or strangle him in like a Homer Simpson way.
Yeah.
Like, it really is so strange. What are people
Hey, that
saying?
fucking clip is...
We got any guesses?
Violates YouTube's terms of service.
How does Ethan turn himself into the victim in this situation? Anybody want to guess?
Bro, Adam's done nothing to them. He's also like 22. These are like 50-year-olds. The vein in his neck. This dude is violent. I feel for his wife.
It's his third threat live on air. Wow. Rave, who are the other threats against?
Tom Ward has said he wants to strangle Adam McIntyre. He wants to rip off a woman's eyelashes. They should pour chemicals on snarkers' faces.
Okay, those are the other two.
After watching
Who's the woman? Oh no, it was Cruel World Happy Mind, right? That he said he wanted to rip the eyelashes off of.
A woman with severe facial burns from Nair. Like, this is so strange. This is so weird. It really is so strange. It really is so strange. Also, like, no joke, like, at its core, I do not know who you are. I really do not know who you are. That's what's so crazy about this. How the fuck do you know about me? It's so annoying. They really are so annoying.
Hey, that fucking clip is so powerful.
If you say so.
Adam McIntyre is such a repulsive piece of shit to me.
Yeah.
I can't get over that. I just want to strangle him.
Okay. Tom takes it too far.
I don't know why. That's
Tom, chill.
Jesus Christ. They are a whole other entity, aren't they? They really, really, really are. Hold on.
I'm sorry. Was it not? It wasn't Cruel World Happy Mind that he talked about ripping the eyelashes off of. It was Huda from, oh my God, what's that called? Love Island? Is it Love Island that they were watching? And that's the time that Ethan said that Olivia was supporting a predator or something, or supporting I can't remember.
What's that on Twitter?
Hi NCC, if you can read this, of course.
Can you just download stuff from Reddit? I'm sure Ethan does it all the time. How do I do it? Video is downloading. Hey, sorry Reddit, I will be stealing the video. Oh my God, they're gonna be like, Adam McIntyre posts same video on Twitter that was on Reddit. He is the poster confirmed. Let me see where it is. This is so strange. It's just like, it's so funny because it's like, I'm at a stage where I can like take the harassment from like Ethan's people. Like, I've dealt with it so much. But like when Hila did that disappear thing, as much as they made it, as much as they like dismissed that it wasn't serious, I got so many actual threats from that. Like, and again, I think people weaponize the death threat thing. They use it when they're like in scandals and stuff. But like, I know that you can believe me here that when they did the disappear thing, I was getting like, that was when I was actually getting like death threats. Like quite like what Madison was reaching out about, these people saying they want to break into your house and blah, 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 or whatever like that. Now, whenever you have someone on your show literally saying that they want to strangle me, oh, great. Like, could you imagine someone ever said half this shit like that on you guys? No. You are like, you're fucking like, they're dangerous.
Wait, what is this, Burpel? I was browsing around stream yesterday and there's a Payday 2 DLC for Ethan and Hila. Sorry, Payday 2 DLC? Oh, Steam. Wait, what does that mean? There's DLC what is Payday 2? Is it like a shooter, or there's like a Ethan and Hila expansion pack for that?
Dangerous, and they're insane, and it's crazy. Hold on, what do I want to write with this?
Wait,
give me a sec.
Is the expansion like you can be Ethan and Hila? Like you can be old school H3 doing a bank heist? Is there like some kind of a, did they do a video or something? Did they have a story about being bank robbers, being Bonnie and Clyde? They're playable characters. Okay, called H3.
Second,
I want to have an expansion that lets me do Vape Nation.
So annoyed.
They voiced the characters for Payday 2. When did this happen?
And it's like, if
was it when they were more relevant?
I tag YouTube in it, then Ethan will be like, you're going and trying to like take us down or whatever. And it's like, then you're never held responsible. So I can't even fucking like tag YouTube in it. I'm just gonna write, this has to be
GTA style game
for sure, breaking YouTube's terms of service. This is now the second time this year on the H3 show they have... What did Chloe tag me in? Harassment and cyberbullying policies. Oh yeah, I'm sure it breaks all of them. This has to be for sure breaking YouTube's terms of service. This is now the second time I'm gonna write this year on the H3 show they have incited violence against me for no reason. Instigated. This is for sure be breaking YouTube's terms of service. This is now the second time this year on the H3 show they've incited violence against me for no reason. They know what their audience do, and they continue to platform extreme views or threats so their audience attacks the enemy.
So he's tweeting
Also,
this live.
Tom Ward, I literally do not know you, which is why you having this extreme reaction to me is crazy. This has to be for sure breaking YouTube's terms of service. This is now the second time this year on the H3 show they've instigated violence against me for no reason. They know what their audience do, and they continue to platform extreme views or threats so their audience attacks the enemy. Also, Tom Ward, I literally do not know who you are, which is why you having this extreme reaction is crazy to me. Tom's their marketing guy? Crazy. 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 All right, I'm going to tweet this. I'm not tagging YouTube because it'll just incite more, like, actual violence. It's so strange. It really is so strange. Actually, I am gonna tag YouTube.
Thank you.
This has to be for sure breaking at YouTube.
Yeah. Look, I know people. Look, in general, we don't want people, doing things like weaponizing the platform, weaponizing moderation, or in Ethan's case, weaponizing litigation in order to silence other YouTubers, right? That's fucked up. And there's kind of a universal agreement around, not doing that. For instance, right, if somebody, if you cover somebody's video, they could theoretically, claim you for copyright. Since copyright law is far from settled, right? They could give you a lot of problems by using the YouTube copyright system, right? In general, content creators avoid doing that because it's a bad look. And the only time somebody gets away with it is when Ethan Klein specifically chooses Denims, Casey Tron Frogan, 3 female streamers that incels absolutely hate. So he knows that any thread, anything about the lawsuit is going to be brigaded by people that are just like, yeah, get the Foyd, go after the Foyd, sue her, take her house away, Ethan, right? That's the only time that people seem to slip on this and get sides cucked instead of, upholding what are pretty universally agreed upon boundaries in YouTube. I see there's another video. I'm gonna. It looks like it's got a lot of views too. I'm gonna see what it's about. I do have to get to bed pretty soon, Chad. I am planning on streaming tomorrow, so
terms of service.
I'm trying to concentrate on getting on earlier.
I mean, I would never dream.
I know I was an hour late today. I'm trying to concentrate on getting on earlier and finishing the stream earlier so I can take care of errands that I need to do here while it is still before 5 or whatever.
Of fucking like saying something like that about someone. Like, that's just so... I don't know these people. I really don't know these people at all.
Why is that Tom? Chill, Tom. Chill.
I mean, again, I'm gonna move on because I want to go back to finishing the video, but I I do not know who that man is. Like, I actually do not know who that man is, which is why it's just like, their universe is so crazy, because why the fuck do you have that much of a reaction towards me?
Using anti...
Sorry, someone just texted me as well and was like, why wouldn't they use the button for that?
Good question.
Like, actually, why wouldn't you, like, use the button for that? That's crazy.
The button, for the record, chat, it erases the last like 45 seconds of Ethan's podcast, and he uses it when he says something he thinks is going to get him in trouble, right? And you'd think that, yeah, somebody saying they want to strangle Adam McIntyre would be a great reason to use the button, but he didn't. And my understanding is that the video stayed up, right? This is a pretty clear violation of terms of service. It's not Adam trying to, sandbag Ethan or use moderation against him. It's Ethan doing something, or Ethan's crew doing something on the show that that nobody should be doing.
That's crazy, actually. When you think about that, they have a button in place. They have a button in place for things like this, and they didn't even use it. Knowing the impact and the ramification that that's going to have on me, which is also things that they do to, like, Taylor and things they do. You know what I mean? I really cannot fucking believe that, like, they didn't button that moment. I'm so annoyed, because I'm annoyed on the basis that, like, they are such hypocrites. Like, how dare you do that to me, and then you have the audacity in any way to, like, come for anyone else?
So anyway, we haven't mentioned like how Ethan tries to refocus the victimhood on himself. You can probably guess, though. You can probably guess that when Adam makes a tweet at YouTube, why is this video with somebody breaking terms of service and sending like hate and violence my way? Why is this up, right? You can guess what Ethan's gonna respond with. Let's like at least start this video out. I don't know how much time, because again, I gotta get to sleep.
All right, everyone, let's do a little Ethan debrief, shall we? Because there is so much that Ethan Klein has posted or said about me within the last 48 hours. So much, in fact, that I was like, you know what? I didn't go live yesterday. I was like, he's actively posting so much that I was like, let this, this man get it out of his system, and then I'll kind of address everything, because my God, first day of his break, by the way, first day of the H3 Christmas break, and he is spending it up at 4 a.m. posting about me. Now, this is in the wake of something that he started again, because again, my favorite thing when it comes to this fucking back and forth with Ethan is that it will always start by something that Ethan does. Always, always. Ethan will always be the one to provoke someone, they will respond, and then he blows it up and is up at 4 a.m. doing Instagram stories. We see it with him doing it with Taylor Lorenz. We saw him doing it with Madison Cruel World Happy Mind. We've seen him do it with so many people. Now, it's normally against other women, and maybe iDubbbz and me will be thrown in there as well. He has his fixations, if you will, but I just want to remind you that this all started because of on their like final show, or the show before their final show, I think it was their final show, they had Tom Ward on, who said that he wanted to strangle me. That's how it started. That's how it started. Unprovoked, by the way. Unprovoked. We were so much so unprovoked that we were actually live when it happened. And like completely unrelated. Like, which is just so crazy. Before we get into that, I just want to say that if you're in London or the surrounding areas, on March 21st, I am doing a show, and I'm so excited. It's going to be a chaotic night. Tickets are down below. It's called 500,000 Opinions, because thank you so much for 500K on the YouTube channel. And also, my Patreon is still 30% off using the code YouTubeMucker. You will immediately get access to me reacting to Shane's movie, me reacting to the Ruby Frankie documentary, me reacting to Trisha's Broadway show, me reacting to Escape the Night Season 1, 2, and 3. We're currently doing 4, and also Beast Game Season 1. So again, I want to remind you that this started because unfucking provoked. And by the way, don't dare come in here. Because we don't play like that. Don't come in here and say, why are you using Reddit? Why are you using Reddit? Ethan Klein this weekend was posting things about me that he found on Reddit first, on the H3H3 Productions Reddit. Now, I actually have an intelligent audience who can see that Ethan is a total hypocrite, but if you're a H3 fucking snob coming in here, just beware that, like, we don't put up with this, like, rules for thee, not for me bullshit that you dipshits do. So let's just get that out of the way first and foremost. Now, again, just want to clarify that this was started because on Ethan's show, this happened.
Hey, that fucking clip is so powerful.
If you say so.
Adam McIntyre is such a repulsive piece of shit to me.
Yeah.
I can't get over that. I just want to strangle him.
Okay. Tom takes it too far.
I don't know why. Is that
Tom, chill, Tom, chill. We're not strangling.
You know what's also so crazy to me about this clip? That it's Zach who's the one that pulls it back. Zach.
Yeah, Zach and Ethan.
Do you know how bad it has to be for Zach, the sound guy, to be the one to be like, all right, we're going a little bit too far here. We're going a little bit too far here. We're going a little bit too far here. That's what's crazy to me. Also, the fact that he didn't button it is insane because I'm like, wow, what do they actually button then? And then number two, I'm like, Dan, producer, you're babying Ethan every other day of the week. Jesus, you know you could have avoided him this. How was it Zach?
We're not strangling.
No, we ain't doing that.
Okay. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. Come on. Come on, you're the ads guy. How many times you got to see me get in trouble?
Is my mom in the chat?
Tom is...
Ela making fun of me there, being like, is my mom in the chat? Ela Klein, you have bigger things to be focusing on. I'm just going to be honest, girl. Like, you have bigger things that we can focus on rather than you making fun of my relationship.
Okay, so Zara just shared with me the Steam link for the Ethan Klein and Ela Klein expansion pack for Payday 2, the H3H3 character pack. You can see there, that is Ethan and Ela robbing a bank, I guess. Wait, is that the... Do you get the IDF uniform? Is that part of the expansion pack? Is that part of the... Or I can't tell. I can't tell. Okay, anyway, extreme... Yeah, that's it. That's it. So those are... Anyway. Available for you on Steam. There was somebody, chat, that I tried to raid the last time, and my computer literally just froze right when I was raiding. I think that the raid got dumped. If anybody was there at the time, it's Grimlow, right? If anybody can tell me if we successfully raided Grimlow, I kind of think no. And I'm thinking about trying to hit Grimlow with a makeup raid, because I meant to do that last time, but. Yeah, we'll see what's going on. Because yeah, last time I don't think the raid actually hit.
Relationship with my mother. I'm happy that my family dynamic.
The only issue I'm having is Grimlow is not quite on stream yet, and I try to raid you into places where the stream is already started and it's not on a break. You know what I mean? I try to raid you into, like, currently going streams. Oh, looks like we might be able to do it this time, chat. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Let's see what's going on. I'm kind of curious, right? What happened last time? I think it was my computer. Anyway, we'll watch the rest of this, Adam. Or no, actually, I got to thank my Patreons. Sorry, chat. I meant to hit this person with a raid last time I was on. Did not successfully do it. So, sort of doing a makeup raid. Anyway, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we're close to the end now, let me do those shouts out now. Shouts out to Tracy, Eva, shouts out to User, shouts out to JMB, shouts out to Brian, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Animus, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Choki, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Jules K, and shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zero Xerix. With that being said, chat, did the raid, did it work this time? Oh, we're still waiting. Get in that raid. We'll see if it works this time. right? I'm so curious about what happened. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe, especially on Shorts chat. I know that's a, you know, that's advanced mode. That's like super hard mode. There we go. I think we raided in. Let me just check and see what does it look like on the other end. Yeah, it looks like we successfully raided.
Oh my god.
Oh no. We're playing some copyrighted music in there, so I can't listen to whatever Grimlow is saying, but I'm sure chat will get back to me with whatever was said. Hopefully they have a good stream. And yeah. And hopefully you had a good stream too. It worked, you just got yeeted. I mean, yay. Anyway, I'll probably be on tomorrow for more content. And wait, what else? Thank you, Thumb Gang, for helping getting my content out to more people by simply liking the stream. It actually helps a lot. It doesn't seem like it would. There we go. Shouts out. Thank you, Grimlow. That's really sweet of you to give me a shout out like that. All right, so yeah, we successfully did the raid that I fucked up on last time because my computer sucks, but that's okay. My computer is in good spirits tonight, as were all of you, and it was really nice hanging out with you. And I will be back on as soon as I can. What is it? It's 8:42. Ooh, it's okay. It's okay. I don't need to go out and get food or anything, so I'll be able to get to sleep fairly early tonight. Hopefully I'll be on time tomorrow. Again, the new time is 10 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern. See if maybe over time we can move it up even more than that, because I get that those aren't great hours for those of you in the US. And yeah, much love, everybody. Take care of yourselves and